Kul Jar. And always he carried upon his back the peculiar thing which had thought was some manner of strange weapon, but the purpose of which he could not now account for, in view of the fact that Don never used it, and that from the most part it seemed but a nuisance and a needless encumbrance, since it banged and smashed against its owner as he leapt, cat-like, hither and thither in the course of his victorious duels. The bow and arrows he had tossed aside at the beginning of the fight, but the Enfield he would not discard, for where he went he meant that it should go until its mission had been fulfilled. Presently the Jar, seemingly shamed by the example of Don, closed once more with the enemy, but the latter, moved no doubt to terror by the presence of the stranger, a tireless demon who appeared invulnerable to their attacks, lost heart and sought to flee. And then it was that at Omat's command his warriors surrounded a half-dozen of the most exhausted and made them prisoners. It was a tired, bloody, and elated company that returned victorious to the Jar. 20 of their number were carried back, and 6 of these were dead men. It was the most glorious and successful raid that the Jar had made upon the Lul in the memory of man, and it marked Omat as the greatest of chiefs. But that fierce warrior knew that advantage had lain upon his side largely because of the presence of his strange ally. Nor did he hesitate to give credit where credit belonged, with the result that Don and his exploits were upon the tongue of every member of the tribe of Jar, and great was the fame of the race that could produce 2 such as he and Tarzan Guru. And in the gorge of Lul, beyond the ridge, the survivors spoke in bated breath of this second demon that had joined forces with their ancient enemy. Returned to his cave, Omat caused the Lul prisoners to be brought into his presence singly, and each he questioned as to the fate of Tarzan. Without exception, they told him the same story, that Tarzan had been taken prisoner by them 5 days before, but that he had slain the warrior left to guard him and escaped, carrying the head of the unfortunate sentry to the opposite side of Lul, where he had left it suspended by its hair from the branch of a tree. But what had become of him after, they did not know, not one of them, until the last prisoner was examined, he whom they had taken first, the unarmed Lul making his way from the direction of the valley of Jad Ben Otho toward the caves of his people. This one, when he discovered the purpose of their questioning, bartered with them for the lives and liberty of himself and his fellows. "I can tell you much of this terrible man of whom you ask, Jar," he said. "I saw him yesterday, and I know where he is, if you will promise to let me and my fellows return in safety to the caves of our ancestors. I will tell you all, and truthfully, that which I know." "You will tell us anyway," replied Omat, "or we shall kill you." "You will kill me anyway," retorted the prisoner, "unless you make me this promise. So if I am to be killed, the thing I know shall go with me." "He is right, Omat," said Tarzan. "Promise him that they shall have their liberty." "Very well," said Omat. "Speak, Lul, and when you have told me all, you and your fellows may return unharmed to your tribe." "It was thus," commenced the prisoner. 3 days since I was hunting with a party of my fellows near the mouth of Lul, not far from where you captured me this morning, when we were surprised and set upon by a large number of Hodon who took us prisoners and carried us to Allur, where a few were chosen to be slaves, and the rest were cast into a chamber beneath the temple, where are held for sacrifice the victims that are offered by the Hodon to Jad Ben Otho upon the sacrificial altars of the temple at Allur. It seemed then that indeed was my fate sealed, and that lucky were those who had been selected for slaves among the Hodon, for they at least might hope to escape. Those in the chamber with me must be without hope. But yesterday a strange thing happened. there came to the temple, accompanied by all the priests and by the king and many of his warriors, one whom all did great reverence. And when he came to the barred gateway leading to the chamber in which we wretched ones awaited our fate, I saw to my surprise that it was none other than that terrible man who had so recently been a prisoner in the village of Kor-ul-Lul, he whom you call Tarzan Jad-Guru, but whom they addressed as Dor-ul-Otho. And he looked upon us and questioned the high priest, and when he was told of the purpose for which we were imprisoned, there he grew angry and cried that it was not the will of Jad ben Otho that his people be thus sacrificed. And he commanded the high priest to liberate us, and this was done. The Hodan prisoners were permitted to return to their homes, and we were led beyond the city of Allur and set upon our way toward Kol-ol-Lul. There were 3 of us, but many are the dangers that lie between Allur and Kol-ol-Lul, and we were only 3 and unarmed. Therefore none of us reached the village of our people, and only one of us lives. I have spoken. That is all you know concerning Tarzan Jad-Guru? Asked Omat. That is all I know, replied the prisoner, other than that he whom they call Ludon, the high priest at Allur, was very angry, and that one of the 2 priests who guided us out of the city said to the other that the stranger was not Dor-ul-Otho at all, that Ludon had said so, and that he had also said that he would expose him, and that he should be punished with death for his presumption. That is all they said within my hearing. And now, chief of Kor-ul-Jah, let us depart. At nodded. Go your way, he said, and Ab-on, send warriors to guard them until they are safely within the Kor-ul-Lul. Jardon, he said, beckoning to the stranger, come with me. And rising, he led the way toward the summit of the cliff, and when they stood upon the ridge, At pointed down into the valley toward the city of Allur, gleaming in the light of the western sun. There is Tarzan Jad-Guru, he said, and Jardon understood. Chapter 13. The Masquerader. As Tarzan dropped to the ground beyond the temple wall, there was in his mind no intention to escape from the city of Allur until he had satisfied himself that his mate was not a prisoner there, but how, in this strange city in which every man's hand must be now against him, he was to live and prosecute his search was far from clear to him. There was only one place of which he knew that he might find even temporary sanctuary, and that was the forbidden garden of the king. There was thick shrubbery in which a man might hide, and water and fruits. A cunning jungle creature, if he could reach the spot unsuspected, might remain concealed there for a considerable time. But how he was to traverse the distance between the temple grounds and the garden unseen was a question of the seriousness of which he fully appreciated. Mighty is Tarzan, he soliloquized, in his native jungle, but in the cities of man he is little better than they. Depending upon his keen observation and sense of location, he felt safe in assuming that he could reach the palace grounds by means of the subterranean corridors and chambers of the temple through which he had been conducted the day before, nor any slightest detail of which had escaped his keen eyes. That would be better, he reasoned, than crossing the open grounds above where his pursuers would naturally immediately follow him from the temple and quickly discover him. And so, a dozen paces from the temple wall, he disappeared from sight of any chance observer above, down one of the stone stairways that led to the apartments beneath. The way that he had been conducted the previous day had followed the windings and turnings of numerous corridors and apartments, but Tarzan, sure of himself in such matters, retraced the route accurately without hesitation. He had little fear of immediate apprehension here, since he believed that all the priests of the temple had assembled in the court above to witness his trial, and his humiliation and his death. And with this idea firmly implanted in his mind, he rounded the turn of the corridor and came face to face with an under-priest, his grotesque headdress concealing whatever emotion the sight of Tarzan may have aroused. However, Tarzan had one advantage over the masked votary of Jad Ben Otho, in that the moment he saw the priest he knew his intention concerning him, and therefore was not compelled to delay action. And so it was that before the priest could determine on any suitable line of conduct in the premises, a long, keen knife had been slipped into his heart. As the body lunged toward the floor, Tarzan caught it and snatched the headdress from its shoulders, for the first sight of the creature had suggested to his ever-alert mind a bold scheme for deceiving his enemies. The headdress saved from such possible damage as it must have sustained had it fallen to the floor with the body of its owner, Tarzan relinquished his hold upon the corpse, set the headdress carefully upon the floor, and stooping down severed the tail of the hodon close to its root. Near by, at his right, was a small chamber from which the priest had evidently just emerged, and into this Tarzan dragged the corpse, the headdress, and the tail. Quickly cutting a thin strip of hide from the loin-cloth of the priest, Tarzan tied it securely about the upper end of the severed member, and then, tucking the tail under his loin-cloth behind him, secured it in place as best he could. Then he fitted the headdress over his shoulders and stepped from the apartment. To all appearances a priest of the temple of Jad Ben Otho, unless one examined too closely his thumbs and his great toes. He had noticed that among both the hodon and the wasdon it was not at all unusual that the end of the tail he carried in one hand, and so he caught his own tail up thus, lest the lifeless appearance of it dragging along behind him should arouse suspicion. Passing along the corridor and through the various chambers, he emerged at last into the palace grounds beyond the temple. The pursuit had not yet reached this point, though he was conscious of a commotion not far behind him. He met now both warriors and slaves, but none gave him more than a passing glance, a priest being too common a sight about the palace. And so, passing the guards unchallenged, he came at last to the inner entrance to the forbidden garden, and there he paused and scanned quickly that portion of the beautiful spot that lay before his eyes. To his relief, it seemed unoccupied, and congratulating himself upon the ease with which he had so far outwitted the high powers of Allure, he moved rapidly to the opposite end of the enclosure. Here he found a patch of flowering shrubbery that might safely have concealed a dozen men. Crawling well within, he removed the uncomfortable headdress and sat down to await whatever eventualities fate might have in store for him, the while he formulated plans for the future. The one night that he had spent in Allure had kept him up to a late hour, apprising him of the fact that while there were few abroad in the temple grounds at night, there were yet enough to make it possible for him to fare forth under cover of his disguise without attracting the unpleasant attention of the guards, and, too, he had noticed that the priesthood constituted a privileged class that seemed to come and go at will and unchallenged throughout the palace as well as the temple. Altogether, then, he decided, night furnished the most propitious hours for his investigation. By day, he could lie up in the shrubbery of the forbidden garden, reasonably free from detection. From beyond the garden, he heard the voices of men calling to one another both far and near, and he guessed that diligent was the search that was being prosecuted for him. The idle moments afforded him an opportunity to evolve a more satisfactory scheme for attaching his stolen caudal appendage. He arranged it in such a way that it might be quickly assumed or discarded, and this done, he fell to examining the weird mask that had so effectively hidden his features. The thing had been very cunningly wrought from a single block of wood, very probably a section of a tree, upon which the features had been carved, and afterward the interior hollowed out until only a comparatively thin shell remained. Two semicircular notches had been rounded out from opposite sides of the lower edge. These fitted snugly over his shoulders, aprons of wood extending downward a few inches upon his chest and back. From these aprons hung long tassels or switches of hair, tapering from the outer edges toward the centre, which reached below the bottom of his torso. It required but the most cursory examination to indicate to the ape-man that these ornaments consisted of human sculps, taken doubtless from the heads of the sacrifices upon the eastern altars. The headdress itself had been carved to depict in formal design a hideous face that suggested both man and griff. There were the 3 white horns, the yellow face with the blue bands encircling the eyes, and the red hood which took the form of the posterior and anterior aprons. As Tarzan sat within the concealing foliage of the shrubbery, meditating upon the hideous priest's mask which he held in his hands, he became aware that he was not alone in the garden. He sensed another presence, and presently his trained ears detected the slow approach of naked feet across the sward. At first he suspected that it might be one stealthily searching the forbidden garden for him, but a little later the figure came within the limited area of his vision, which was circumscribed by stems and foliage and flowers. He saw then that it was the Princess Olola, and that she was alone and walking with bowed head as though in meditation. Sorrowful meditation, for there were traces of tears upon her lids. Shortly after his ears warned him that others had entered the garden. Men they were, and their footsteps proclaimed that they walked neither slowly nor meditatively. They came directly toward the princess, and when Tarzan could see them, he discovered that both were priests. "Olola, Princess of Pal Uldon," said one, addressing her. "The stranger who told us that he was the son of Jad ben Otho has but just fled from the wrath of Ludon, the high priest, who exposed him and all his wicked blasphemy. The temple and the palace and the city are being searched, and we have been sent to search the forbidden garden, since Khotan the king said that only this morning he found him here, though how he passed the guards he could not guess." "He is not here," said Oloa. "I have been in the garden for some time, and have seen nor heard no other than myself. However, search it if you will." "No," said the priest who had before spoken. "It is not necessary, since he could not have entered without your knowledge and the connivance of the guards, and even had he, the priest who preceded us must have seen him." "What priest?" asked Oloa. "One passed the guards shortly before us," explained the man. "I did not see him," said Oloa. "Doubtless he left by another exit," remarked the second priest. "Yes, doubtless," acquiesced Oloa. "But it is strange that I did not see him." The two priests made their obeisance and turned to depart. "Stupid as Buto the rhinoceros," soliloquized Tarzan, who considered Buto a very stupid creature indeed. "It should be easy to outwit such as these." The priests had scarce departed when there came the sound of feet running rapidly across the garden in the direction of the princess, to an accompaniment of rapid breathing as of one almost spent, either from fatigue or excitement. "Panat Lee," exclaimed Oloa, "what has happened? You look as terrified as the doe for which you are named." "O Princess of Pal Uldon," cried Panat Lee, "they would have killed him in the temple. They would have killed the wondrous stranger who claimed to be the Dor ol Otho." "But he escaped," said Oloa. "You were there. Tell me about it." The head priest would have had him seized and slain, but when they rushed upon him, he hurled one in the face of Loudon with the same ease that you might cast your breastplates at me, and then he leapt upon the altar, and from there to the top of the temple wall, and disappeared below. They are searching for him, but, oh, princess, I pray that they do not find him." "And why do you pray that?" asked Olo-A. "Has not one who has so blasphemed earned death?" "Ah, but you do not know him," replied Panatli. "And you do, then?" retorted Olo-A quickly. "This morning you betrayed yourself and then attempted to deceive me. The slaves of Olo-A do not such things with impunity. He is then the same Tarzan Jadguru of whom you told me. Speak, woman, and speak only the truth." Anat-Lee drew herself up very erect, her little chin held high, for was not she too among her own people already as good as a princess? "Anat-Lee, the Kor-ul-Jar does not lie," she said, "to protect herself." "Then tell me what you know of this Tarzan Jadguru," insisted Olo-A. "I know that he is a wondrous man and very brave," said Panat-Lee, "and that he saved me from the Tor-Odon and the Griff, as I told you, and that he is indeed the same who came into the garden this morning, and even now I do not know that he is not the son of Jad Ben Otho, for his courage and his strength are more than those of mortal man, as are also his kindness and his honour. For when he might have harmed me, he protected me, and when he might have saved himself, he thought only of me. And all this he did because of his friendship for Omat, who is Gund of Kor-ul-Jar, and with whom I should have mated had the Hodon not captured me." "He was indeed a wonderful man to look upon," mused Olo-A, "and he was not, as are other men, not alone in the conformation of his hands and feet, or the fact that he was tailless, but there was that about him which made him seem different in ways more important than these." "And," supplemented Panat-Lee, her savage little heart loyal to the man who had befriended her and hoping to win for him the consideration of the princess even though it might not avail him, "and," she said, "did he not know all about Tarden and even his whereabouts? Tell me, O princess, could mortal know such things as these?" "Perhaps he saw Tarden," suggested Olo-A. "But how would he know that you loved Tarden?" parried Panat-Lee. "I tell you, my princess, that if he is not a god, he is, at least, more than Hodon or Wazdon. He followed me from the cave of Esat in Kor-ul-Jar across Kor-ul-Lul and 2 wide ridges to the very cave in Kor-ul-Griff where I hid. Though many hours had passed since I had come that way, and my bare feet left no impress upon the ground, what mortal man could do such things as these? And where in all Pal-ul-Don would virgin maid find friend and protector in a strange male other than he?" "Perhaps Loudon may be mistaken. Perhaps he is a god," said Olo-A, influenced by her slave's enthusiastic championing of the stranger. "But whether god or man, he is too wonderful to die," cried Panat-Lee. "Would that I might save him. If he lived, he might even find a way to give you your Tarden, princess." "Ah, if he only could," sighed Olo-A. "But alas, it is too late, for tomorrow I am to be given to Bulot." "He who came to your quarters yesterday with your father?" asked Panat-Lee. "Yes, the one with the awful round face and the big belly," exclaimed the princess disgustedly. "He is so lazy he will neither hunt nor fight. To eat and to drink is all that Bulot is fit for, and he thinks of naught else except these things and his slave women. But come, Panat-Lee, gather for me some of these beautiful blossoms. I would have them spread around my couch tonight, that I may carry away with me in the morning the memory of the fragrance that I love best, and which I know that I shall not find in the village of Mosar, the father of Bulot. I will help you, Panat-Lee, and we will gather armfuls of them, for I love to gather them as I love nothing else. They were Tarden's favourite flowers." The two approached the flowering shrubbery where Tarzan hid, But as the blooms grew plentifully upon every bush, the ape-man guessed that there would be no necessity for them to enter the patch far enough to discover him. With little exclamations of pleasure as they found particularly large or perfect blooms, the two moved from place to place upon the outskirts of Tarzan's retreat. "Oh, look, Panatlee!" cried Olo-Ah presently. "There is the king of them all! Never did I see so wonderful a flower. No, I will get it myself. It is so large and wonderful no other hand shall touch it." And the princess wound in among the bushes toward the point where the great flower bloomed upon a bush above the ape-man's head. So sudden and unexpected her approach that there was no opportunity to escape, and Tarzan sat silently trusting that fate might be kind to him and lead Khotan's daughter away before her eyes dropped from the high-growing bloom to him. But as the girl cut the long stem with her knife, she looked down straight into the smiling face of Tarzan Jad Guru. With a stifled scream she drew back, and the ape-man rose and faced her. "Have no fear, princess," he assured her. "It is the friend of Tarzan who salutes you," raising his fingers to his lips. Panatlee came now excitedly forward. "Oh, Jad Ben Otho, it is he!" "And now that you have found me," queried Tarzan, "will you give me up to Ludon the high priest?" Panatlee threw herself upon her knees at Olo-Ah's feet. "Princess, princess," she beseeched, "do not discover him to his enemies." "But Khotan, my father," whispered Olo-Ah fearfully. "If he knew of my perfidy, his rage would be beyond naming. Even though I am a princess, Ludon might demand that I be sacrificed to appease the wrath of Jad Ben Otho, and between the two of them I should be lost." "But they need never know," cried Panatlee, "that you have seen him unless you tell them yourself, for as Jad Ben Otho is my witness, I will never betray you." "Oh, tell me, stranger," implored Olo-Ah, "are you indeed a god?" "Jad Ben Otho is not more so," replied Tarzan truthfully. "But why do you seek to escape then from the hands of mortals if you are a god?" she asked. "When gods mingle with mortals," replied Tarzan, "they are no less vulnerable than mortals. Even Jad Ben Otho, should he appear before you in the flesh, might be slain." "You have seen Tarzan and spoken with him?" she asked with apparent irrelevancy. "Yes, I have seen him and spoken with him," replied the ape-man. "For the duration of a moon I was with him constantly." "And," she hesitated, she cast her eyes toward the ground, and a flush mantled her cheek, "he still loves me?" And Tarzan knew that she had been won over. "Yes," he said, "Tarzan speaks only of Olo-Ah, and he waits and hopes for the day when he can claim her." "But tomorrow they give me to Bulot," she said sadly. "May it be always tomorrow," replied Tarzan, "for tomorrow never comes." "Ah, but this unhappiness will come. For all the tomorrows of my life I must pine in misery for the Tarzan who will never be mine." "But for Ludon I might have helped you," said the ape-man, "and who knows that I may not help you yet?" "Oh, if you only could, Dol Otho," cried the girl, "and I know that you would if it were possible, for Panatlee has told me how brave you are, and at the same time how kind." "Only Jad Ben Otho knows what the future may bring," said Tarzan. "And now, you two, go your way, lest someone should discover you and become suspicious." "We will go," said Olo-Ah, "but Panatlee will return with food. I hope that you escape, and that Jad Ben Otho is pleased with what I have done." She turned and walked away, and Panatlee followed, while the ape-man again resumed his hiding. At dusk, Panatlee came with food, and having her alone, Tarzan put the question that he had been anxious to put since his conversation earlier in the day with Olo-Ah. "Tell me," he said, "what you know of the rumors of which Olo-Ah spoke, of the mysterious stranger which is supposed to be hidden in Allur. Have you too heard of this during the short time that you have been here?" "Yes," said Panatlee, I have heard it spoken of among other slaves. It is something of which all whisper among themselves, but of which none dares to speak aloud. They say that there is a strange she hidden in the temple, and that Ludon wants her for a priestess, and that Khotan wants her for a wife, and that neither as yet dares take her for fear of the other." "Do you know where she is hidden in the temple?" asked Tarzan. "No," said Pan-at-lee. "How should I know? I do not even know that it is more than a story, and that I but tell you that which I have heard others say." "There was only one," asked Tarzan, "whom they spoke of?" "No, they spoke of another who came with her, but none seems to know what became of this one." Tarzan nodded. "Thank you, Pan-at-lee," he said. "You may have helped me more than either of us guess." "I hope that I have helped you," said the girl, as she turned back toward the palace. "And I hope so too," exclaimed Tarzan emphatically. Chapter 14. The Temple of the Gryph. When night had fallen, Tarzan donned the mask and the dead tail of the priest he had slain in the vaults beneath the temple. He judged that it would not do to attempt again to pass the guard, especially so late at night, as it would be likely to arouse comment and suspicion, and so he swung into the tree that overhung the garden wall, and from its branches dropped to the ground beyond. Avoiding too grave risk of apprehension, the ape-man passed through the grounds to the court of the palace, approaching the temple from the side opposite to that at which he had left it at the time of his escape. He came thus, it is true, through a portion of the grounds with which he was unfamiliar, but he preferred this to the danger of following the beaten track between the palace apartments and those of the temple. Having a definite goal in mind, and endowed as he was with an almost miraculous sense of location, he moved with great assurance through the shadows of the temple yard. Taking advantage of the denser shadows close to the walls, and of what shrubs and trees there were, he came without mishap at last to the ornate building concerning the purpose of which he had asked Ludon, only to be put off with the assertion that it was forgotten. Nothing strange in itself, but given possible importance by the apparent hesitancy of the priest to discuss its use, and the impression the ape-man had gained at the time that Ludon lied. And now he stood at last alone before the structure, which was 3 stories in height and detached from all the other temple buildings. It had a single barred entrance, which was carved from the living rock in representation of the head of a gryph, whose wide-open mouth constituted the doorway. The head, hood, and front paws of the creature were depicted as though it lay crouching with its lower jaw on the ground between its outspread paws. Small oval windows, which were likewise barred, flanked the doorway. Seeing that the coast was clear, Tarzan stepped into the darkened entrance, where he tried the bars only to discover that they were ingeniously locked in place by some device with which he was unfamiliar, and that they also were probably too strong to be broken even if he could have risked the noise which would have resulted. Nothing was visible within the darkened interior, and so, momentarily baffled, he sought the windows. Here also the bars refused to yield up their secret, but again Tarzan was not dismayed, since he had counted upon nothing different. If the bars would not yield to his cunning, they would yield to his giant strength if there proved no other means of ingress, but first he would assure himself that this latter was the case. Moving entirely around the building, he examined it carefully. There were other windows, but they were similarly barred. He stopped often to look and listen, but he saw no one, and the sounds that he heard were too far away to cause him any apprehension. He glanced above him at the wall of the building. Like so many of the other walls of the city palace and temple, it was ornately carved, and there were too the peculiar ledges that ran sometimes in a horizontal plane and again were tilted at an angle, giving oft-times an impression of irregularity and even crookedness to the buildings. It was not a difficult wall to climb, at least not difficult for the ape-man. But he found the bulky and awkward headdress a considerable handicap, and so he laid it aside upon the ground at the foot of the wall. Nimbly he ascended to find the windows of the second floor not only barred but curtained within. He did not delay long at the second floor, since he had in mind an idea that he would find the easiest entrance through the roof, which he had noticed was roughly dome-shaped, like the throne-room of Khotan. Here there were apertures. He had seen them from the ground, and if the construction of the interior resembled even slightly that of the throne-room, bars would not be necessary upon these apertures, since no one could reach them from the floor of the room. There was but a single question. Would they be large enough to admit the broad shoulders of the ape-man? He paused again at the third floor, and here, in spite of the hangings, he saw that the interior was lighted, and simultaneously there came to his nostrils from within a scent that stripped him from temporarily any remnant of civilization that might have remained and left him a fierce and terrible bull of the jungles of Kerchak. So sudden and complete was the metamorphosis that there almost broke from the savage lips the hideous challenge of his kind. But the cunning brute mind saved him this blunder. And now he heard voices within. The voice of Loudon, he could have sworn, demanding. And haughty and disdainful came the answering words, though utter hopelessness spoke in the tones of this other voice, which brought Tarzan to the pinnacle of frenzy. The dome, with its possible apertures, was forgotten. Every consideration of stealth and quiet was cast aside as the ape-man drew back his mighty fist and struck a single terrific blow upon the bars of the small window before him, a blow that sent the bars and the casing that held them clattering to the floor of the apartment within. Instantly Tarzan dove head foremost through the aperture, carrying the hangings of antelope hide with him to the floor below. Leaping to his feet, he tore the entangling pelt from about his head, only to find himself in utter darkness and in silence. He called aloud a name that had not passed his lips for many weary months. "Jane! Jane!" he cried. "Where are you?" But there was only silence in reply. Again and again he called, groping with outstretched hands through the Stygian blackness of the room, his nostrils assailed and his brain tantalized by the delicate effluvia that had first assured him that his mate had been within this very room. And he had heard her dear voice combating the base demands of the vile priest. Ah, but if he had but acted with greater caution! If he had but continued to move with quiet stealth, he might even at this moment be holding her in his arms, while the body of Loudon, beneath his foot, spoke eloquently of vengeance achieved. But there was no time now for idle self-reproaches. He stumbled blindly forward, groping for he knew not what, till suddenly the floor beneath him tilted, and he shot downward into a darkness even more utter than that above. He felt his body strike a smooth surface, and he realized that he was hurtling downward as through a polished chute, while from above there came the mocking tones of a taunting laugh, and the voice of Loudon screamed after him, "Return to thy father, O Dor-ul-Otho!" The ape-man came to a sudden and painful stop upon a rocky floor. Directly before him was an oval window crossed by many bars, and beyond he saw the moonlight playing on the waters of the blue lake below. Simultaneously he was conscious of a familiar odour in the air of the chamber, which a quick glance revealed in the semi-darkness as of considerable proportion. It was the faint but unmistakable odour of the griff, and now Tarzan stood silently listening. At first he detected no sounds other than those of the city that came to him through the window overlooking the lake, but presently, faintly, as though from a distance, he heard the shuffling of padded feet along a stone pavement, and as he listened he was aware that the sound approached. Nearer and nearer it came, and now even the breathing of the beast was audible. Evidently attracted by the noise of his descent into its cavernous retreat, it was approaching to investigate. He could not see it, but he knew that it was not far distant, and then, deafeningly, there reverberated through those gloomy corridors the mad bellow of the Griff. Aware of the poor eyesight of the beast, and his own eyes now grown accustomed to the darkness of the cavern, the ape-man sought to elude the infuriated charge which he well knew no living creature could withstand. Neither did he dare risk the chance of experimenting upon this strange Griff with the tactics of the Tour au Don that he had found so efficacious upon that other occasion when his life and liberty had been the stakes for which he cast. In many respects the conditions were dissimilar. Before, in broad daylight, he had been able to approach the Griff under normal conditions in its natural state, and the Griff itself was one that he had seen subjected to the authority of man, or at least of a man-like creature, but here he was confronted by an imprisoned beast in the full swing of a furious charge, and he had every reason to suspect that this Griff might never have felt the restraining influence of authority, confined as it was in this gloomy pit to serve likely but the single purpose that Tarzan had already seen so graphically portrayed in his own experience of the past few moments. To elude the creature, then, upon the possibility of discovering some loophole of escape from his predicament, seemed to the ape-man the wisest course to pursue. Too much was at stake to risk an encounter that might be avoided, an encounter the outcome of which there was every reason to apprehend would seal the fate of the mate that he had just found, only to lose again so harrowingly. Yet, high as his disappointment and chagrin ran, hopeless as his present estate now appeared, there tingled in the veins of the savage lord a warm glow of thanksgiving and elation. She lived. After all these weary months of hopelessness and fear, he had found her. She lived. To the opposite side of the chamber, silently as the wraith of a disembodied soul, the swift jungle creature moved from the path of the charging Titan that, guided solely in the semi-darkness by its keen ears, bore down upon the spot toward which Tarzan's noisy entrance into its lair had attracted it. Along the further wall the ape-man hurried. Before him now the black opening of the corridor from which the beast had emerged into the larger chamber. Without hesitation, Tarzan plunged into it. Even here his eyes, long accustomed to darkness that would have seemed total to you or to me, saw dimly the floor and the walls within a radius of a few feet, enough at least to prevent him plunging into any unguessed abyss, or dashing himself upon solid rock at a sudden turning. The corridor was both wide and lofty, which indeed it must be to accommodate the colossal proportions of the creature whose habitat it was, and so Tarzan encountered no difficulty in moving with reasonable speed along its winding trail. He was aware, as he proceeded, that the trend of the passage was downward, though not steeply, but it seemed interminable, and he wondered to what distant subterranean lair it might lead. There was a feeling that perhaps, after all, he might better have remained in the larger chamber and risked all on the chance of subduing the Griff, where there was at least sufficient room and light to lend to the experiment some slight chance of success. To be overtaken here in the narrow confines of the black corridor, where he was assured the Griff could not see him at all, would spell almost certain death, and now he heard the thing approaching from behind. Its thunderous bellows fairly shook the cliff from which the cavernous chambers were excavated. To halt and meet this monstrous incarnation of fury with a futile wee-oo seemed to Tarzan the height of insanity, and so he continued along the corridor, increasing his pace as he realized that the Griff was overhauling him. Presently the darkness lessened, and, at the final turning of the passage, he saw before him an area of moonlight. With renewed hope, he sprang rapidly forward and emerged from the mouth of the corridor to find himself in a large semicircular enclosure, the towering white walls of which rose high upon every side. smooth, perpendicular walls upon the sheer face of which was no slightest foothold. To his left lay a pool of water, one side of which lapped the foot of the wall at this point. It was doubtless the wallow and the drinking pool of the Griff. And now the creature emerged from the corridor, and Tarzan retreated to the edge of the pool to make his last stand. There was no staff with which to enforce the authority of his voice, but yet he made his stand, for there seemed naught else to do. Just beyond the entrance to the corridor, the Griff paused, turning its weak eyes in all directions as though searching for its prey. This then seemed the psychological moment for his attempt, and raising his voice in peremptory command, the ape-man voiced the weird wee-oo of the Tor-Odon. Its effect upon the Griff was instantaneous and complete. With a terrific bellow, it lowered its 3 horns and dashed madly in the direction of the sound. To right nor to left was any avenue of escape, for behind him lay the placid waters of the pool, while down upon him from before thundered annihilation. The mighty body seemed already to tower above him as the ape-man turned and dove into the dark waters. Dead in her breast lay hope. Battling for life during harrowing months of imprisonment and danger and hardship, it had fitfully flickered and flamed, only to sink after each renewal to smaller proportions than before, and now it had died out entirely, leaving only cold, charred embers that Jane Clayton knew would never again be rekindled. Hope was dead as she faced Loudon, the high priest, in her prison quarters in the temple of the Griff at Allure. Both time and hardship had failed to leave their impress upon her physical beauty. The contours of her perfect form, the glory of her radiant loveliness had defied them. Yet to these very attributes she owed the danger which now confronted her, for Loudon desired her. From the lesser priests she had been safe, but from Loudon she was not safe, for Loudon was not as they, since the high priestship of Pal Uldon may descend from father to son. Khotan the king had wanted her, and all that had so far saved her from either was the fear of each for the other. But at last Loudon had cast aside discretion, and had come in the silent watches of the night to claim her. Haughtily had she repulsed him, seeking ever to gain time, though what time might bring her of relief or renewed hope she could not even remotely conjecture. A leer of lust and greed shone hungrily upon his cruel countenance as he advanced across the room to seize her. She did not shrink nor cower, but stood there very erect, her chin up, her level gaze freighted with the loathing and contempt she felt for him. He read her expression, and while it angered him, it but increased his desire for possession. Here indeed was a queen, perhaps a goddess, fit mate for the high priest. "You shall not," she said, as he would have touched her. "One of us shall die before ever your purpose is accomplished." He was close beside her now. His laugh grated upon her ears. "Love does not kill," he replied mockingly. He reached for her arm, and at the same instant something clashed against the bars of one of the windows, crashing them inward to the floor, to be followed almost simultaneously by a human figure which dove head foremost into the room, its head enveloped in the skin window hangings which it carried with it in its impetuous entry. Jane Clayton saw surprise and something of terror, too, leap to the countenance of the high priest, and then she saw him spring forward and jerk upon a leather thong that depended from the ceiling of the apartment. Instantly there dropped from above a cunningly contrived partition that fell between them and the intruder, effectively barring him from them, and at the same time leaving him to grope upon its opposite side in darkness, since the only cresset the room contained was upon their side of the partition. Faintly from beyond the wall Jane heard a voice calling, but whose it was and what the words she could not distinguish. And then she saw Loudon jerk upon another thong and wait in evident expectancy of some consequent happening. He did not have long to wait. She saw the thong move suddenly as though jerked from above, and then Loudon smiled and with another signal put in motion whatever machinery it was that raised the partition again to its place in the ceiling. Advancing into that portion of the room that the partition had shut off from them, the high priest knelt upon the floor, and down tilting a section of it, revealed the dark mouth of a shaft leading below. Laughing loudly, he shouted into the hole, "Return to thy father, O Dor-ul-Otho!" Making fast the catch that prevented the trap-door from opening beneath the feet of the unwary until such time as Loudon chose, the high priest rose again to his feet. "Now, beautiful one," he cried, and then, "Ja-Don, what do you here?" Jane Clayton turned to follow the direction of Loudon's eyes, and there she saw, framed in the entranceway to the apartment, the mighty figure of a warrior, upon whose massive features sat an expression of stern and uncompromising authority. "I come from Khotan the king," replied Ja-Don, "to remove the beautiful stranger to the forbidden garden." "The king defies me, the high priest of Jad-ben-Otho?" cried Loudon. "It is the king's command I have spoken," snapped Ja-Don, in whose manner was no sign of either fear or respect for the priest. Loudon well knew why the king had chosen this messenger, whose heresy was notorious, but whose power had as yet protected him from the machinations of the priest. Loudon cast a surreptitious glance at the thongs hanging from the ceiling. Why not, if he could but maneuver to entice Ja-Don to the opposite side of the chamber? "Come," he said in a conciliatory tone, "let us discuss the matter," and moved toward the spot where he would have Ja-Don follow him. "There is nothing to discuss," replied Ja-Don, yet he followed the priest, fearing treachery. Jane watched them. In the face and figure of the warrior she found reflected those admirable traits of courage and honor that the profession of arms best develops. In the hypocritical priest there was no redeeming quality. Of the two, then, she might best choose the warrior. With him there was a chance. With Loudon, none. Even the very process of exchange from one prison to another might offer some possibility of escape. She weighed all these things and decided, for Loudon's quick glance at the thongs had not gone unnoticed nor uninterpreted by her. "Warrior," she said, addressing Ja-Don, "if you would live, enter not that portion of the room." Loudon cast an angry glance upon her. "Silence, slave!" he cried. "And where lies the danger?" Ja-Don asked of Jane, ignoring Loudon. The woman pointed to the thongs. "Look," she said, and before the high priest could prevent, she had seized that which controlled the partition, which shot downward, separating Loudon from the warrior and herself. Ja-Don looked inquiringly at her. "He would have tricked me neatly but for you," he said, "kept me imprisoned there while he secreted you elsewhere in the mazes of his temple." "He would have done more than that," replied Jane, as she pulled upon the other thong. "This releases the fastenings of a trap-door in the floor beyond the partition. When you stepped on that, you would have been precipitated into a pit beneath the temple. Loudon has threatened me with this fate often. I do not know that he speaks the truth, but he says that a demon of the temple is imprisoned there, a huge griff." "There is a griff within the temple," said Ja-Don. "What with it and the sacrifices, the priests keep us busy supplying them with prisoners, though the victims are sometimes those for whom Loudon has conceived hatred among our own people. He has had his eyes upon me for a long time. This would have been his chance but for you. Tell me, woman, why you warned me. Are we not all equally your jailers and your enemies?" "None could be more horrible than Loudon," she replied, "and you have the appearance of a brave and honorable warrior. I could not hope, for hope has died, and yet there is the possibility that among so many fighting men, even though they may be of another race than mine, There is one who would accord honourable treatment to a stranger within his gates, even though she be a woman." Jardon looked at her for a long minute. "Khotan would make you his queen," he said. "That he told me himself, and surely that were honourable treatment from one who might make you a slave." "Why, then, would he make me queen?" she asked. Jardon came closer, as though in fear his words might be overheard. "He believes, although he did not tell me so in fact, that you are of the race of gods. And why not? Jad Ben Otho is tailless, therefore it is not strange that Khotan should suspect that only the gods are thus. His queen is dead, leaving only a single daughter. He craves a son, and what more desirable than that he should found a line of rulers for Pal Uldon, descended from the gods?" "But I am already wed," cried Jane. "I cannot wed another. I do not want him or his throne." "Khotan is king," replied Jardon, simply, as though that explained and simplified everything. "You will not save me, then?" she asked. "If you were in Jalur," he replied, "I might protect you even against the king." "What and where is Jalur?" she asked, grasping at any straw. "It is the city where I rule," he answered. "I am chief there and of all the valley beyond." "Where is it?" she insisted, "and is it far?" "No," he replied, smiling, "it is not far, but do not think of that. You could never reach it. There are too many to pursue and capture you. If you wish to know, however, it lies up the river that empties into Jad Ben Lul, whose waters kiss the walls of Allur. Up the western fork it lies, with water upon 3 sides. Impregnable city of Pal Uldon, alone of all the cities, it has never been entered by a foeman since it was built there while Jad Ben Otho was a boy." "And there I would be safe?" she asked. "Perhaps," he replied. "Ah, dead hope! Upon what slender provocation would you seek to glow again?" She sighed and shook her head, realizing the inutility of hope. Yet the tempting bait dangled before her mind's eye. Ja-lure. "You are wise," commented Jardon, interpreting her sigh. "Come now, we will go to the quarters of the princess beside the forbidden garden. There you will remain with Olo-Ah, the king's daughter. It will be better than this prison you have occupied." "And Khotan?" she asked, a shudder passing through her slender frame. "There are ceremonies," explained Jardon, "that may occupy several days before you become queen, and one of them may be difficult of arrangement." He laughed. Then, "What?" she asked. "Only the high priest may perform the marriage ceremony for a king," he explained. "Delay," she murmured. "Blessed delay." Tenacious indeed of life is hope, even though it be reduced to cold and lifeless char, a veritable phoenix. Chapter 15. The king is dead. As they conversed, Jardon had led her down the stone stairway that leads from the upper floors of the Temple of the Gryph to the chambers and the corridors that honeycomb the rocky hills from which the temple and the palace are hewn, and now they passed from one to the other through a doorway upon one side of which 2 priests stood guard, and upon the other 2 warriors. The former would have halted Jardon when they saw who it was that accompanied him, for well known throughout the temple was the quarrel between king and high priest for possession of this beautiful stranger. "Only by order of Loudon may she pass," said one, placing himself directly in front of Jane Clayton, barring her progress. Through the hollow eyes of the hideous mask, the woman could see those of the priest beneath gleaming with the fires of fanaticism. Jardon placed an arm about her shoulders and laid his hand upon his knife. She passes by order of Khotan the king, he said, and by virtue of the fact that Jardon the chief is her guide. Stand aside. The two warriors upon the palace side pressed forward. We are here, Gund of Jarlur, said one, addressing Jardon, to receive and obey your commands. The second priest now interposed. Let them pass, he admonished his companion. We have received no direct commands from Ludon to the contrary, and it is a law of the temple and the palace that chiefs and priests may come and go without interference. But I know Ludon's wishes, insisted the other. He told you that Jardon must not pass with the stranger? No, but... Then let them pass, for they are 3-2 and will pass anyway. We have done our best. Grumbling, the priest stepped aside. Ludon will exact an accounting, he cried angrily. Jardon turned upon him. And get it when and where he will, he snapped. They came at last to the quarters of the Princess Olo-Ah, where, in the main entranceway, loitered a small guard of palace warriors and several stalwart black eunuchs belonging to the princess or her women. To one of the latter, Jardon relinquished his charge. Take her to the princess, he commanded, and see that she does not escape. Through a number of corridors and apartments lighted by stone cressets, the eunuch led Lady Greystoke, halting at last before a doorway concealed by hangings of Jatto skin, where the guide beat with his staff upon the wall beside the door. Olo-Ah, Princess of Pal Uldon, he called. Here is the stranger woman, the prisoner from the temple. Bid her enter, Jane heard a sweet voice from within command. The eunuch drew aside the hangings, and Lady Greystoke stepped within. Before her was a low-ceiled room of moderate size. In each of the four corners, a kneeling figure of stone seemed to be bearing its portion of the weight of the ceiling upon its shoulders. These figures were evidently intended to represent Wasdon slaves, and were not without bold artistic beauty. The ceiling itself was slightly arched to a central dome which was pierced to admit light by day and air. Upon one side of the room were many windows, the other 3 walls being blank except for a doorway in each. The princess lay upon a pile of furs which were arranged over a low stone dais in one corner of the apartment, and was alone except for a single Wasdon slave girl who sat upon the edge of the dais near her feet. As Jane entered, Olo-Ah beckoned her to approach, and when she stood beside the couch, the girl half rose upon an elbow and surveyed her critically. How beautiful you are, she said simply. Jane smiled sadly, for she had found that beauty may be a curse. That is indeed a compliment, she replied quickly, from one so radiant as the Princess Olo-Ah. Ah, exclaimed the princess delightedly. You speak my language. I was told that you were of another race and from some far land of which we of Pal Uldon have never heard. Ludon saw to it that the priests instructed me, explained Jane. But I am from a far country, princess, one to which I long to return, and I am very unhappy. But Khotan, my father, would make you his queen, cried the girl. That should make you very happy. But it does not, replied the prisoner. I love another to whom I am already wed. Ah, princess, if you had known what it was to love and to be forced into marriage with another, you would sympathize with me. The Princess Olo-Ah was silent for a long moment. I know, she said at last, and I am very sorry for you. But if the king's daughter cannot save herself from such a fate, who may save a slave woman? For such, in fact, you are. The drinking in the great banquet hall of the palace of Khotan, king of Pal Uldon, had commenced earlier this night than was usual, for the king was celebrating the morrow's betrothal of his only daughter to Bulot, son of Mosar, the chief, whose great-grandfather had been king of Pal Uldon, and who thought that he should be king, and Mosar was drunk, and so was Bulot, his son. For that matter, nearly all of the warriors, including the king himself, were drunk. In the heart of Khotan was no love either for Mosar or Bulot, nor did either of these love the king. Khotan was giving his daughter to Bulot in the hope that the alliance would prevent Mosar from insisting upon his claims to the throne, for next to Jardon, Mosar was the most powerful of the chiefs, and while Khotan looked with fear upon Jardon too, he had no fear that the old lion man would attempt to seize the throne, though which way he would throw his influence and his warriors in the event that Mosar declare war upon Khotan, the king could not guess. Primitive people who are also warlike are seldom inclined toward either tact or diplomacy, even when sober. But drunk, they know not the words if aroused. It was really Bulot who started it. "This," he said, "I drink to Olo-Ah," and he emptied his tankard at a single gulp. "And this," seizing a full one from a neighbor, "to her son and mine who will bring back the throne of Pal Uldon to its rightful owners." "The king is not yet dead," cried Khotan, rising to his feet, "nor is Bulot yet married to his daughter, and there is yet time to save Pal Uldon from the spawn of the rabbit breed." The king's angry tone and his insulting reference to Bulot's well-known cowardice brought a sudden, sobering silence upon the roistering company. Every eye turned upon Bulot and Mosar, who sat together directly opposite the king. The first was very drunk, though suddenly he seemed quite sober. He was so drunk that for an instant he forgot to be a coward, since his reasoning powers were so effectually paralyzed by the fumes of liquor that he could not intelligently weigh the consequences of his acts. It is reasonably conceivable that a drunk and angry rabbit might commit a rash deed. Upon no other hypothesis is the thing that Bulot now did explicable. He rose suddenly from the seat to which he had sunk after delivering his toast, and seizing the knife from the sheath of the warrior upon his right, hurled it with terrific force at Khotan. Skilled in the art of throwing both their knives and their clubs are the warriors of Pal Uldon, and at this short distance, and coming as it did without warning, there was no defense but one possible result. Khotan, the king, lunged forward across the table, the blade buried in his heart. A brief silence followed the assassin's cowardly act. White with terror now, Bulot fell slowly back toward the doorway at his rear, when suddenly angry warriors leapt with drawn knives to prevent his escape and to avenge their king. But Mosar now took his stand beside his son. "Khotan is dead," he cried. "Mosar is king. Let the loyal warriors of Pal Uldon protect their ruler." Mosar commanded a goodly following, and these quickly surrounded him and Bulot. But there were many knives against them, and now Jardon pressed forward through those who confronted the pretender. "Take them both," he shouted. "The warriors of Pal Uldon will choose their own king after the assassin of Khotan has paid the penalty of his treachery." Directed now by a leader whom they both respected and admired, those who had been loyal to Khotan rushed forward upon the faction that had surrounded Mosar. Fierce and terrible was the fighting, devoid, apparently, of all else than the ferocious lust to kill, and while it was at its height, Mosar and Bulot slipped unnoticed from the banquet hall. To that part of the palace assigned to them during their visit to Allur they hastened. Here were the servants and the lesser warriors of their party who had not been bidden to the feast of Khotan. These were directed quickly to gather together their belongings for immediate departure. When all was ready, and it did not take long, since the warriors of Pal Uldon require but little impedimenta on the march, they moved toward the palace gate. Suddenly Mosar approached his son. "The princess," he whispered. "We must not leave the city without her. She is half the battle for the throne." Bulot, now entirely sober, demurred. He had had enough of fighting and of risk. "Let us get out of Allure quickly," he urged, "or we shall have the whole city upon us. She would not come without a struggle, and that would delay us too long." "There is plenty of time," insisted Mosar. "They are still fighting in the Pal-e-Don-So. It will be long before they miss us, and with Khotan dead, long before any will think to look to the safety of the princess. Our time is now. It was made for us by Jad ben Otho. Come." Reluctantly, Bulot followed his father, who first instructed the warriors to await them just inside the gateway of the palace. Rapidly, the two approached the quarters of the princess. Within the entranceway, only a handful of warriors were on guard. The eunuchs had retired. "There is fighting in the Pal-e-Don-So," Mosar announced in feigned excitement as they entered the presence of the guards. "The king desires you to come at once and has sent us to guard the apartments of the princess. Make haste," he commanded as the men hesitated. The warriors knew him, and that on the morrow the princess was to be betrothed to Bulot his son. If there was trouble, what more natural than that Mosar and Bulot should be entrusted with the safety of the princess? And then, too, was not Mosar a powerful chief to whose orders disobedience might prove a dangerous thing? They were but common fighting men, disciplined in the rough school of tribal warfare, but they had learned to obey a superior, and so they departed for the banquet hall, the place where men eat. Barely waiting until they had disappeared, Mosar crossed to the hangings at the opposite end of the entrance hall, and, followed by Bulot, made his way toward the sleeping apartment of Olo-Ah, and, a moment later, without warning, the two men burst in upon the three occupants of the room. At sight of them, Olo-Ah sprang to her feet. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded angrily. Mosar advanced and halted before her. Into his cunning mind had entered a plan to trick her. If it succeeded, it would prove easier than taking her by force, and then his eyes fell upon Jane Clayton, and he almost gasped in astonishment and admiration, but he caught himself and returned to the business of the moment. "Olo-Ah," he cried, "when you know the urgency of our mission, you will forgive us. We have sad news for you. There has been an uprising in the palace, and Khotan the king has been slain. The rebels are drunk with liquor, and now on their way here. We must get you out of Allure at once. There is not a moment to lose. Come, and quickly." "My father dead?" cried Olo-Ah, and suddenly her eyes went wide. "Then my place is here with my people," she cried. "If Khotan is dead, I am queen until the warriors choose a new ruler. That is the law of Pal-Uldon. And if I am queen, none can make me wed whom I do not wish to wed. And Jad ben Otho knows I never wished to wed thy cowardly son. Go." She pointed a slim forefinger imperiously toward the doorway. Mosar saw that neither trickery nor persuasion would avail now, and every precious minute counted. He looked again at the beautiful woman who stood beside Olo-Ah. He had never before seen her, but he well knew from palace gossip that she could be no other than the godlike stranger whom Khotan had planned to make his queen. "Bulot," he cried to his son, "take you your own woman, and I will take mine." And with that he sprang suddenly forward, and seizing Jane about the waist, lifted her in his arms, so that before Olo-Ah or Panat-Lee might even guess his purpose, he had disappeared through the hangings near the foot of the dais, and was gone with the stranger woman struggling and fighting in his grasp. And then Bulot sought to seize Olo-Ah, but Olo-Ah had her Panat-Lee, fierce little tiger girl of the savage Kor-Ul-Jar, Panat-Lee, whose name belied her, and Bulot found that with the two of them his hands were full. When he would have lifted Olo-Ah and borne her away, Panat-Lee seized him around the legs and strove to drag him down. Viciously he kicked her, but she would not desist, and finally, realizing that he might not only lose his princess, but be so delayed as to invite capture if he did not rid himself of this clawing, scratching she-Jutto, He hurled Oloa to the floor and, seizing Banatlee by the hair, drew his knife and— The curtains behind him suddenly parted. In two swift bounds, a lithe figure crossed the room, and before ever the knife of Bulot reached its goal, his wrist was seized from behind, and a terrific blow, crashing to the base of his brain, dropped him, lifeless, to the floor. Bulot, coward, traitor, and assassin, died without knowing who struck him down. As Tarzan of the Apes leapt into the pool in the griff pit of the temple at Allure, one might have accounted for his act on the hypothesis that it was the last blind urge of self-preservation to delay, even for a moment, the inevitable tragedy in which some day must play the leading role upon his little stage. But no, those cool grey eyes had caught the sole possibility for escape that the surroundings and the circumstances offered. A tiny, moonlit patch of water glimmering through a small aperture in the cliff at the surface of the pool upon its farther side. With swift, bold strokes, he swam for speed alone, knowing that the water would in no way deter his pursuer. Nor did it. Tarzan heard the great splash as the huge creature plunged into the pool behind him. He heard the churning waters as it forged rapidly onward in his wake. He was nearing the opening. Would it be large enough to permit the passage of his body? That portion of it which showed above the surface of the water most certainly would not. His life, then, depended upon how much of the aperture was submerged. And now it was directly before him, and the griff directly behind. There was no alternative. There was no other hope. The ape-man threw all the resources of his great strength into the last few strokes, extended his hands before him as a cutwater, submerged to the water's level, and shot forward toward the hole. Frothing with rage was the baffled Loudon as he realized how neatly the stranger she had turned his own tables upon him. He could, of course, escape the temple of the griff in which her quick wit had temporarily imprisoned him, but during the delay, however brief, Jardon would find time to steal her from the temple and deliver her to Khotan. But he would have her yet. That the high priest swore in the names of Jad Ben Otho and all the demons of his faith. He hated Khotan. Secretly he had espoused the cause of Mosar, in whom he would have a willing tool. Perhaps, then, this would give him the opportunity he had long awaited, a pretext for inciting the revolt that would dethrone Khotan and place Mosar in power, with Loudon the real ruler of Pal Uldon. He licked his thin lips as he sought the window through which Tarzan had entered, and now Loudon's only avenue of escape. Cautiously he made his way across the floor, feeling before him with his hands, and when they discovered that the trap was set for him, an ugly snarl broke from the priest's lips. "The she-devil," he muttered, "but she shall pay, she shall pay. Ah, Jad Ben Otho, how she shall pay for the trick she has played upon Loudon." He crawled through the window and climbed easily downward to the ground. Should he pursue Jardon and the woman, chancing an encounter with the fierce chief, or bide his time until treachery and intrigue should accomplish his design? He chose the latter solution, as might have been expected of such as he. Going to his quarters, he summoned several of his priests, those who were most in his confidence and who shared his ambitions for absolute power of the temple over the palace, all men who hated Khotan. "The time has come," he told them, "when the authority of the temple must be placed definitely above that of the palace. Khotan must make way for Mosar, for Khotan has defied your high priest. Go then, Pansat, and summon Mosar secretly to the temple, and you others go to the city and prepare the faithful warriors that they may be in readiness when the time comes." For another hour they discussed the details of the coup d'etat that was to overthrow the government of Pal Uldon. One knew a slave who, as the signal sounded from the temple gong, would thrust a knife into the heart of Khotan for the price of liberty. Another held personal knowledge of an officer of the palace that he could use to compel the latter to admit a number of Loudon's warriors to various parts of the palace. With Mosar as the cat's paw, the plan seemed scarce possible of failure, and so they separated, going upon their immediate errands to palace and to city. As Pansat entered the palace grounds, he was aware of a sudden commotion in the direction of the Pal-e-Don So, and a few minutes later Ludon was surprised to see him return to the apartments of the high priest, breathless and excited. "What now, Pansat?" cried Ludon. "Are you pursued by demons?" "Oh, master, our time has come and gone while we sat here planning. Khotan is already dead, and Mosar fled. His friends are fighting with the warriors of the palace, but they have no head, while Jardon leads the others. I could learn but little from frightened slaves who had fled at the outburst of the quarrel. One told me that Bulot had slain the king, and that he had seen Mosar and the assassin hurrying from the palace." "Jardon," muttered the high priest, "the fools will make him king if we do not act, and act quickly. Get into the city, Pansat. Let your feet fly, and raise the cry that Jardon has killed the king, and is seeking to wrest the throne from Olo-Ah. Spread the word as you know best how to spread it, that Jardon has threatened to destroy the priests and hurl the altars of the temple into Jad-Ben-Lul. Rouse the warriors of the city and urge them to attack at once. Lead them into the temple by the secret way that only the priests know, and from here we may spew them out upon the palace before they learn the truth. Go, Pansat, immediately. Delay not an instant." "But stay," he called, as the under-priest turned to leave the apartment. "Saw or heard you anything of the strange white woman that Jardon stole from the temple of the Gryph, where we have had her imprisoned?" "Only that Jardon took her into the palace, where he threatened the priests with violence if they did not permit him to pass," replied Pansat. "This they told me, but where within the palace she is hidden I know not." "Khotan ordered her to the Forbidden Garden," said Ludon. "Doubtless we shall find her there. And now, Pansat, be on your errand." In a corridor by Ludon's chamber, a hideously masked priest leaned close to the curtained aperture that led within. Were he listening, he might have heard all that passed between Pansat and the high priest, and that he had listened was evidenced by his hasty withdrawal to the shadows of a nearby passage as the lesser priest moved across the chamber toward the doorway. Pansat went his way in ignorance of the near presence that he almost brushed against as he hurried toward the secret passage that leads from the temple of Jad-Ben-Otho, far beneath the palace, to the city beyond, nor did he sense the silent creature following in his footsteps. Chapter 16. The Secret Way. It was a baffled Gryph that bellowed in angry rage as Tarzan's sleek brown body, cutting the moonlit waters, shot through the aperture in the wall of the Gryph pool and out into the lake beyond. The ape-man smiled as he thought of the comparative ease with which he had defeated the purpose of the high priest, but his face clouded again at the ensuing remembrance of the grave danger that threatened his mate. His sole object now must be to return as quickly as he might to the chamber where he had last seen her on the third floor of the Temple of the Gryph, but how he was to find his way again into the temple grounds was a question not easy of solution. In the moonlight, he could see the sheer cliff rising from the water for a great distance along the shore, far beyond the precincts of the temple and the palace, towering high above him, a seemingly impregnable barrier against his return. Swimming close in, he skirted the wall, searching diligently for some foothold, however slight, upon its smooth, forbidding surface. Above him and quite out of reach were numerous apertures, but there were no means at hand by which he could reach them. Presently, however, his hopes were raised by the sight of an opening level with the surface of the water. It lay just ahead, and a few strokes brought him to it, cautious strokes that brought forth no sound from the yielding waters. At the nearer side of the opening he stopped and reconnoitred. There was no one in sight. Carefully he raised his body to the threshold of the entranceway, his smooth brown hide glistening in the moonlight as it shed the water in tiny sparkling rivulets. Before him stretched a gloomy corridor, unlighted save for the faint illumination of the diffused moonlight that penetrated it but for a short distance from the opening. Moving as rapidly as reasonable caution warranted, Tarzan followed the corridor into the bowels of the cave. There was an abrupt turn and then a flight of steps at the top of which lay another corridor running parallel with the face of the cliff. This passage was dimly lighted by flickering cressets set in niches in the walls at considerable distances apart. A quick survey showed the ape-man numerous openings upon each side of the corridor, and his quick ears caught sounds that indicated that there were other beings not far distant. Priests, he concluded, in some of the apartments letting upon the passageway. To pass undetected through this hive of enemies appeared quite beyond the range of possibility. He must again seek disguise, and knowing from experience how best to secure such, he crept stealthily along the corridor toward the nearest doorway. Like Numa the lion stalking a wary prey, he crept with quivering nostrils to the hangings that shut off his view from the interior of the apartment beyond. A moment later his head disappeared within, and then his shoulders and his lithe body, and the hangings dropped quietly into place again. A moment later there filtered to the vacant corridor without a brief, gasping gurgle, and again silence. A minute passed, a second and a third, and then the hangings were thrust aside, and a grimly masked priest of the temple of Jad Ben Otho strode into the passageway. With bold steps he moved along and was about to turn into a diverging gallery when his attention was aroused by voices coming from a room upon his left. Instantly the figure halted, and crossing the corridor stood with an ear close to the skins that concealed the occupants of the room from him, and him from them. Presently he leapt back into the concealing shadows of the diverging gallery, and immediately thereafter the hangings by which he had been listening parted, and a priest emerged to turn quickly down the main corridor. The eavesdropper waited until the other had gained a little distance, and then, stepping from his place of concealment, followed silently behind. The way led along the corridor, which ran parallel with the face of the cliff for some little distance, and then Pan sat, taking a cresset from one of the wall niches, turned abruptly into a small apartment at his left. The tracker followed cautiously in time to see the rays of the flickering light dimly visible from an aperture in the floor before him. Here he found a series of steps, similar to those used by the Wasdon in scaling the cliff to their caves, leading to a lower level. First, satisfying himself that his guide was continuing upon his way unsuspecting, the other descended after him and continued his stealthy stalking. The passageway was now both narrow and low, giving but bare headroom to a tall man, and it was broken often by flights of steps leading always downward. The steps in each unit seldom numbered more than 6, and sometimes there was only 1 or 2, but in the aggregate the tracker imagined that they had descended between 50 and 75 feet from the level of the upper corridor, when the passageway terminated in a small apartment at one side of which was a little pile of rubble. Setting his cresset upon the ground, Pansat commenced hurriedly to toss the bits of broken stone aside, presently revealing a small aperture at the base of the wall, upon the opposite side of which there appeared to be a further accumulation of rubble. This he also removed until he had a hole of sufficient size to permit the passage of his body, and leaving the cresset still burning upon the floor, the priest crawled through the opening he had made, and disappeared from the sight of the watcher, hiding in the shadows of the narrow passageway behind him. No sooner, however, was he safely gone than the other followed, finding himself, after passing through the hole, on a little ledge about halfway between the surface of the lake and the top of the cliff above. The ledge inclined steeply upward, ending at the rear of a building which stood upon the edge of the cliff, and which the second priest entered just in time to see Pansat pass out into the city beyond. As the latter turned a nearby corner, the other emerged from the doorway and quickly surveyed his surroundings. He was satisfied the priest, who had led him hither and had served his purpose in so far as the tracker was concerned. Above him, and perhaps 100 yards away, the white walls of the palace gleamed against the northern sky. The time that it had taken him to acquire definite knowledge concerning the secret passageway between the temple and the city he did not count as lost, though he begrudged every instant that kept him from the prosecution of his main objective. It had seemed to him, however, necessary to the success of a bold plan that he had formulated upon overhearing the conversation between Loudon and Pansat as he stood without the hangings of the apartment of the high priest. Alone against a nation of suspicious and half-savage enemies, he could scarce hope for a successful outcome to the one great issue upon which hung the life and happiness of the creature he loved best. For her sake he must win allies, and it was for this purpose that he had sacrificed these precious moments. But now he lost no further time in seeking to regain entrance to the palace grounds, that he might search out whatever new prison they had found in which to incarcerate his lost love. He found no difficulty in passing the guards at the entrance to the palace, for, as he had guessed, his priestly disguise disarmed all suspicion. As he approached the warriors, he kept his hands behind him and trusted to fate that the sickly light of the single torch which stood beside the doorway would not reveal his un-Paludonian feet. As a matter of fact, so accustomed were they to the comings and goings of the priesthood that they paid scant attention to him, and he passed on into the palace grounds without even a moment's delay. His goal now was the Forbidden Garden, and this he had little difficulty in reaching, though he elected to enter it over the wall rather than to chance arousing any suspicion on the part of the guards at the inner entrance, since he could imagine no reason why a priest should seek entrance there thus late at night. He found the garden deserted, nor any sign of her he sought. That she had been brought hither he had learned from the conversation he had overheard between Loudon and Pansat, and he was sure that there had been no time or opportunity for the high priest to remove her from the palace grounds. The garden he knew to be devoted exclusively to the uses of the princess and her women, and it was only reasonable to assume, therefore, that if Jane had been brought to the garden, it could only have been upon an order from Khotan. This being the case, the natural assumption would follow that he would find her in some other portion of Oloa's quarters. Just where these lay he could only conjecture, but it seemed reasonable to believe that they must be adjacent to the garden. So once more he scaled the wall and, passing around its end, directed his steps toward an entranceway which he judged must lead to that portion of the palace nearest the Forbidden Garden. To his surprise he found the place unguarded, and then there fell upon his ear from an interior apartment the sound of voices raised in anger and excitement. Guided by the sound, he quickly traversed several corridors and chambers until he stood before the hangings which separated him from the chamber from which issued the sounds of altercation. Raising the skins slightly, he looked within. There were two women battling with a Hodon warrior. One was the daughter of Khotan, and the other Panat Li, the Kor-ul-Jar. At the moment that Tarzan lifted the hangings, the warrior threw Oloa viciously to the ground, and seizing Panat Li by the hair, drew his knife and raised it above her head. Casting the encumbering headdress of the dead priest from his shoulders, the ape-man leapt across the intervening space, and seizing the brute from behind, struck him a single terrible blow. As the man fell forward dead, the two women recognized Tarzan simultaneously. Panat Li fell upon her knees and would have bowed her head upon his feet had he not, with an impatient gesture, commanded her to rise. He had no time to listen to their protestations of gratitude or answer the numerous questions which he knew would soon be flowing from those two feminine tongues. "Tell me," he cried, "where is the woman of my own race whom Jardon brought here from the temple?" "She is but this moment gone," cried Oloa. "Mosar, the father of this thing here," and she indicated the body of Bulot with a scornful finger, seized her and carried her away. "Which way?" he cried. "Tell me quickly in what direction he took her." "That way," cried Panat Lee, pointing to the doorway through which Mosar had passed. "They would have taken the princess and the stranger woman to Tu-Lur, Mosar's city by the dark lake." "I go to find her," he said to Panat Lee. "She is my mate, and if I survive I shall find means to liberate you too and return you to At." Before the girl could reply, he had disappeared behind the hangings of the door near the foot of the dais. The corridor through which he ran was illy lighted, and like nearly all its kind in the Hodon city, wound in and out and up and down, but at last it terminated at a sudden turn which brought him into a courtyard filled with warriors, a portion of the palace guard that had just been summoned by one of the lesser palace chiefs to join the warriors of Khotan in the battle that was raging in the banquet hall. At sight of Tarzan, who in his haste had forgotten to recover his disguising headdress, a great shout arose. "Blasphemer! Defiler of the temple!" burst hoarsely from savage throats, and mingling with these were a few who cried, "Dol ul Otho," evidencing the fact that there were among them still some who clung to their belief in his divinity. To cross the courtyard armed only with a knife, in the face of this great throng of savage fighting men, seemed even to the giant ape-man a thing impossible of achievement. He must use his wits now, and quickly too, for they were closing upon him. He might have turned and fled back through the corridor, but flight now, even in the face of dire necessity, would but delay him in his pursuit of Mosar and his mate. "Stop!" he cried, raising his palm against them. "I am the Dol ul Otho, and I come to you with a word from Jardon, who it is my father's will shall be your king now that Khotan is slain. Ludon, the high priest, has planned to seize the palace and destroy the loyal warriors that Mosar may be made king, Mosar, who will be the tool and creature of Ludon. Follow me. There is no time to lose if you would prevent the traitors whom Ludon has organized in the city from entering the palace by a secret way and overpowering Jardon and the faithful band within." For a moment they hesitated. At last one spoke. "What guarantee have we," he demanded, "that it is not you who would betray us, and by leading us now away from the fighting in the banquet hall, cause those who fight at Jardon's side to be defeated?" "My life will be your guarantee," replied Tarzan. "If you find that I have not spoken the truth, you are sufficient in numbers to execute whatever penalty you choose. But come, there is not time to lose. Already are the lesser priests gathering their warriors in the city below." And without waiting for any further parley, he strode directly toward them in the direction of the gate upon the opposite side of the courtyard, which led toward the principal entrance to the palace ground. Slower in wit than he, they were swept away by his greater initiative, and that compelling power which is inherent to all natural leaders. And so they followed him, the giant ape-man with a dead tail dragging the ground behind him, a demigod where another would have been ridiculous. Out into the city he led them, and down toward the unpretentious building that hid Ludon's secret passageway from the city to the temple, and as they rounded the last turn they saw before them a gathering of warriors which was being rapidly augmented from all directions as the traitors of Allure mobilized at the call of the priesthood. "You spoke the truth, stranger," said the chief who marched at Tarzan's side, "for there are the warriors with the priests among them, even as you told us." "And now," replied the ape-man, "that I have fulfilled my promise, I will go my way after Mosar, who has done me a great wrong. Tell Jardon that Jad ben Otho is upon his side, nor do you forget to tell him also that it was the Dol ul Otho who thwarted Ludon's plan to seize the palace." "I will not forget," replied the chief. "Go your way, we are enough to overpower the traitors." "Tell me," asked Tarzan, "how I may know this city of Tu-Lur." "It lies upon the south shore of the second lake below Allur. replied the chief. "The lake that is called Jad-in-Lul." They were now approaching the band of traitors, who evidently thought that this was another contingent of their own party, since they made no effort either toward defense or retreat. Suddenly the chief raised his voice in a savage war cry that was immediately taken up by his followers, and simultaneously, as though the cry were a command, the entire party broke into a mad charge upon the surprised rebels. Satisfied with the outcome of his suddenly conceived plan, and sure that it would work to the disadvantage of Loudon, Tarzan turned into a side street and pointed his steps toward the outskirts of the city, in search of the trail that led southward toward Toulur. Chapter 17 By Jad-bal-Lul. As Mosar carried Jane Clayton from the palace of Khotan the king, the woman struggled incessantly to regain her freedom. He tried to compel her to walk, but despite his threats and his abuse, she would not voluntarily take a single step in the direction in which he wished her to go. Instead, she threw herself to the ground each time he sought to place her upon her feet, and so, of necessity, he was compelled to carry her, though at last he tied her hands and gagged her to save himself from further lacerations, for the beauty and slenderness of the woman belied her strength and courage. When he came at last to where his men had gathered, he was glad indeed to turn her over to a couple of stalwart warriors, but these too were forced to carry her, since Mosar's fear of the vengeance of Khotan's retainers would brook no delays. And thus they came down out of the hills from which Allure is carved, to the meadows that skirt the lower end of Jad-ben-Lul, with Jane Clayton carried between two of Mosar's men. At the edge of the lake lay a fleet of strong canoes, hollowed from the trunks of trees, their bows and sterns carved in the semblance of grotesque beasts or birds, and vividly coloured by some master in that primitive school of art, which fortunately is not without its devotees today. Into the stern of one of these canoes the warriors tossed their captive at a sign from Mosar, who came and stood beside her as the warriors were finding their places in the canoes and selecting their paddles. "Come, beautiful one," he said, "let us be friends, and you shall not be harmed. You will find Mosar a kind master if you do his bidding." And thinking to make a good impression on her, he removed the gag from her mouth and the thongs from her wrists, knowing well that she could not escape, surrounded as she was by his warriors, and presently, when they were out on the lake, she would be as safely imprisoned as though he held her behind bars. And so the fleet moved off to the accompaniment of the gentle splashing of 100 paddles, to follow the windings of the rivers and lakes through which the waters of the valley of Jad-ben-Otho empty into the great morass to the south. The warriors, resting upon one knee, faced the bow, and in the last canoe, Mosar, tiring of his fruitless attempts to win responses from his sullen captive, squatted in the bottom of the canoe with his back toward her, and resting his head upon the gunwale, sought sleep. Thus they moved in silence between the verdure-clad banks of the little river through which the waters of Jad-ben-Lul emptied, now in the moonlight, now in dense shadow where great trees overhung the stream, and at last out upon the waters of another lake, the black shores of which seemed far away under the weird influence of a moonlight night. Jane Clayton sat alert in the stern of the last canoe. For months she had been under constant surveillance, the prisoner first of one ruthless race, and now the prisoner of another. Since the long-gone day that Hauptmann Fritz Schneider and his band of native German troops had treacherously wrought the Kaiser's work of rapine and destruction on the Greystoke bungalow, and carried her away to captivity, she had not drawn a free breath. She had survived unharmed the countless dangers through which she had passed. She attributed solely to the beneficence of a kind and watchful Providence. At first, she had been held on the orders of the German High Command with a view of her ultimate value as a hostage, and during these months she had been subjected to neither hardship nor oppression. But when the Germans had become hard-pressed toward the close of their unsuccessful campaign in East Africa, it had been determined to take her further into the interior, and now there was an element of revenge in their motives, since it must have been apparent that she could no longer be of any possible military value. Bitter indeed were the Germans against that half-savage mate of hers, who had cunningly annoyed and harassed them with a fiendishness of persistence and ingenuity that had resulted in a noticeable loss in morale in the sector he had chosen for his operations. They had to charge against him the lives of certain officers that he had deliberately taken with his own hands, and one entire section of trench that had made possible a disastrous turning movement by the British. Tarzan had out-generaled them at every point. He had met cunning with cunning and cruelty with cruelties until they feared and loathed his very name. The cunning trick that they had played upon him in destroying his home, murdering his retainers, and covering the abduction of his wife in such a way as to lead him to believe that she had been killed, they had regretted 1,000 times, for 1,000-fold had they paid the price for their senseless ruthlessness, and now, unable to wreak their vengeance directly upon him, they had conceived the idea of inflicting further suffering upon his mate. In sending her into the interior to avoid the path of the victorious British, they had chosen as her escort Lieutenant Erich Obergatz, who had been second in command of Schneider's company, and who alone of its officers had escaped the consuming vengeance of the ape-man. For a long time Obergatz had held her in a native village, the chief of which was still under the domination of his fear of the ruthless German oppressors. While here only hardships and discomforts assailed her, Obergatz himself being held in leash by the orders of his distant superior, but as time went on the life of the village grew to be a veritable hell of cruelties and oppressions practiced by the arrogant Prussian upon the villagers and the members of his native command, for time hung heavily upon the hands of the lieutenant, and with idleness combining with the personal discomforts he was compelled to endure, his none too agreeable temper found an outlet first in petty interference with the chiefs and later in the practice of absolute cruelties upon them. What the self-sufficient German could not see was plain to Jane Clayton, that the sympathies of Obergatz's native soldiers lay with the villagers, and that all were so heartily sickened by his abuse that it needed now but the slightest spark to detonate the mine of revenge and hatred that the pig-headed Hun had been assiduously fabricating beneath his own person. And at last it came, but from an unexpected source in the form of a German native deserter from the theatre of war. Footsore, weary, and spent, he dragged himself into the village late one afternoon, and before Obergatz was even aware of his presence, the whole village knew that the power of Germany in Africa was at an end. It did not take long for the lieutenant's native soldiers to realize that the authority that held them in service no longer existed, and that with it had gone the power to pay them their miserable wage. Or at least so they reasoned. To them, Obergatz no longer represented aught else than a powerless and hated foreigner, and short indeed would have been his shrift had not a native woman who had conceived a dog-like affection for Jane Clayton hurried to her with word of the murderous plan, for the fate of the innocent white woman lay in the balance beside that of the guilty Teuton. "Already they are quarreling as to which one shall possess you," she told Jane. "When will they come for us?" asked Jane. "Did you hear them say?" "Tonight," replied the woman, "for even now that he has none to fight for him, they still fear the white man, and so they will come at night and kill him while he sleeps." Jane thanked the woman and sent her away, lest the suspicions of her fellows be aroused against her when they discovered that the two whites had learned of their intentions. The woman went at once to the hut occupied by Obergatz. She had never gone there before, and the German looked up in surprise as he saw who his visitor was. Briefly, she told him what she had heard. At first he was inclined to bluster arrogantly, with a great display of bravado, but she silenced him peremptorily. "Such talk is useless," she said shortly. You have brought upon yourself the just hatred of these people. Regardless of the truth or the falsity of the report which has been brought to them, they believe in it, and there is nothing now between you and your Maker other than flight. We shall both be dead before morning if we are unable to escape from the village unseen. If you go to them now with your silly protestations of authority, you will be dead a little sooner, that is all." "You think it is as bad as that?" he said, a noticeable alteration in his tone and manner. "It is precisely as I have told you," she replied. "They will come tonight and kill you while you sleep. Find me pistols and a rifle and ammunition, and we will pretend that we go into the jungle to hunt. That you have done often. Perhaps it will arouse suspicion that I accompany you, but that we must chance. And be sure, my dear Herr Lieutenant, to bluster and curse and abuse your servants unless they note a change in your manner and, realizing your fear, know that you suspect their intention. If all goes well, then we can go out into the jungle to hunt, and we need not return. But first, and now, you must swear never to harm me, or otherwise it would be better that I called the chief and turned you over to him, and then put a bullet into my own head, for unless you swear as I have asked, I were no better alone in the jungle with you than here at the mercies of these degraded blacks." "I swear," he replied solemnly, "in the names of my God and my Kaiser, that no harm shall befall you at my hands, Lady Greystoke." "Very well," she said. "We will make this pact to assist each other to return to civilization, but let it be understood that there is and never can be any semblance even of respect for you upon my part. I am drowning and you are the straw. Carry that always in your mind, German." If Obergatz had held any doubt as to the sincerity of her word, it would have been wholly dissipated by the scathing contempt of her tone. And so Obergatz, without further parley, got pistols and an extra rifle for Jane, as well as bandoliers of cartridges. In his usual arrogant and disagreeable manner, he called his servants, telling them that he and the white Carly were going out into the brush to hunt. The beaters would go north as far as the little hill and then circle back to the east and in toward the village. The gun carriers he directed to take the extra pieces and proceed himself and Jane slowly toward the east, waiting for them at the ford about half a mile distant. The blacks responded with greater alacrity than usual, and it was noticeable to both Jane and Obergatz that they left the village whispering and laughing. "The swine think it is a great joke," growled Obergatz, "that the afternoon before I die I go out and hunt meat for them." As soon as the gun-bearers disappeared in the jungle beyond the village, the two Europeans followed along the same trail. Nor was there any attempt upon the part of Obergatz's native soldiers or the warriors of the chief to detain them, for they too doubtless were more than willing that the whites should bring them in one more mess of meat before they killed them. A quarter of a mile from the village, Obergatz turned toward the south from the trail that led to the ford, and hurrying onward, the two put as great a distance as possible between them and the village before night fell. They knew from the habits of their erstwhile hosts that there was little danger of pursuit by night, since the villagers held Numa the lion in too great respect to venture needlessly beyond their stockade during the hours that the king of beasts was prone to choose for hunting. And thus began a seemingly endless sequence of frightful days and horror-laden nights as the two fought their way toward the south in the face of almost inconceivable hardships, privations, and dangers. The east coast was nearer, but Obergatz positively refused to chance throwing himself into the hands of the British by returning to the territory which they now controlled, insisting instead upon attempting to make his way through an unknown wilderness to South Africa, where, among the Boers, he was convinced he would find willing sympathizers who would find some way to return him in safety to Germany, and the woman was perforce compelled to accompany him. And so they had crossed the great, thorny, waterless steppe, and come at last to the edge of the morass before Pal Uldon. They had reached this point just before the rainy season, when the waters of the morass were at their lowest ebb. At this time a hard crust is baked upon the dried surface of the marsh, and there is only the open water at the center to materially impede progress. It is a condition that exists perhaps not more than a few weeks or even days at the termination of long periods of drought, and so the two crossed the otherwise almost impassable barrier without realizing its latent terrors. Even the open water in the center chanced to be deserted at the time by its frightful denizens, which the drought and the receding waters had driven southward toward the mouth of Pal Uldon's largest river, which carries the waters out of the valley of Jad Ben Otho. Their wanderings carried them across the mountains and into the valley of Jad Ben Otho at the source of one of the larger streams which bears the mountain waters down into the valley to empty them into the main river just below the great lake on whose northern shore lies Allure. As they had come down out of the mountain, they had been surprised by a party of Hodon hunters. Obergatz had escaped, while Jane had been taken prisoner and brought to Allure. She had neither seen nor heard aught of the Germans since that time, and she did not know whether he had perished in this strange land or succeeded in successfully eluding its savage denizens and making his way at last into South Africa. For her part, she had been incarcerated alternately in the palace and the temple as either Khotan or Loudon succeeded in wresting her temporarily from the other by various strokes of cunning and intrigue. And now, at last, she was in the power of a new captor, one whom she knew from the gossip of the temple and the palace to be cruel and degraded. And she was in the stern of the last canoe, and every enemy back was toward her, while almost at her feet Mosar's loud snores gave ample evidence of his unconsciousness to his immediate surroundings. The dark shore loomed closer to the south as Jane Clayton, Lady Greystoke, slid quietly over the stern of the canoe into the chill waters of the lake. She scarcely moved other than to keep her nostrils above the surface while the canoe was yet discernible in the last rays of the declining moon. Then she struck out toward the southern shore. Alone, unarmed, all but naked, in a country overrun by savage beasts and hostile men, she yet felt for the first time in many months a sensation of elation and relief. She was free. What if the next moment brought death? She knew again at least a brief instant of absolute freedom. Her blood tingled to the almost forgotten sensation, and it was with difficulty that she restrained a glad, triumphant cry as she clambered from the quiet waters and stood upon the silent beach. Before her loomed a forest, darkly, and from its depths came those nameless sounds that are a part of the night life of the jungle. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the rubbing together of contiguous branches, the scurrying of a rodent, all magnified by the darkness to sinister and awe-inspiring proportions. The hoot of an owl, the distant scream of a great cat, the barking of wild dogs, attested the presence of the myriad life she could not see, the savage life, the free life of which she was now a part. And then there came to her, possibly for the first time since the giant ape-man had come into her life, a fuller realization of what the jungle meant to him, for though alone and unprotected from its hideous dangers, she yet felt its lure upon her, and an exultation that she had not dared hope to feel again. Ah, if that mighty mate of hers were but by her side! What utter joy and bliss would be hers! She longed for no more than this. The parade of cities, the comforts and luxuries of civilization held forth no allure half as insistent as the glorious freedom of the jungle. A lion moaned in the blackness to her right, eliciting delicious thrills that crept along her spine. The hair at the back of her head seemed to stand erect, yet she was unafraid. The muscles bequeathed her by some primordial ancestor reacted instinctively to the presence of an ancient enemy. That was all. The woman moved slowly and deliberately toward the wood. Again the lion moaned, this time nearer. She sought a low-hanging branch, and finding it, swung easily into the friendly shelter of the tree. The long and perilous journey with Obergatz had trained her muscles and her nerves to such unaccustomed habits. She found a safe resting place, such as Tarzan had taught her was best, and there she curled herself, 30 feet above the ground, for a night's rest. She was cold and uncomfortable, and yet she slept, for her heart was warm with renewed hope, and her tired brain had found temporary surcease from worry. She slept until the heat of the sun high in the heavens awakened her. She was rested, and now her body as well as her heart was warm. A sensation of ease and comfort and happiness pervaded her being. She rose upon her gently swaying couch and stretched luxuriously, her naked limbs and lithe body mottled by the sunlight filtering through the foliage above, combined with the lazy gesture to impart to her appearance something of the leopard. With careful eye she scrutinized the ground below, and with attentive ear she listened for any warning sound that might suggest the near presence of enemies, either man or beast. Satisfied at last that there was nothing close of which she need have fear, she clambered to the ground. She wished to bathe, but the lake was too exposed and just a bit too far from the safety of the trees for her to risk it until she became more familiar with her surroundings. She wandered aimlessly through the forest, searching for food which she found in abundance. She ate and rested, for she had no objective as yet. Her freedom was too new to be spoiled by plannings for the future. The haunts of civilized man seemed to her now as vague and unattainable as the half-forgotten substance of a dream. If she could but live on here in peace, waiting for him. It was the old hope revived. She knew that he would come some day if he lived. She had always known that, though recently she had believed that he would come too late. If he lived, yes, he would come if he lived, and if he did not live, she were as well off here as elsewhere, for then nothing mattered, only to wait for the end as patiently as might be. Her wanderings brought her to a crystal brook, and there she drank and bathed beneath an overhanging tree that offered her quick asylum in the event of danger. It was a quiet and beautiful spot, and she loved it from the first. The bottom of the brook was paved with pretty stones and bits of glassy obsidian. As she gathered a handful of the pebbles and held them up to look at them, she noticed that one of her fingers was bleeding from a clean, straight cut. She fell to searching for the cause, and presently discovered it in one of the fragments of volcanic glass, which revealed an edge that was almost razor-like. Jane Clayton was elated. Here, God-given to her hands, was the first beginning with which she might eventually arrive at both weapons and tools, a cutting edge. Everything was possible to him who possessed it, nothing without. She sought until she had collected many of the precious bits of stone, until the pouch that hung at her right side was almost filled. Then she climbed into the great tree to examine them at leisure. There were some that looked like knife blades, and some that could easily be fashioned into spearheads, and many smaller ones that nature seemed to have intended for the tips of savage arrows. The spear she would essay first. That would be easiest. There was a hollow in the bole of the tree in a great crotch high above the ground. Here she cached all of her treasure except a single knife-like sliver. With this she descended to the ground, and searching out a slender sapling that grew arrow-straight, she hacked and sawed until she could break it off without splitting the wood. It was just the right diameter for the shaft of a spear, a hunting spear such as her beloved Waziri had liked best. How often had she watched them fashioning them, and they had taught her how to use them too, them and the heavy war spears, laughing and clapping their hands as her proficiency increased. She knew that the arborescent grasses that yielded the longest and toughest fibers, and these she sought and carried to her tree with the spear shaft that was to be. Clambering to her crotch, she bent to her work, humming softly a little tune. She caught herself and smiled. It was the first time in all these bitter months that song had passed her lips or such a smile. "I feel," she sighed, "I almost feel that John is near. My John, my Tarzan." She cut the spear shaft to the proper length and removed the twigs and branches in the bark, whittling and scraping at the nubs until the surface was all smooth and straight. And then she split one end and inserted a spear point, shaping the wood until it fitted perfectly. This done, she laid the shaft aside and fell to splitting the thick grass stems and pounding and twisting them until she had separated and partially cleaned the fibres. These she took down to the brook and washed and brought back again and wound tightly around the cleft end of the shaft, which she had notched to receive them, and the upper part of the spearhead, which she had also notched slightly with a bit of stone. It was a crude spear, but the best that she could attain in so short a time. Later she promised herself she should have others, many of them, and they would be spears of which even the greatest of the Waziri spearmen might be proud. Chapter 18. The Lion Pit of Tulur. Though Tarzan searched the outskirts of the city until nearly dawn, he discovered nowhere the spoor of his mate. The breeze coming down from the mountains brought to his nostrils a diversity of scents, but there was not among them the slightest suggestion of her whom he sought. The natural deduction was therefore that she had been taken in some other direction. In his search he had many times crossed the fresh tracks of many men leading toward the lake, and these he concluded had probably been made by Jane Clayton's abductors. It had only been to minimize the chance of error by the process of elimination that he had carefully reconnoitered every other avenue leading from Allure toward the southeast, where lay Mosar's city of Tulur, and now he followed the trail to the shores of Jad Ben Lul, where the party had embarked upon the quiet waters in their sturdy canoes. He found many other craft of the same description moored along the shore, and one of these he commandeered for the purpose of pursuit. It was daylight when he passed through the lake which lies next below Jad Ben Lul, and paddling strongly passed within sight of the very tree in which his lost mate lay sleeping. Had the gentle wind that caressed the bosom of the lake been blowing from a southerly direction, the giant ape-man and Jane Clayton would have been reunited then. But an unkind fate had willed otherwise, and the opportunity passed with the passing of his canoe, which presently his powerful strokes carried out of sight into the stream at the lower end of the lake. Following the winding river, which bore a considerable distance to the north before doubling back to empty into the Jad in Lul, the ape-man missed a portage that would have saved him hours of paddling. It was at the upper end of this portage, where Mosar and his warriors had debarked, that the chief discovered the absence of his captive. As Mosar had been asleep since shortly after their departure from Allure, and as none of the warriors recalled when she had last been seen, it was impossible to conjecture with any degree of accuracy the place where she had escaped. The consensus of opinion was, however, that it had been in the narrow river connecting Jad Ben Lul with the lake next below it, which is called Jad Bal Lul, which freely translated means the Lake of Gold. Mosar had been very wroth, and having himself been the only one at fault, he naturally sought with great diligence to fix the blame upon another. He would have returned in search of her had he not feared to meet a pursuing company dispatched either by Jadon or the high priest, both of whom he knew had just grievances against him. He would not even spare a boatload of his warriors from his own protection to return in quest of the fugitive, but hastened onward with as little delay as possible across the portage and out upon the waters of Jad in Lul. The morning sun was just touching the white domes of Tulur when Mosar's paddlers brought their canoes against the shore at the city's edge. Safe once more behind his own walls and protected by many warriors, the courage of the chief returned sufficiently at least to permit him to dispatch 3 canoes in search of Jane Clayton, and also to go as far as Allure if possible to learn what had delayed Bulot, whose failure to reach the canoes with the balance of the party at the time of the flight from the northern city had in no way delayed Mosar's departure, his own safety being of far greater moment than that of his son. As the 3 canoes reached the portage on their return journey, the warriors who were dragging them from the water were suddenly startled by the appearance of 2 priests, carrying a light canoe in the direction of Jad-in-Lul. At first they thought them the advance guard of a larger force of Ludon's followers, although the correctness of such a theory was belied by their knowledge that priests never accepted the risks or perils of a warrior's vocation, nor even fought until driven into a corner and forced to do so. Secretly, the warriors of Pal Uldon held the emasculated priesthood in contempt, and so, instead of immediately taking up the offensive, as they would have had the 2 been men warriors from Allure instead of priests, they waited to question them. At sight of the warriors, the priests made the sign of peace, and upon being asked if they were alone, they answered in the affirmative. The leader of Mosar's warriors permitted them to approach. "What do you here," he asked, "in the country of Mosar, so far from your own city?" "We carry a message from Ludon, the high priest, to Mosar," explained one. "Is it a message of peace or of war?" asked the warrior. "It is an offer of peace," replied the priest. "And Ludon is sending no warriors behind you?" queried the fighting man. "We are alone," the priest assured him. "None in Allure save Ludon knows that we have come upon this errand." "Then go your way," said the warrior. "Who is that?" asked one of the priests suddenly, pointing toward the upper end of the lake at the point where the river from Jadbal-Lul entered it. All eyes turned in the direction that he had indicated to see a lone warrior paddling rapidly into Jad-in-Lul, the prow of his canoe pointing toward Tulur. The warriors and the priests drew into the concealment of the bushes on either side of the portage. "It is the terrible man who called himself the Dol-ul-Otho," whispered one of the priests. "I would know that figure among a great multitude as far as I could see it." "You are right, priest," cried one of the warriors who had seen Tarzan the day that he had first entered Khotan's palace. "It is indeed he who had been rightly called Tarzan Jad-Guru." "Hasten, priests," cried the leader of the party. "You are 2 paddles in a light canoe. Easily can you reach Tulur ahead of him and warn Mosar of his coming, for he has but only entered the lake." For a moment the priests demurred, for they had no stomach for an encounter with this terrible man, but the warrior insisted, and even went so far as to threaten them. Their canoe was taken from them and pushed into the lake, and they were all but lifted bodily from their feet and put aboard it. Still protesting, they were shoved out upon the water, where they were immediately in full view of the lone paddler above them. Now there was no alternative. The city of Tulur offered the only safety, and bending to their paddles, the 2 priests sent their craft swiftly in the direction of the city. The warriors withdrew again to the concealment of the foliage. If Tarzan had seen them and should come hither to investigate, there were 30 of them against 1, and naturally they had no fear of the outcome. But they did not consider it necessary to go out upon the lake to meet him, since they had been sent to look for the escaped prisoner and not to intercept the strange warrior, the stories of whose ferocity and prowess doubtless helped them to arrive at their decision to provoke no uncalled-for quarrel with him. If he had seen them, he gave no sign, but continued paddling steadily and strongly toward the city, nor did he increase his speed as the 2 priests shot out in full view. The moment the priest's canoe touched the shore by the city, its occupants leapt out and hurried swiftly toward the palace gates, casting affrighted glances behind them. They sought immediate audience with Mosar, after warning the warriors on guard that Tarzan was approaching. They were conducted at once to the chief, whose court was a smaller replica of that of the king of Allure. "We come from Ludon, the high priest," explained the spokesman. "He wishes the friendship of Mosar, who has always been his friend. Jardon is gathering warriors to make himself king." Throughout the villages of the Hodon are thousands who will obey the commands of Ludon, the high priest. Only with Ludon's assistance can Mosar become king, and the message from Ludon is that if Mosar would retain the friendship of Ludon, he must return immediately the woman he took from the quarters of the princess Oloa. At this juncture a warrior entered. His excitement was evident. "The Dor-ul-Otho has come to Tulur and demands to see Mosar at once," he said. "The Dor-ul-Otho?" exclaimed Mosar. "That is the message he sent," replied the warrior, "and indeed he is not, as are the people of Pal-Uldon. He is, we think, the same of whom the warriors that returned from Allur today told us, and whom some call Tarzan Jad-Guru and some Dor-ul-Otho. But indeed only the Son of God would dare come thus alone to a strange city, so it must be that he speaks the truth." Mosar, his heart filled with terror and indecision, turned questioningly toward the priests. "Receive him graciously, Mosar," counseled he who had spoken before, his advice prompted by the petty shrewdness of his defective brain which, under the added influence of Ludon's tutorage, leaned always toward duplicity. "Receive him graciously, and when he is quite convinced of your friendship, he will be off his guard, and then you may do with him as you will. But if possible, Mosar, and you would win the undying gratitude of Ludon, the high priest, save him alive for my master." Mosar nodded understandingly, and turning to the warrior, commanded that he conduct the visitor to him. "We must not be seen by the creature," said one of the priests. "Give us your answer to Ludon, Mosar, and we will go our way." "Tell Ludon," replied the chief, "that the woman would have been lost to him entirely had it not been for me. I sought to bring her to Tulur, that I might save her for him from the clutches of Jardon, but during the night she escaped. Tell Ludon that I have sent 30 warriors to search for her. It is strange you did not see them as you came." "We did," replied the priests, "but they told us nothing of the purpose of their journey." "It is as I have told you," said Mosar, "and if they find her, assure your master that she will be kept unharmed in Tulur for him. Also tell him that I will send my warriors to join with his against Jardon whenever he sends word that he wants them. Now go, for Tarzan Jad-Guru will soon be here." He signaled to a slave. "Lead the priests to the temple," he commanded, "and ask the high priest of Tulur to see that they are fed and permitted to return to Allur when they will." The 2 priests were conducted from the apartment by the slave through a doorway other than that at which they had entered, and a moment later Tarzan Jad-Guru strode into the presence of Mosar, ahead of the warrior whose duty it had been to conduct and announce him. The ape-man made no sign of greeting or of peace, but strode directly toward the chief, who, only by the exertion of his utmost powers of will, hid the terror that was in his heart at sight of the giant figure and the scowling face. "I am the Dor-ul-Otho," said the ape-man in level tones that carried to the mind of Mosar a suggestion of cold steel. "I am Dor-ul-Otho, and I come to Tulur for the woman you stole from the apartments of Oloa, the princess." The very boldness of Tarzan's entry into this hostile city had had the effect of giving him a great moral advantage over Mosar and the savage warriors who stood upon either side of the chief. Truly it seemed to them that no other than the son of Jad-Ben-Otho would dare so heroic an act. Would any mortal warrior act thus boldly, and alone enter the presence of a powerful chief, and, in the midst of a score of warriors, arrogantly demand an accounting? No, it was beyond reason. Mosar was faltering in his decision to betray the stranger by seeming friendliness. He even paled to a sudden thought. Jad-Ben-Otho knew everything, even our inmost thoughts. Was it not therefore possible that this creature, if after all it should prove true that he was the Dor-ul-Otho, might even now be reading the wicked design that the priests had implanted in the brain of Mosar, and which he had entertained so favourably? The chief squirmed and fidgeted upon the bench of hewn rock that was his throne. "Quick!" snapped the ape-man. "Where is she?" "She is not here," cried Mosar. "You lie," replied Tarzan. "As Jad Ben Otho is my witness, she is not in Tulor," insisted the chief. "You may search the palace and the temple and the entire city, but you will not find her, for she is not here." "Where is she, then?" demanded the ape-man. "You took her from the palace at Allure. If she is not here, where is she? Tell me not that harm has befallen her." And he took a sudden threatening step toward Mosar that sent the chief shrinking back in terror. "Wait," he cried. "If you are indeed the Dor-ul-Otho, you will know that I speak the truth. I took her from the palace of Khotan to save her for Ludon, the high priest, lest, with Khotan dead, Jardon seize her. But during the night she escaped from me between here and Allure, and I have but just sent 3 canoes full manned in search of her." Something in the chief's tone and manner assured the ape-man that he spoke in part the truth, and that once again he had braved incalculable dangers and suffered loss of time futilely. "What wanted the priests of Ludon that preceded me here?" demanded Tarzan, chancing a shrewd guess that the 2 he had seen paddling so frantically to avoid a meeting with him had indeed come from the high priest at Allure. "They came upon an errand similar to yours," replied Mosar, "to demand the return of the woman whom Ludon thought I had stolen from him, thus wronging me as deeply, O Dor-ul-Otho, as have you." "I would question the priests," said Tarzan. "Bring them hither." His peremptory and arrogant manner left Mosar in no doubt as to whether to be more incensed or terrified, but ever as is the way with such as he concluded that the first consideration was his own safety. If he could transfer the attention and the wrath of this terrible man from himself to Ludon's priests, it would more than satisfy him, and if they should conspire to harm him, then Mosar would be safe in the eyes of Jad Ben Otho, if it finally developed that the stranger was in reality the son of God. He felt uncomfortable in Tarzan's presence, and this fact rather accentuated his doubt, for thus indeed would mortal feel in the presence of a god. Now he sought a way to escape, at least temporarily. "I will fetch them myself, Dor-ul-Otho," he said, and turning left the apartment. His hurried steps brought him quickly to the temple, for the palace grounds of Tulor, which also included the temple as in all of the Hodon cities, covered a much smaller area than those of the larger city of Allure. He found Ludon's messengers with the high priest of his own temple, and quickly transmitted to them the commands of the ape-man. "What do you intend to do with him?" asked one of the priests. "I have no quarrel with him," replied Mosar. "He came in peace, and he may depart in peace, for who knows that he is indeed the Dor-ul-Otho?" "We know that he is not," replied Ludon's emissary. "We have every proof that he is only mortal, a strange creature from another country. Already has Ludon offered his life to Jad Ben Otho if he is wrong in his belief that this creature is not the son of God. If the high priest of Allure, who is the high priest of all the high priests of Pal Uldon, is thus so sure that the creature is an impostor as to stake his life upon his judgment, then who are we to give credence to the claims of this stranger? No, Mosar, you need not fear him. He is only a warrior who may be overcome with the same weapons that subdue your own fighting men. Were it not for Ludon's command that he be taken alive, I would urge you to set your warriors upon him and slay him. But the commands of Ludon are the commands of Jad Ben Otho himself, and those we may not disobey." But still, the remnant of a doubt stirred within the cowardly breast of Mosar, urging him to let another take the initiative against the stranger. "He is yours, then," he replied, "to do with as you will. I have no quarrel with him. What you may command shall be the command of Ludon the high priest, and further than that I shall have nothing to do in the matter." The priests turned to him who guided the destinies of the temple at Tulur. "Have you no plan?" they asked. "High indeed will he stand in the councils of Ludon and in the eyes of Jad Ben Otho, who finds the means to capture this impostor alive." "There is the lion pit," whispered the high priest. "It is now vacant, and what will hold Jar and Jarto will hold this stranger if he is not the Dor ul Otho." "It will hold him," said Mosar. "Doubtless, too, it would hold a griff, but first you would have to get the griff into it." The priests pondered this bit of wisdom thoughtfully, and then one of those from Allure spoke. "It should not be difficult," he said, "if we use the wits that Jad ben Otho gave us instead of the worldly muscles which were handed down to us from our fathers and our mothers, and which have not even the power possessed by those of the beasts that run about on 4 feet." "Loudon matched his wits with the stranger and lost," suggested Mosar, "but this is your own affair. Carry it out as you see best." At Allure, Khotan made much of this Dor ul Otho, and the priest conducted him through the temple. It would arouse in his mind no suspicion were you to do the same, and let the high priest of Tulor invite him to the temple, and gathering all the priests, make a great show of belief in his kinship to Jad ben Otho. And what more natural, then, that the high priest should wish to show him through the temple, as did Loudon at Allure when Khotan commanded it, and if by chance he should be led through the lion pit, it would be a simple matter for those who bear the torches to extinguish them suddenly, and before the stranger was aware of what had happened, the stone gates could be dropped, thus safely securing him. "But there are windows in the pit that let in light," interposed the high priest, "and even though the torches were extinguished, he could still see and might escape before the stone door could be lowered." "Send one who will cover the windows tightly with hides," said the priest from Allure. "The plan is a good one," said Mosar, seeing an opportunity for entirely eliminating himself from any suspicion of complicity, "for it requires the presence of no warriors, and thus, with only priests about him, his mind will entertain no suspicion of harm." They were interrupted at this point by a messenger from the palace who brought word that the Dor ul Otho was becoming impatient, and if the priests from Allure were not brought to him at once, he would come himself to the temple and get them. Mosar shook his head. He could not conceive of such brazen courage in mortal breast, and glad he was that the plan evolved for Tarzan's undoing did not necessitate his active participation. And so, while Mosar left for a secret corner of the palace by a roundabout way, 3 priests were dispatched to Tarzan, and with whining words that did not entirely deceive him, they acknowledged his kinship to Jad ben Otho, and begged him in the name of the high priest to honor the temple with a visit, when the priests from Allure would be brought to him and would answer any questions that he put to them. Confident that a continuation of his bravado would best serve his purpose, and also that if suspicion against him should crystallize into conviction on the part of Mosar and his followers, that he would be no worse off in the temple than in the palace, the ape-man haughtily accepted the invitation of the high priest. And so he came into the temple, and was received in a manner befitting his high claims. He questioned the 2 priests of Allure, from whom he obtained only a repetition of the story that Mosar had told him, and then the high priest invited him to inspect the temple. They took him first to the altar court, of which there was only one in Tulor. It was almost identical in every respect with those at Allure. There was a bloody altar at the east end, and the drowning basin at the west, and the grisly fringes upon the headdresses of the priests attested the fact that the eastern altar was an active force in the rites of the temple. Through the chambers and corridors beneath they led him, and finally, with torch-bearers to light their steps, into a damp and gloomy labyrinth at a low level, and here in a large chamber, the air of which was still heavy with the odor of lions, the crafty priests of Tulor encompassed their shrewd design. The torches were suddenly extinguished. There was a hurried confusion of bare feet moving rapidly across the stone floor. There was a loud crash as of a heavy weight of stone falling upon stone, and then, surrounding the ape-man, naught but the darkness and the silence of the tomb. Chapter 19. Diana of the Jungle. Jane had made her first kill, and she was very proud of it. It was not a very formidable animal, only a hare, but it marked an epoch in her existence. Just as in the dim past the first hunter had shaped the destinies of mankind, so it seemed that this event might shape hers in some new mold. No longer was she dependent upon the wild fruits and vegetables for sustenance. Now she might command meat, the giver of the strength and endurance she would require successfully to cope with the necessities of her primitive existence. The next step was fire. She might learn to eat raw flesh, as had her lord and master, but she shrank from that. The thought even was repulsive. She had, however, a plan for fire. She had given the matter thought, but had been too busy to put it into execution so long as fire could be of no immediate use to her. Now it was different. She had something to cook, and her mouth watered for the flesh of her kill. She would grill it above glowing embers. Jane hastened to her tree. Among the treasures she had gathered in the bed of the stream were several pieces of volcanic glass, clear as crystal. She sought until she had found the one in mind, which was convex. Then she hurried to the ground and gathered a little pile of powdered bark that was very dry, and some dead leaves and grasses that had lain long in the hot sun. Near at hand she arranged a supply of dead twigs and branches, small and large. Vibrant with suppressed excitement, she held the bit of glass above the tinder, moving it slowly until she had focused the sun's rays upon a tiny spot. She waited breathlessly. How slow it was! Were her high hopes to be dashed in spite of all her clever planning? No. A thin thread of smoke rose gracefully into the quiet air. Presently the tinder glowed and broke suddenly into flame. Jane clasped her hands beneath her chin with a little gurgling exclamation of delight. She had achieved fire. She piled on twigs and then larger branches, and at last dragged a small log to the flames and pushed an end of it into the fire, which was crackling merrily. It was the sweetest sound that she had heard for many a month. But she could not wait for the mass of embers that would be required to cook her hare. As quickly as might be, she skinned and cleaned her kill, burying the hide and entrails. That she had learned from Tarzan. It served two purposes. One was the necessity for keeping a sanitary camp, and the other the obliteration of the scent that most quickly attracts the man-eaters. Then she ran a stick through the carcass and held it above the flames. By turning it often, she prevented burning and at the same time permitted the meat to cook thoroughly all the way through. When it was done, she scampered high into the safety of her tree to enjoy her meal in quiet and peace. Never, thought Lady Greystoke, had aught more delicious passed her lips. She patted her spear affectionately. It had brought her this toothsome dainty, and with it a feeling of greater confidence and safety than she had enjoyed since that frightful day that she and Audiobooks had spent their last cartridge. She would never forget that day. It had seemed one hideous succession of frightful beast after frightful beast. They had not been long in this strange country, yet they thought that they were hardened to dangers, for daily they had had encounters with ferocious creatures. But this day, she shuddered when she thought of it. And with her last cartridge, she had killed a black and yellow striped lion thing with great saber teeth, just as it was about to spring upon Audiobooks, who had futilely emptied his rifle into it. The last shot, his final cartridge. For another day they had carried the now useless rifles, but at last they had discarded them and thrown away the cumbersome bandoliers as well. How they had managed to survive during the ensuing week she could never quite understand, and then the Hodon had come upon them and captured her. Obergatz had escaped. She was living it all over again. Doubtless he was dead unless he had been able to reach this side of the valley, which was quite evidently less overrun with savage beasts. Jane's days were very full ones now, and the daylight hours seemed all too short in which to accomplish the many things she had determined upon, since she had concluded that this spot presented as ideal a place as she could find to live until she could fashion the weapons she considered necessary for the obtaining of meat and for self-defense. She felt that she must have, in addition to a good spear, a knife, and bow and arrows. Possibly when these had been achieved, she might seriously consider an attempt to fight her way to one of civilization's nearest outposts. In the meantime, it was necessary to construct some sort of protective shelter in which she might feel a greater sense of security by night, for she knew that there was a possibility that any night she might receive a visit from a prowling panther, although she had as yet seen none upon this side of the valley. Aside from this danger, she felt comparatively safe in her aerial retreat. The cutting of the long poles for her home occupied all of the daylight hours that were not engaged in the search for food. These poles she carried high into a tree, and with them constructed a flooring across two stout branches binding the poles together, and also to the branches with fibers from the tough arboreaceous grasses that grew in profusion near the stream. Similarly, she built walls and a roof, the latter thatched with many layers of great leaves. The fashioning of the barred windows and the door were matters of great importance and consuming interest. The windows, there were two of them, were large and the bars permanently fixed, but the door was small, the opening just large enough to permit her to pass through easily on hands and knees, which made it easier to barricade. She lost count of the days that the house cost her, but time was a cheap commodity. She had more of it than of anything else. It meant so little to her that she had not even any desire to keep account of it. How long since she and Obergatz had fled from the wrath of the Negro villagers she did not know, and she could only roughly guess at the seasons. She worked hard for two reasons. One was to hasten the completion of her little place of refuge, and the other a desire for such physical exhaustion at night that she would sleep through those dreaded hours to a new day. As a matter of fact, the house was finished in less than a week. That is, it was made as safe as it ever would be, though regardless of how long she might occupy it, she would keep on adding touches and refinements here and there. Her daily life was filled with her house-building and her hunting, to which was added an occasional spice of excitement contributed by roving lions. To the woodcraft that she had learned from Tarzan, that master of the art, was added a considerable store of practical experience derived from her own past, adventures in the jungle and the long months with Obergatz, nor was any day now lacking in some added store of useful knowledge. To these facts was attributable her apparent immunity from harm, since they told her when Jar was approaching before he crept close enough for a successful charge, and 2, they kept her close to those never-failing havens of retreat, the trees. The nights, filled with their weird noises, were lonely and depressing. Only her ability to sleep quickly and soundly made them endurable. The first night that she spent in her completed house behind barred windows and barricaded door was one of almost undiluted peace and happiness. The night noises seemed far removed and impersonal, and the soughing of the wind in the trees was gently soothing. Before, it had carried a mournful note and was sinister in that it might hide the approach of some real danger. That night she slept indeed. She went further afield now in search of food. So far nothing but rodents had fallen to her spear. Her ambition was an antelope, since beside the flesh it would give her, and the gut for her bow, the hide would prove invaluable during the colder weather that she knew would accompany the rainy season. She had caught glimpses of these wary animals and was sure that they always crossed the stream at a certain spot above her camp. It was to this place that she went to hunt them. With the stealth and cunning of a panther, she crept through the forest, circling about to get upwind from the ford, pausing often to look and listen for aught that might menace her, herself the personification of a hunted deer. Now she moved silently down upon the chosen spot. What luck! A beautiful buck stood drinking in the stream. The woman wormed her way closer. Now she lay upon her belly behind a small bush within throwing distance of the quarry. She must rise to her full height and throw her spear almost in the same instant, and she must throw it with great force and perfect accuracy. She thrilled with the excitement of the minute, yet cool and steady were her swift muscles as she rose and cast her missile. Scarce by the width of a finger did the point strike from the spot at which it had been directed. The buck leapt high, landed upon the bank of the stream, and fell dead. Jane Clayton sprang quickly forward toward her kill. "Bravo!" A man's voice spoke in English from the shrubbery upon the opposite side of the stream. Jane Clayton halted in her tracks, stunned almost by surprise, and then a strange, unkempt figure of a man stepped into view. At first she did not recognize him, but when she did, instinctively she stepped back. "Lieutenant Obergatz," she cried, "can it be you?" "It can be, it is," replied the German. "I am a strange sight, no doubt, but still it is I, Erich Obergatz. And you have changed too, is it not?" He was looking at her naked limbs and her golden breastplates, the loin-cloth of Jatto hide, the harness and ornaments that constitute the apparel of a Hodon woman, the things that Loudon had dressed her in as his passion for her grew. Not Khotan's daughter even had finer trappings. "But why are you here?" Jane insisted. "I had thought you safely among civilized men by this time, if you still lived." "Gott!" he exclaimed. "I do not know why I continue to live. I have prayed to die, and yet I cling to life. There is no hope. We are doomed to remain in this horrible land until we die. The bog, the frightful bog, I have searched its shores for a place to cross until I have entirely circled the hideous country. Easily enough we entered, but the rains have come since, and now no living man could pass that slough of slimy mud and hungry reptiles. Have I not tried it? And the beasts that roam this accursed land, they hunt me by day and by night." "But you have escaped them?" she asked. "I do not know," he replied gloomily. "I have fled and fled and fled. I have remained hungry and thirsty in tree-tops for days at a time. I have fashioned weapons, clubs and spears, and I have learned to use them. I have slain a lion with my club, so even will a cornered rat fight, and we are no better than rats in this land of stupendous dangers, you and I. But tell me about yourself. If it is surprising that I live, how much more so that you still survive." Briefly she told him, and all the while she was wondering what she might do to rid himself of him. She could not conceive of a prolonged existence with him as her sole companion. Better, 1,000 times better, to be alone. Never had her hatred and contempt for him lessened through the long weeks and months of their constant companionship, and now that he could be of no service in returning her to civilization, she shrank from the thought of seeing him daily. And, too, she feared him. Never had she trusted him, but now there was a strange light in his eye that had not been there when last she saw him. She could not interpret it. All she knew was that it gave her a feeling of apprehension, a nameless dread. "You have lived long, then, in the city of Allure," he said, speaking in the language of Pal Uldon. "You have learned this tongue?" she asked. "How?" "I fell in with a band of half-breeds," he replied, "members of a proscribed race that dwells in the rock-bound gut through which the principal river of the valley empties into the morass. They are called Was-Hodon, and their village is partly made up of cave dwellings and partly of houses carved from the soft rock at the foot of the cliff. They are very ignorant and superstitious, and when they first saw me and realized that I had no tail, and that my hands and feet were not like theirs, they were afraid of me. They thought that I was either god or demon. Being in a position where I could neither escape them nor defend myself, I made a bold front and succeeded in impressing them to such an extent that they conducted me to their city, which they call Bouleur, and there they fed me and treated me with kindness. As I learned their language, I sought to impress them more and more with the idea that I was a god, and I succeeded too, until an old fellow who was something of a priest among them, or medicine man, became jealous of my growing power. That was the beginning of the end, and came near to being the end, in fact. He told them that if I was a god, I would not bleed if a knife was struck into me. If I did bleed, it would prove conclusively that I was not a god. Without my knowledge, he arranged to stage the ordeal before the whole village upon a certain night. It was upon one of those numerous occasions when they eat and drink to Jad ben Otho, their pagan deity. Under the influence of their vile liquor, they would be ripe for any bloodthirsty scheme the medicine man might evolve. One of the women told me about the plan, not with any intent to warn me of danger, but prompted merely by feminine curiosity as to whether or not I would bleed if stuck with a dagger. She could not wait, it seemed, for the orderly procedure of the ordeal. She wanted to know at once, and when I caught her trying to slip a knife into my side and questioned her, she explained the whole thing with the utmost naivety. The warriors already had commenced drinking. It would have been futile to make any sort of appeal either to their intellects or their superstitions. There was but one alternative to death, and that was flight. I told the woman that I was very much outraged and offended at this reflection upon my godhood, and that, as a mark of my disfavor, I should abandon them to their fate. "I shall return to heaven at once," I exclaimed. She wanted to hang around and see me go, but I told her that her eyes would be blasted by the fire surrounding my departure, and that she must leave at once and not return to the spot for at least an hour. I also impressed upon her the fact that should any other approach this part of the village within that time, not only they, but she as well, would burst into flames and be consumed. She was very much impressed and lost no time in leaving, calling back as she departed that if I were indeed gone in an hour, she and all the village would know that I was no less than Jad ben Otto himself, and so they must think me, for I can assure you that I was gone in much less than an hour. Nor have I ventured close to the neighborhood of the city of Bouleur since. And he fell to laughing in harsh, cackling notes that sent a shiver through the woman's frame. As Obergat talked, Jane had recovered her spear from the carcass of the antelope and commenced busying herself with the removal of the hide. The man made no attempt to assist her, but stood by talking and watching her, the while he continually ran his filthy fingers through his matted hair and beard. His face and body were caked with dirt, and he was naked except for a torn, greasy hide about his loins. His weapons consisted of a club and knife of Wasdon pattern that he had stolen from the city of Bouleur, but what more greatly concerned the woman than his filth or his armament were his cackling laughter and the strange expression in his eyes. She went on with her work, however, removing those parts of the buck she wanted, taking only as much meat as she might consume before it spoiled, as she was not sufficiently a true jungle creature to relish it beyond that stage, and then she straightened up and faced the man. "Lieutenant Obergatz," she said, "by a chance of accident we have met again. Certainly you would not have sought the meeting any more than I. We have nothing in common other than those sentiments which may have been engendered by my natural dislike and suspicion of you, one of the authors of all the misery and sorrow that I have endured for endless months. This little corner of the world is mine by right of discovery and occupation. Go away and leave me to enjoy here what peace I may. It is the least that you can do to amend the wrong that you have done me and mine." The man stared at her through his fishy eyes for a moment in silence. Then there broke from his lips a peal of mirthless, uncanny laughter. "Go away? Leave you alone?" he cried. "I have found you. We are going to be good friends. There is no one else in the world but us. No one will ever know what we do or what becomes of us, and now you ask me to go away and live alone in this hellish solitude?" Again he laughed, though neither the muscles of his eyes or his mouth reflected any mirth. It was just a hollow sound that imitated laughter. "Remember your promise," she said. "Promise? Promise? What are promises? They are made to be broken. We taught the world that at Liège and Louvain. No, no, I will not go away. I shall stay and protect you." "I do not need your protection," she insisted. "You have already seen that I can use a spear." "Yes," he said, "but it would not be right to leave you here alone. You are but a woman. No, no, I am an officer of the Kaiser, and I cannot abandon you." Once more he laughed. "We could be very happy here together," he added. The woman could not repress a shudder, nor, in fact, did she attempt to hide her aversion. "You do not like me?" he asked. "Ah, well, it is too sad, but some day you will love me." And again the hideous laughter. The woman had wrapped the pieces of the buck in the hide, and this she now raised and threw across her shoulder. In her other hand she held her spear and faced the German. "Go," she commanded. "We have wasted enough words. This is my country, and I shall defend it. If I see you about again, I shall kill you. Do you understand?" An expression of rage contorted Obergatz's features. He raised his club and started toward her. "Stop," she commanded, throwing her spear hand backward for a cast. "You saw me kill this buck, and you have said truthfully that no one will ever know what we do here. Put these two facts together, German, and draw your own conclusions before you take another step in my direction." The man halted, and his club hand dropped to his side. "Come," he begged in what he intended as a conciliatory tone. "Let us be friends, Lady Greystoke. We can be of great assistance to each other, and I promise not to harm you." "Remember Liège and Louvain," she reminded him with a sneer. "I am going now. Be sure that you do not follow me. As far as you can walk in a day from this spot in any direction, you may consider the limits of my domain. If ever again I see you within these limits, I shall kill you." There could be no question that she meant what she said, and the man seemed convinced, for he but stood sullenly eyeing her as she backed from sight beyond a turn in the game trail that crossed the ford where they had met, and disappeared in the forest. Chapter 20. Silently in the Night. In Allure, the fortunes of the city had been tossed from hand to hand. The party of Khotan's loyal warriors that Tarzan had led to the rendezvous at the entrance to the secret passage below the palace gates had met with disaster. Their first rush had been met with soft words from the priests. They had been exhorted to defend the faith of their fathers from blasphemers. Jardon was painted to them as a defiler of temples, and the wrath of Jad ben Otho was prophesied for those who embraced his cause. The priests insisted that Loudon's only wish was to prevent the seizure of the throne by Jardon until a new king could be chosen according to the laws of the Hodon. The result was that many of the palace warriors joined their fellows of the city, and when the priests saw that those whom they could influence outnumbered those who remained loyal to the palace, they caused the former to fall upon the latter, with the result that many were killed and only a handful succeeded in reaching the safety of the palace gates, which they quickly barred. The priests led their own forces through the secret passageway into the temple, while some of the loyal ones sought out Jardon and told him all that had happened. The fight in the banquet hall had spread over a considerable portion of the palace grounds, and had at last resulted in the temporary defeat of those who had opposed Jardon. This force, counselled by under-priests sent for the purpose by Loudon, had withdrawn within the temple grounds, so that now that the issue was plainly marked as between Jardon on the one side and Loudon on the other. The former had been told of all that had occurred in the apartments of Oloa, to whose safety he had attended at the first opportunity, and he had also learned of Tarzan's part in leading his men to the gathering of Loudon's warriors. These things had naturally increased the old warrior's former inclinations of friendliness toward the ape-man, and now he regretted that the other had departed from the city. The testimony of Oloa and Panat was such as to strengthen whatever belief in the godliness of the stranger Jardon and others of the warriors had previously entertained, until presently there appeared a strong tendency upon the part of this palace faction to make the Dor-ul-Otho an issue of their original quarrel with Loudon. Whether this occurred as the natural sequence to repeated narrations of the ape-man's exploits, which lost nothing by repetition, in conjunction with Loudon's enmity toward him, or whether it was the shrewd design of some wily old warrior such as Jardon, who realized the value of adding a religious cause to their temporal one, it were difficult to determine, but the fact remained that Jardon's followers developed bitter hatred for the followers of Loudon because of the high priest's antagonism to Tarzan. Unfortunately, however, Tarzan was not there to inspire the followers of Jardon with the holy zeal that might have quickly settled the dispute in the old chieftain's favor. Instead, he was miles away, and because their repeated prayers for his presence were unanswered, the weaker spirits among them commenced to suspect that their cause did not have divine favor. There was also another and a potent cause for defection from the ranks of Jardon. It emanated from the city, where the friends and relatives of the palace warriors, who were largely also the friends and relatives of Loudon's forces, found the means, urged on by the priesthood, to circulate throughout the palace pernicious propaganda aimed at Jardon's cause. The result was that Loudon's power increased, while that of Jardon waned. Then followed a sortie from the temple, which resulted in the defeat of the palace forces, and though they were able to withdraw in decent order, withdraw they did, leaving the palace to Loudon, who was now virtually ruler of Pal-Uldon. Jardon, taking with him the princess, her women, and their slaves, including Panat, as well as the women and children of his faithful followers, retreated not only from the palace but from the city of Allure as well, and fell back upon his own city of Jalur. Here he remained, recruiting his forces from the surrounding villages of the north, which, being far removed from the influence of the priesthood of Allure, were enthusiastic partisans in any cause that the old chieftain espoused, since for years he had been revered as their friend and protector. And while these events were transpiring in the north, Tarzan Jad-Guru lay in the lion pit at Tulur, while messengers passed back and forth between Mosar and Loudon as the two dickered for the throne of Pal-Uldon. Mosar was cunning enough to guess that should an open breach occur between himself and the high priest, he might use his prisoner to his own advantage, for he had heard whisperings among even his own people that suggested that there were those who were more than a trifle inclined to belief in the divinity of the stranger, and that he might indeed be the Dor-ul-Otho. Loudon wanted Tarzan himself. He wanted to sacrifice him upon the eastern altar with his own hands before a multitude of people, since he was not without evidence that his own standing and authority had been lessened by the claims of the bold and heroic figure of the stranger. The method that the high priest of Tulor had employed to trap Tarzan had left the ape-man in possession of his weapons, though there seemed little likelihood of their being of any service to him. He also had his pouch, in which were the various odds and ends which are the natural accumulation of all receptacles from a gold mesh bag to an attic. There were bits of obsidian and choice feathers for arrows, some pieces of flint and a couple of steel, an old knife, a heavy bone needle, and strips of dried gut. Nothing very useful to you or me, perhaps, but nothing useless to the savage life of the ape-man. When Tarzan realized the trick that had been so neatly played upon him, he had awaited expectantly the coming of the lion, for though the scent of jar was old, he was sure that sooner or later they would let one of the beasts in upon him. His first consideration was a thorough exploration of his prison. He had noticed the hide-covered windows, and these he immediately uncovered, letting in the light, and revealing the fact that though the chamber was far below the level of the temple courts, it was yet many feet above the base of the hill from which the temple was hewn. These windows were so closely barred that he could not see over the edge of the thick wall in which they were cut to determine what lay close in below him. At a little distance were the blue waters of Jad-in-Lul, and beyond, the verdure-clad farther shore, and beyond that, the mountains. It was a beautiful picture upon which he looked, a picture of peace and harmony and quiet. Nor anywhere a slightest suggestion of the savage men and beasts that claimed this lovely landscape as their own. What a paradise! And some day civilized man would come and spoil it. Ruthless axes would raze that age-old wood, black, sticky smoke would rise from ugly chimneys against that azure sky. Grimy little boats with wheels behind or upon either side would churn the mud from the bottom of Jad-in-Lul, turning its blue waters to a dirty brown. Hideous piers would project into the lake from squalid buildings of corrugated iron, doubtless, for of such are the pioneer cities of the world. But would civilized man come? Tarzan hoped not. For countless generations, civilization had ramped about the globe. It had dispatched its emissaries to the North Pole and the South. It had circled Pal Uldon once, perhaps many times, but it had never touched her. God grant that it never would. Perhaps he was saving this little spot to be always just as he had made it, for the scratching of the Hodon and the Wasdon upon his rocks had not altered the fair face of nature. Through the windows came sufficient light to reveal the whole interior to Tarzan. The room was fairly large, and there was a door at each end, a large door for men and a smaller one for lions. Both were closed with heavy masses of stone that had been lowered in grooves running to the floor. The two windows were small and closely barred with the first iron that Tarzan had seen in Pal Uldon. The bars were let into holes in the casing, and the whole so strongly and neatly contrived that escape seemed impossible. Yet, within a few minutes of his incarceration, Tarzan had commenced to undertake his escape. The old knife in his pouch was brought into requisition, and slowly the ape-man began to scrape and chip away the stone from about the bars of one of the windows. It was slow work, but Tarzan had the patience of absolute health. Each day food and water were brought him and slipped quickly beneath the smaller door, which was raised just sufficiently to allow the stone receptacles to pass in. The prisoner began to believe that he was being preserved for something beside lions. However, that was immaterial. If they would but hold off for a few more days, they might select what fate they would. He would not be there when they arrived to announce it. And then one day came Pansat, Ludon's chief tool, to the city of Tulor. He came ostensibly with a fair message for Mosar from the high priest at Allur. Loudon had decided that Mosar should be king, and he invited Mosar to come at once to Allure, and then Pansat, having delivered the message, asked that he might go to the temple of Tulor and pray, and there he sought the high priest of Tulor, to whom was the true message that Loudon had sent. The two were closeted alone in a little chamber, and Pansat whispered into the ear of the high priest. "Mosar wishes to be king," he said, "and Loudon wishes to be king. Mosar wishes to detain the stranger who claims to be the Dor ul Otho, and Loudon wishes to kill him, and now." He leaned even closer to the ear of the high priest of Tulor. "If you would be high priest at Allure, it is within your power." Pansat ceased speaking and waited for the other's reply. The high priest was visibly affected. To be high priest at Allure, that was almost as good as being king of all Pal Uldon, for great were the powers of him who conducted the sacrifices upon the altars of Allure. "How," whispered the high priest, "how may I become high priest at Allure?" Again Pansat leaned close. "By killing the one and bringing the other to Allure," replied he. Then he rose and departed, knowing that the other had swallowed the bait and could be depended upon to do whatever was required to win him the great prize. Nor was Pansat mistaken other than in one trivial consideration. This high priest would indeed commit murder and treason to attain the high office at Allure, but he had misunderstood which of his victims was to be killed and which to be delivered to Loudon. Pansat, knowing himself all the details of the plannings of Loudon, had made the quite natural error of assuming that the other was perfectly aware that only by publicly sacrificing the false Dor ul Otho could the high priest at Allure bolster his waning power, and that the assassination of Mosar, the pretender, would remove from Loudon's camp the only obstacle to his combining the offices of high priest and king. The high priest at Tulor thought that he had been commissioned to kill Tarzan and bring Mosar to Allure. He also thought that when he had done these things he would be made high priest at Allure, but he did not know that already the priest had been selected who was to murder him within the hour that he arrived at Allure, nor did he know that a secret grave had been prepared for him in the floor of a subterranean chamber in the very temple he dreamed of controlling. And so, when he should have been arranging the assassination of his chief, he was leading a dozen heavily bribed warriors through the dark corridors beneath the temple to slay Tarzan in the lion pit. Night had fallen. A single torch guided the footsteps of the murderers as they crept stealthily upon their evil way, for they knew that they were doing the thing that their chief did not want done, and their guilty consciences warned them to stealth. In the dark of his cell, the ape-man worked at his seemingly endless chipping and scraping. His keen ears detected the coming of footsteps along the corridor without, footsteps that approached the larger door. Always before had they come to the smaller door, the footsteps of a single slave who brought his food. This time there were many more than one, and their coming at this time of night carried a sinister suggestion. Tarzan continued to work at his scraping and chipping. He heard them stop beyond the door. All was silence, broken only by the scrape, scrape, scrape of the ape-man's tireless blade. Those without heard it, and listening sought to explain it. They whispered in low tones, making their plans. Two would raise the door quickly, and the others would rush in and hurl their clubs at the prisoner. They would take no chances, for the stories that had circulated in Allure had been brought to Tulor, stories of the great strength and wonderful prowess of Tarzan Jadguru that caused the sweat to stand upon the brows of the warriors, though it was cool in the damp corridor, and they were 12-1. And then the high priest gave the signal. The door shot upward, and 10 warriors leapt into the chamber with poised clubs. 3 of the heavy weapons flew across the room toward a darker shadow that lay in the shadow of the opposite wall. And then the flare of the torch in the priest's hands lighted the interior, and they saw that the thing at which they had flung their clubs was a pile of skins torn from the windows, and that, except for themselves, the chamber was vacant. One of them hastened to a window. All but a single bar was gone, and to this was tied one end of a braided rope fashioned from strips cut from the leather window hangings. To the ordinary dangers of Jane Clayton's existence was now added the menace of Obergatz's knowledge of her whereabouts. The lion and the panther had given her less cause for anxiety than did the return of the unscrupulous Hun, whom she had always distrusted and feared, and whose repulsiveness was now immeasurably augmented by his unkempt and filthy appearance, his strange and mirthless laughter, and his unnatural demeanour. She feared him now with a new fear, as though he had suddenly become the personification of some nameless horror. The wholesome outdoor life that she had been leading had strengthened and rebuilt her nervous system, yet it seemed to her, as she thought of him, that if this man should ever touch her, she should scream, and possibly even faint. Again and again during the day following their unexpected meeting, the woman reproached herself for not having killed him as she would Jar or Jarto or any other predatory beast that menaced her existence or her safety. There was no attempt at self-justification for these sinister reflections. They needed no justification. The standards by which the acts of such as you or I may be judged could not apply to hers. We have recourse to the protection of friends and relatives and the civil soldiery that upholds the majesty of the law, and which may be invoked to protect the righteous weak against the unrighteous strong. But Jane Clayton comprised within herself not only the righteous weak, but all the various agencies for the protection of the weak. To her, then, Lieutenant Eric Obergatz presented no different problem than did Jar the lion, other than that she considered the former the more dangerous animal. And so she determined that should he ignore her warning, there would be no temporizing upon the occasion of their next meeting. The same swift spear that would meet Jar's advances would meet his. That night, her snug little nest, perched high in the great tree, seemed less the sanctuary than it had before. What might resist the sanguinary intentions of a prowling panther would prove no great barrier to man, and influenced by this thought, she slept less well than before. The slightest noise that broke the monotonous hum of the nocturnal jungle startled her into alert wakefulness to lie with straining ears in an attempt to classify the origin of the disturbance, and once she was awakened thus by a sound that seemed to come from something moving in her own tree. She listened intently, scarce breathing. Yes, there it was again, a scuffing of something soft against the hard bark of the tree. The woman reached out in the darkness and grasped her spear. Now she felt a slight sagging of one of the limbs that supported her shelter, as though the thing, whatever it was slowly raising its weight to the branch. It came nearer. Now she thought that she could detect its breathing. It was at the door. She could hear it fumbling with the frail barrier. What could it be? It made no sound by which she might identify it. She raised herself upon her hands and knees and crept stealthily the little distance to the doorway, her spear clutched tightly in her hand. Whatever the thing was, it was evidently attempting to gain entrance without awakening her. It was just beyond the pitiful little contraption of slender boughs that she had bound together with grasses and called a door. Only a few inches lay between the thing and her. Rising to her knees, she reached out with her left hand and felt until she found a place where a crooked branch had left an opening a couple of inches wide near the center of the barrier. Into this she inserted the point of her spear. The thing must have heard her move within, for suddenly it abandoned its efforts for stealth and tore angrily at the obstacle. At the same moment, Jane thrust her spear forward with all her strength. She felt it enter flesh. There was a scream and a curse from without, followed by the crashing of a body through limbs and foliage. Her spear was almost dragged from her grasp, but she held it until it broke free from the thing it had pierced. It was Obergatz. The curse had told her that. From below came no further sound. Had she then killed him? She prayed so. With all her heart she prayed it. To be freed from the menace of this loathsome creature were relief indeed. During all the balance of the night she lay there awake, listening. Below her, she imagined, she could see the dead man with his hideous face bathed in the cold light of the moon, lying there upon his back, staring up at her. She prayed that Jar might come and drag it away, but all during the remainder of the night she heard never another sound above the drowsy hum of the jungle. She was glad that he was dead, but she dreaded the gruesome ordeal that awaited her on the morrow, for she must bury the thing that had been Eric Obergatz and live on there above the shallow grave of the man she had slain. She reproached herself for her weakness, repeating over and over that she had killed in self-defense, that her act was justified, but she was still a woman of today, and strong upon her were the iron mandates of the social order from which she had sprung, its interdictions and its superstitions. At last came the tardy dawn. Slowly the sun topped the distant mountains beyond Jad-in-Lul, and yet she hesitated to loosen the fastenings of her door and look out upon the thing below. But it must be done. She steeled herself and untied the rawhide thong that secured the barrier. She looked down, and only the grass and the flowers looked up at her. She came from her shelter and examined the ground upon the opposite side of the tree. There was no dead man there, nor anywhere as far as she could see. Slowly she descended, keeping a wary eye and an alert ear ready for the first intimation of danger. At the foot of the tree was a pool of blood and a little trail of crimson drops upon the grass, leading away parallel with the shore of Jad-ben-Lul. Then she had not slain him. She was vaguely aware of a peculiar, double sensation of relief and regret. Now she would be always in doubt. He might return, but at least she would not have to live above his grave. She thought some of following the bloody spoor on the chance that he might have crawled away to die later, but she gave up the idea for fear that she might find him dead nearby, or, worse yet, badly wounded. What then could she do? She could not finish him with her spear. No, she knew that she could not do that, nor could she bring him back and nurse him, nor could she leave him there to die of hunger or of thirst, or to become the prey of some prowling beast. It were better then not to search for him for fear that she might find him. That day was one of nervous starting to every sudden sound. The day before she would have said that her nerves were of iron, but not today. She knew now the shock that she had suffered, and that this was the reaction. Tomorrow it might be different, but something told her that never again would her little shelter and the patch of forest and jungle that she called her own be the same. There would hang over them always the menace of this man. No longer would she pass restful nights of deep slumber. The peace of her little world was shattered forever. That night she made her door doubly secure with additional thongs of rawhide cut from the pelt of the buck she had slain the day that she met Obergatz. She was very tired, for she had lost much sleep the night before, but for a long time she lay with wide-open eyes staring into the darkness. What saw she there? Visions that brought tears to those brave and beautiful eyes, visions of a rambling bungalow that had been home to her and that was no more, destroyed by the same cruel force that haunted her even now in this remote, uncharted corner of the earth, visions of a strong man whose protecting arm would never press her close again, visions of a tall, straight son who looked at her adoringly out of brave, smiling eyes that were like his father's. Always the vision of the crude, simple bungalow rather than of the stately halls that had been as much a part of her life as the other. But he had loved the bungalow and the broad, free acres best, and so she had come to love them best too. At last she slept, the sleep of utter exhaustion. How long it lasted she did not know, but suddenly she was wide awake, and once again she heard the scuffing of a body against the bark of a tree, and again the limb bent to a heavy weight. He had returned. She went cold, trembling as with ague. Was it he? Or, oh God, had she killed him, and then was this? She tried to drive the horrid thought from her mind, for this way, she knew, lay madness. And once again she crept to the door, for the thing was outside just as it had been last night. Her hands trembled as she placed the point of her weapon to the opening. She wondered if it would scream as it fell. Chapter 21. The Maniac. The last bar that would make the opening large enough to permit his body to pass had been removed as Tarzan heard the warriors whispering beyond the stone door of his prison. Long since had the rope of hide been braided. To secure one end to the remaining bar that he had left for this purpose was the work of but a moment, and while the warriors whispered without, the brown body of the ape-man slipped through the small aperture and disappeared below the sill. Tarzan's escape from the cell left him still within the walled area that comprised the palace and temple grounds and buildings. He had reconnoitred as best he might from the window after he had removed enough bars to permit him to pass his head through the opening, so that he knew what lay immediately before him. A winding and usually deserted alleyway leading in the direction of the outer gate that opened from the palace grounds into the city. The darkness would facilitate his escape. He might even pass out of the palace and the city without detection. If he could elude the guard at the palace gate, the rest would be easy. He strode along confidently, exhibiting no fear of detection, for he reasoned that thus would he disarm suspicion. In the darkness he easily could pass for a houdon, and in truth, though he passed several after leaving the deserted alley, no one accosted or detained him, and thus he came at last to the guard of a half-dozen warriors before the palace gate. These he attempted to pass in the same unconcerned fashion, and he might have succeeded had it not been for one who came running rapidly from the direction of the temple, shouting, "Let no one pass the gates! The prisoner has escaped from the Pal-ul-Jah!" Instantly a warrior barred his way, and simultaneously the fellow recognized him. "Kot Tor!" he exclaimed. "Here he is now! Fall upon him! Fall upon him! Back! Back before I kill you!" The others came forward. It cannot be said that they rushed forward. If it was their wish to fall upon him, there was a noticeable lack of enthusiasm other than that which directed their efforts to persuade someone else to fall upon him. His fame as a fighter had been too long a topic of conversation for the good of the morale of Mosar's warriors. It was safer to stand at a distance and hurl their clubs, and this they did, but the ape-man had learned something of the use of this weapon since he had arrived in Pal-ul-Don, and as he had learned great had grown his respect for this most primitive of arms. He had come to realize that the black savages he had known had never appreciated the possibilities of their knob sticks, nor had he, and he had discovered, too, why the Pal-Udonians had turned their ancient spears into plowshares and pinned their faith to the heavy-ended club alone. In deadly execution it was far more effective than a spear, and it answered to every purpose of a shield, combining the two in one, and thus reducing the burden of the warrior. Thrown as they throw it, after the manner of the hammer-throwers of the Olympian Games, an ordinary shield would prove more a weakness than a strength, while one that would be strong enough to prove a protection would be too heavy to carry. Only another club, deftly wielded to deflect the course of an enemy missile, is in any way effective against these formidable weapons, and, too, the war club of Paul Udon can be thrown with accuracy a far greater distance than any spear. And now was put to the test that which Tarzan had learned from Omat and Tarden. His eyes and his muscles, trained by a lifetime of necessity, moved with the rapidity of light, and his brain functioned with an uncanny celerity that suggested nothing less than prescience, and these things more than compensated for his lack of experience with the war club he handled so dexterously. Weapon after weapon he warded off, and always he moved with a single idea in mind: to place himself within reach of one of his antagonists. But they were wary, for they feared this strange creature to whom the superstitious fears of many of them attributed the miraculous powers of deity. They managed to keep between Tarzan and the gateway all the time they bawled lustily for reinforcements. Should these come before he had made his escape, the ape-man realized that the odds against him would be unsurmountable, and so he redoubled his efforts to carry out his design. Following their usual tactics, 2 or 3 of the warriors were always circling behind him, collecting the thrown clubs when Tarzan's attention was directed elsewhere. He himself retrieved several of them, which he hurled with such deadly effect as to dispose of 2 of his antagonists. But now he heard the approach of hurrying warriors, the patter of their bare feet upon the stone pavement, and then the savage cries which were to bolster the courage of their fellows and fill the enemy with fear. There was no time to lose. Tarzan held a club in either hand, and swinging one, he hurled it at a warrior before him, and as the man dodged, he rushed in and seized him, at the same time casting his second club at another of his opponents. The Hodon with whom he grappled reached instantly for his knife, but the ape-man grasped his wrist. There was a sudden twist, the snapping of a bone, and an agonized scream. Then the warrior was lifted bodily from his feet and held as a shield between his fellows and the fugitive as the latter backed through the gateway. Beside Tarzan stood the single torch that lighted the entrance to the palace grounds. The warriors were advancing to the succor of their fellow when the ape-man raised his captive high above his head and flung him full in the face of the foremost attacker. The fellow went down, and 2 directly behind him sprawled headlong over their companion as the ape-man seized the torch and cast it back into the palace grounds, to be extinguished as it struck the bodies of those who led the charging reinforcements. In the ensuing darkness, Tarzan disappeared in the streets of Tulur beyond the palace gate. For a time he was aware of sounds of pursuit, but the fact that they trailed away and died in the direction of Jad-in-Lul informed him that they were searching in the wrong direction, for he had turned south out of Tulur purposely to throw them off his track. Beyond the outskirts of the city he turned directly toward the northwest, in which direction lay Allur. In his path he knew lay Jad-Bal-Lul, the shore of which he was compelled to skirt, and there would be a river to cross at the lower end of the great lake upon the shores of which lay Allur. What other obstacles lay in his way he did not know, but he believed that he could make better time on foot than by attempting to steal a canoe and force his way upstream with a single paddle. It was his intention to put as much distance as possible between himself and Tulur before he slept, for he was sure that Mosar would not lightly accept his loss, but that with the coming of day, or possibly even before, he would dispatch warriors in search of him. A mile or 2 from the city he entered a forest, and here at last he felt such a measure of safety as he never knew in open spaces or in cities. The forest and the jungle were his birthright. No creature that went upon the ground upon 4 feet, or climbed among the trees, or crawled upon its belly, had any advantage over the ape-man in his native heath. As myrrh and frankincense were the dank odors of rotting vegetation in the nostrils of the great Tarmangani. He squared his broad shoulders and, lifting his head, filled his lungs with the air that he loved best. The heavy fragrance of tropical blooms, the commingled odors of the myriad-scented life of the jungle, went to his head with a pleasurable intoxication far more potent than aught contained in the oldest vintages of civilization. He took to the trees now, not from necessity, but from pure love of the wild freedom that had been denied him so long. Though it was dark, and the forest strange, yet he moved with a surety and ease that bespoke more a strange uncanny sense than wondrous skill. He heard Jar moaning somewhere ahead, and an owl hooted mournfully to the right of him. Long familiar sounds that imparted to him no sense of loneliness, as they might to you or to me, but on the contrary one of companionship, for they betokened the presence of his fellows of the jungle, and whether friend or foe, it was all the same to the ape-man. He came at last to a little stream at a spot where the trees did not meet above it, so he was forced to descend to the ground and wade through the water, and upon the opposite shore he stopped as though suddenly his godlike figure had been transmuted from flesh to marble. Only his dilating nostrils bespoke his pulsing vitality. For a moment he stood there thus, and then swiftly, but with a caution and silence that were inherent in him, he moved forward again, but now his whole attitude bespoke a new urge. There was a definite and masterful purpose in every movement of those steel muscles rolling softly beneath the smooth brown hide. He moved now toward a certain goal that quite evidently filled him with far greater enthusiasm than had the possible event of his return to Allure. And so he came at last to the foot of a great tree, and there he stopped and looked up above him among the foliage where the dim outlines of a roughly rectangular bulk loomed darkly. There was a choking sensation in Tarzan's throat as he raised himself gently into the branches. It was as though his heart was swelling either to a great happiness or a great fear. Before the rude shelter built among the branches, he paused, listening. From within there came to his sensitive nostrils the same delicate aroma that had arrested his eager attention at the little stream a mile away. He crouched upon the branch close to the little door. "Jane," he called, "heart of my heart, it is I." The only answer from within was as the sudden indrawing of a breath that was half gasp and half sigh, and the sound of a body falling to the floor. Hurriedly Tarzan sought to release the thongs which held the door, but they were fastened from the inside, and at last, impatient with further delay, he seized the frail barrier in one giant hand, and with a single effort tore it completely away. And then he entered, to find the seemingly lifeless body of his mate stretched upon the floor. He gathered her in his arms. Her heart beat. She still breathed, and presently he realized that she had but swooned. When Jane Clayton regained consciousness, it was to find herself held tightly in two strong arms, her head pillowed upon the broad shoulder where so often before her fears had been soothed and her sorrows comforted. At first she was not sure but that it was all a dream. Timidly her hand stole to his cheek. "John," she murmured, "tell me, is it really you?" In reply he drew her more closely to him. "It is I," he replied, "but there is something in my throat," he said haltingly, "that makes it hard for me to speak." She smiled and snuggled closer to him. "God has been good to us, Tarzan of the Apes," she said. For some time neither spoke. It was enough that they were reunited, and that each knew that the other was alive and safe. But at last they found their voices, and when the sun rose they were still talking. So much had each to tell the other, so many questions there were to be asked and answered. "And Jack," she asked, "where is he?" "I do not know," replied Tarzan. "The last I heard of him, he was on the Argonne front." "Then our happiness is not quite complete," she said, a little note of sadness creeping into her voice. "No," he replied, "but the same is true in countless other English homes today, and pride is learning to take the place of happiness in these." She shook her head. "I want my boy," she said. "And I, too," replied Tarzan, "and we may have him yet. He was safe and unwounded the last word I had. And now," he said, "we must plan upon our return. Would you like to rebuild the bungalow and gather together the remnants of our Waziri, or would you rather return to London?" "Only to find Jack," she said. "I dream always of the bungalow and never of the city. But, John, we can only dream, for Obergatz told me that he had circled this whole country and found no place where he might cross the morass." "I am not Obergatz," Tarzan reminded her, smiling. "We will rest today, and tomorrow we will set out toward the north. It is a savage country, but we have crossed it once, and we can cross it again." And so, upon the following morning, the Tarmangani and his mate went forth upon their journey across the valley of Jud Ben Otho, and ahead of them were fierce men and savage beasts, and the lofty mountains of Pal Uldon, and beyond the mountains the reptiles and the morass, and beyond that the arid, thorn-covered steppe, and other savage beasts and men, and weary, hostile miles of untracked wilderness between them and the charred ruins of their home. Lieutenant Eric Obergatz crawled through the grass upon all fours, leaving a trail of blood behind him after Jane's spear had sent him crashing to the ground beneath her tree. He made no sound after the one piercing scream that had acknowledged the severity of his wound. He was quiet because of a great fear that had crept into his warped brain that the devil-woman would pursue and slay him, and so he crawled away like some filthy beast of prey, seeking a thicket where he might lie down and hide. He thought he was going to die, but he did not, and with the coming of the new day he discovered that his wound was superficial. The rough obsidian-shod spear had entered the muscles of his side beneath his right arm, inflicting a painful but not a fatal wound. With the realization of this fact came a renewed desire to put as much distance as possible between himself and Jane Clayton. And so he moved on, still going upon all fours because of a persistent hallucination that in this way he might escape observation. Yet though he fled, his mind still revolved muddily about a central desire. While he fled from her, he still planned to pursue her, and to his lust of possession was added a desire for revenge. She should pay for the suffering she had inflicted upon him. She should pay for rebuffing him, but for some reason which he did not try to explain to himself, he would crawl away and hide. He would come back, though. He would come back, and when he had finished with her, he would take that smooth throat in his 2 hands and crush the life from her. He kept repeating this over and over to himself, and then he fell to laughing out loud, the cackling, hideous laughter that had terrified Jane. Presently he realized his knees were bleeding, and that they hurt him. He looked cautiously behind. No one was in sight. He listened. He could hear no indications of pursuit, and so he rose to his feet and continued upon his way, a sorry sight, covered with filth and blood, his beard and hair tangled and matted and filled with burrs and dried mud and unspeakable filth. He kept no track of time. He ate fruits and berries and tubers that he dug from the earth with his fingers. He followed the shore of the lake and the river that he might be near water, and when Jar roared or moaned, he climbed a tree and hid there, shivering. And so, after a time, he came up the southern shore of Jad Ben Lul until a wide river stopped his progress. Across the blue water, a white city glimmered in the sun. He looked at it for a long time, blinking his eyes like an owl. Slowly, a recollection forced itself through his tangled brain. This was Allure, the City of Light. The association of ideas recalled Bulor and the Waz Odon. They had called him Jad Ben Otho. He commenced to laugh aloud and stood up very straight and strode back and forth along the shore. "I am Jad Ben Otto," he cried. "I am the great god. In Allure is my temple and my high priests. What is Jad Ben Otto doing here alone in the jungle?" He stepped out into the water and, raising his voice, shrieked loudly across toward Allure. "I am Jad Ben Otto," he screamed. "Come hither, slaves, and take your god to his temple." But the distance was great, and they did not hear him, and no one came, and the feeble mind was distracted by other things. A bird flying in the air, a school of minnows swimming around his feet. He lunged at them, trying to catch them, and falling upon his hands and knees, he crawled through the water, grasping futilely at the elusive fish. Presently it occurred to him that he was a sea lion, and he forgot the fish and lay down and tried to swim by wriggling his feet in the water as though they were a tail. The hardships, the privations, the terrors, and for the past few weeks the lack of proper nourishment had reduced Eric Obergatz to little more than a gibbering idiot. A water snake swam out upon the surface of the lake, and the man pursued it, crawling upon his hands and knees. The snake swam toward the shore just within the mouth of the river, where tall reeds grew thickly, and Obergatz followed, making grunting noises like a pig. He lost the snake within the reeds, but he came upon something else. A canoe, hidden there close to the bank. He examined it with cackling laughter. There were 2 paddles within it, which he took and threw out into the current of the river. He watched them for a while, and then he sat down beside the canoe and commenced to splash his hands up and down upon the water. He liked to hear the noise and see the little splashes of spray. He rubbed his left forearm with his right palm, and the dirt came off and left a white spot that drew his attention. He rubbed again upon the now thoroughly soaked blood and grime that covered his body. He was not attempting to wash himself. He was merely amused by the strange results. "I am turning white," he cried. His glance wandered from his body now that the grime and blood were all removed, and caught again the white city shimmering beneath the hot sun. "Allure, City of Light," he shrieked, and that reminded him again of Tulor, and by the same process of associated ideas that had before suggested it, he recalled the Waz Odon had thought him Jad Ben Otho. "I am Jad Ben Otho," he screamed, and then his eyes fell again upon the canoe. A new idea came and persisted. He looked down at himself, examining his body, and seeing the filthy loincloth, now water-soaked and more bedraggled than before, he tore it from him and flung it into the lake. "God does not wear dirty rags," he said aloud. "They do not wear anything but wreaths and garlands of flowers, and I am a god. I am Jad Ben Otho, and I go in state to my sacred city of Allure." He ran his fingers through his matted hair and beard. The water had softened the burrs, but had not removed them. The man shook his head. His hair and beard failed to harmonize with his other godly attributes. He was commencing to think more clearly now, for the great lakes had taken hold of his scattered wits and concentrated them upon a single purpose. But he was still a maniac. The only difference being that he was now a maniac with a fixed intent. He went out on the shore and gathered flowers and ferns and wove them in his beard and hair. blazing blooms of different colors, green ferns that trailed about his ears or rose bravely upward like the plumes in a lady's hat. When he was satisfied that his appearance would impress the most casual observer with his evident deity, he returned to the canoe, pushed it from shore, and jumped in. The impetus carried it into the river's current, and the current bore it out upon the lake. The naked man stood erect in the center of the little craft, his arms folded upon his chest. He screamed aloud his message to the city. I am Jad ben Otto. Let the high priest and the under-priests attend upon me. As the current of the river was dissipated by the waters of the lake, the wind caught him and his craft and carried them bravely forward. Sometimes he drifted with his back toward Allure and sometimes with his face toward it, and at intervals he shrieked his message and his commands. He was still in the middle of the lake when someone discovered him from the palace wall, and as he drew nearer, a crowd of warriors and women and children were congregated there watching him, and along the temple walls were many priests, and among them Ludon, the high priest. When the boat had drifted close enough for them to distinguish the bizarre figure standing in it, and for them to catch the meaning of his words, Ludon's cunning eyes narrowed. The high priest had learned of the escape of Tarzan, and he feared that should he join Jardon's forces, as seemed likely, he would attract many recruits who might still believe in him, and that Dor-ul-Otho, even if a false one, upon the side of the enemy might easily work havoc with Ludon's plans. The man was drifting close in. His canoe would soon be caught in the current that ran close to shore here, and carried toward the river that emptied the waters of Jad Ben Lul into Jad Bal Lul. The under-priests were looking toward Ludon for instructions. "Fetch him hither," he commanded. "If he is Jad Ben Otto, I shall know him." The priests hurried to the palace grounds and summoned warriors. "Go, bring the stranger to Ludon. If he is Jad Ben Otto, we shall know him." And so Lieutenant Eric Obergatz was brought before the high priest at Allure. Ludon looked closely at the naked man with the fantastic headdress. "Where did you come from?" he asked. "I am Jad Ben Otto," cried the German. "I came from heaven. Where is my high priest?" "I am the high priest," replied Ludon. Obergatz clapped his hands. "Have my feet bathed and food brought to me," he commanded. Ludon's eyes narrowed to mere slits of crafty cunning. He bowed low until his forehead touched the feet of the stranger. Before the eyes of many priests and warriors from the palace, he did it. "Oh, slaves," he cried, rising, "fetch water and food for the great god." And thus the high priest acknowledged before his people the godhood of Lieutenant Eric Obergatz. Nor was it long before the story ran like wildfire through the palace and out into the city and beyond that to the lesser villages, all the way from Allure to Tulure. The real god had come, Jad Ben Otho himself, and he had espoused the cause of Ludon the high priest. Mosar lost no time in placing himself at the disposal of Ludon, nor did he mention aught about his claims to the throne. It was Mosar's opinion that he might consider himself fortunate were he allowed to remain in peaceful occupation of his chieftainship at Tulure, nor was Mosar wrong in his deductions. But Ludon could still use him, and so let him live, and sent word to him to come to Allure with all his warriors, for it was rumored that Jardon was raising a great army in the north, and might soon march upon the City of Light. Obergatz thoroughly enjoyed being a god. Plenty of food and peace of mind and rest partially brought back to him the reason that had been so rapidly slipping from him. But in one respect he was madder than ever, since now no power on earth would ever be able to convince him that he was not a god. Slaves were put at his disposal, and these he ordered about in godly fashion. The same portion of his naturally cruel mind met upon common ground the mind of Loudon, so that the two seemed always in accord. The high priest saw in the stranger a mighty force wherewith to hold forever his power over all Pal Uldon, and thus the future of Obergatz was assured so long as he cared to play God to Loudon's high priest. A throne was erected in the main temple court before the eastern altar, where Jad ben Otho might sit in person and behold the sacrifices that were offered up to him there each day at sunset. So much did the cruel, half-crazed mind enjoy these spectacles that at times he even insisted upon wielding the sacrificial knife himself, and upon such occasions the priests and the people fell upon their faces in awe of the dread deity. If Obergatz taught them not to love their God more, he taught them to fear him as they never had before, so that the name of Jad ben Otho was whispered in the city, and little children were frightened into obedience by the mere mention of it. Loudon, through his priests and slaves, circulated the information that Jad ben Otho had commanded all his faithful followers to flock to the standard of the high priest at Allure, and that all others were cursed, especially Jardon, and the base impostor who had posed as the Dor or Otho. The curse was to take the form of early death following terrible suffering, and Loudon caused it to be published abroad that the name of any warrior who complained of a pain should be brought to him, for such might be deemed to be under suspicion, since the first effects of the curse would result in slight pains attacking the unholy. He counselled those who felt pains to look carefully to their loyalty. The result was remarkable and immediate. Half a nation without a pain, and recruits pouring into Allure to offer their services to Loudon, while secretly hoping that the little pains they had felt in arm or leg or belly would not recur in aggravated form. Chapter 22. A Journey on a Griff. Tarzan and Jane skirted the shore of Jadbal-Lul and crossed the river at the head of the lake. They moved in leisurely fashion with an eye to comfort and safety, for the ape-man, now that he had found his mate, was determined to court no chance that might again separate them, or delay or prevent their escape from Pal Uldon. How they were to recross the morass was a matter of little concern to him as yet. It would be time enough to consider that matter when it became of more immediate moment. Their hours were filled with the happiness and content of reunion after long separation. They had much to talk of, for each had passed through many trials and vicissitudes and strange adventures, and no important hour might go unaccounted for since last they met. It was Tarzan's intention to choose a way above Allure and the scattered Hodon villages below it, passing about midway between them and the mountains, thus avoiding, in so far as possible, both the Hodon and Wasdon, for in this area lay the neutral territory that was uninhabited by either. Thus he would travel northwest until opposite the Khor-ol-Jar, where he planned to stop to pay his respects to At and give the Gund word of Panat-Li, and a plan Tarzan had for ensuring her safe return to her people. It was upon the third day of their journey, and they had almost reached the river that passes through Allure, when Jane suddenly clutched Tarzan's arm and pointed ahead toward the edge of a forest that they were approaching. Beneath the shadows of the trees loomed a great bulk that the ape-man instantly recognized. "What is it?" whispered Jane. "A griff," replied the ape-man, "and we have met him in the worst place that we could possibly have found. There is not a large tree within a quarter of a mile, other than those among which he stands. Come, we shall have to go back, Jane. I cannot risk it with you along. The best we can do is to pray that he does not discover us." "And if he does?" and then I shall have to risk it." "Risk what?" "The chance that I can subdue him as I subdued one of his fellows," replied Tarzan. "I told you. You recall?" "Yes, but I did not picture so huge a creature. Why, John, he is as big as a battleship." The ape-man laughed. "Not quite, though I'll admit he looks quite as formidable as one when he charges." They were moving away slowly as not to attract the attention of the beast. "I believe we're going to make it," whispered the woman, her voice tense with suppressed excitement. A low rumble rolled like distant thunder from the wood. Tarzan shook his head. "The big show is about to commence in the main tent," he quoted, grinning. He caught the woman suddenly to his breast and kissed her. "One can never tell, Jane," he said. "We'll do our best. That is all we can do. Give me your spear and don't run. The only hope we have lies in that little brain more than in us. If I can control it, well, let us see." The beast had emerged from the forest and was looking about through his weak eyes, evidently in search of them. Tarzan raised his voice in the weird notes of the Toro Don's cry. "Wee-oo! Wee-oo! Wee-oo!" For a moment the great beast stood motionless, his attention riveted by the call. The ape-man advanced straight toward him, Jane Clayton at his elbow. "Wee-oo!" he cried again peremptorily. A low rumble rolled from the Griff's cavernous chest in answer to the call, and the beast moved slowly toward them. "Fine," exclaimed Tarzan. "The odds are in our favor now. You can keep your nerve, but I do not need to ask." "I know no fear when I am with Tarzan of the Apes," she replied softly, and he felt the pressure of her soft fingers on his arm. And thus the two approached the giant monster of a forgotten epoch until they stood close in the shadow of a mighty shoulder. "Wee-oo!" shouted Tarzan, and struck the hideous snout with the shaft of the spear. The vicious side snapped that did not reach its mark. That evidently was not intended to reach its mark was the hoped-for answer. "Come," said Tarzan, and taking Jane by the hand, he led her around behind the monster and up the broad tail to the great horned back. "Now we will ride in the state that our forebears knew, before which the pomp of modern kings pales into cheap and tawdry insignificance. How would you like to canter through Hyde Park on a mount like this?" "I am afraid the bobbies would be shocked by our riding habits, John," she cried laughingly. Tarzan guided the Griff in the direction that they wished to go. Steep embankments and rivers proved no slightest obstacle to the ponderous creature. "A prehistoric tank, this," Jane assured him, and laughing and talking they continued on their way. Once they came unexpectedly upon a dozen Hodon warriors as the Griff emerged suddenly into a small clearing. The fellows were lying about in the shade of a single tree that grew alone. When they saw the beast, they leapt to their feet in consternation, and at their shouts the Griff issued his hideous, challenging bellow and charged them. The warriors fled in all directions, while Tarzan belaboured the beast across the snout with his spear in an effort to control him, and at last he succeeded, just as the Griff was almost upon one poor devil that it seemed to have singled out for its special prey. With an angry grunt, the Griff stopped, and the man, with a single backward glance that showed a face white with terror, disappeared in the jungle he had been seeking to reach. The ape-man was elated. He had doubted that he could control the beast should it take into its head to charge a victim, and had intended abandoning it before they reached the coral jar. Now he altered his plans. They would ride to the very village of At upon the Griff, and the coral jar would have food for conversation for many generations to come. Nor was it the theatric instinct of the ape-man alone that gave favor to this plan. The element of Jane's safety entered into the matter, for he knew that she would be safe from man and beast alike so long as she rode upon the back of Pal Uldon's most formidable creature. As they proceeded slowly in the direction of the Kor Uljar, for the natural gait of the Griff is far from rapid, a handful of terrified warriors came panting into Allur, spreading a weird story of the Dol ul Otho, only none dared call him the Dol ul Otho aloud. Instead, they spoke of him as Tarzan Jad Guru, and they told of meeting him mounted upon a mighty Griff beside the beautiful stranger woman whom Khotan would have made queen of Pal Uldon. This story was brought to Ludon, who caused the warriors to be hailed to his presence, when he questioned them closely, until finally he was convinced that they spoke the truth, and when they had told him the direction in which the two were travelling, Ludon guessed that they were on their way to Jar-Lur to join Jardon, a contingency that he felt must be prevented at any cost. As was his wont in the stress of emergency, he called Pansat into consultation, and for long the two sat in close conference. When they arose, a plan had been developed. Pansat went immediately to his own quarters, where he removed the headdress and trappings of a priest to don in their stead the harness and weapons of a warrior. Then he returned to Ludon. "Good," cried the latter, when he saw him. "Not even your fellow priests or the slaves that wait upon you daily would know you now. Lose no time, Pansat, for all depends upon the speed with which you strike, and remember, kill the man if you can, but in any event bring the woman to me here, alive. You understand?" "Yes, master," replied the priest. And so it was that a lone warrior set out from Allur and made his way northwest in the direction of Jar-Lur. The gorge next above Kor Uljar is uninhabited, and here the wily Jardon had chosen to mobilize his army for its descent upon Allur. Two considerations influenced him. One being the fact that could he keep his plans a secret from the enemy, he would have the advantage of delivering a surprise attack upon the forces of Ludon from a direction that they would not expect attack, and in the meantime he would be able to keep his men from the gossip of the cities, where strange tales were already circulating relative to the coming of Jad ben Otto in person to aid the high priest in his war against Jardon. It took stout hearts and loyal ones to ignore the implied threats of divine vengeance that these tales suggested. Already there had been desertions, and the cause of Jardon seemed tottering to destruction. Such was the state of affairs when a sentry posted on the knoll in the mouth of the gorge sent word that he had observed in the valley below what appeared at a distance to be nothing less than two people mounted upon the back of a griff. He said that he had caught glimpses of them as they passed open spaces, and they seemed to be travelling up the river in the direction of the Kor Uljar. At first, Jardon was inclined to doubt the veracity of his informant, but like all good generals, he could not permit even palpably false information to go uninvestigated, and so he determined to visit the knoll himself and learn precisely what it was that the sentry had observed through the distorting spectacles of fear. He had scarce taken his place beside the man ere the fellow touched his arm and pointed. "They are closer now," he whispered. "You can see them plainly." And sure enough, not a quarter of a mile away, Jardon saw that which in his long experience in Pal Uldon he had never before seen. Two humans riding upon the broad back of a griff. At first he could scarce credit even this testimony of his own eyes, but he soon realized that the creatures below could be naught else than they appeared, and then he recognized the man and rose to his feet with a loud cry. "It is he!" he shouted to those about him. "It is the Dol ul Otho himself!" The griff and his riders heard the shout, though not the words. The former bellowed terrifically and started in the direction of the knoll, and Jardon, followed by a few of his more intrepid warriors, ran to meet him. Tarzan, loath to enter an unnecessary quarrel, tried to turn the animal, but as the beast was far from tractable, it always took a few minutes to force the will of its master upon it, and so the two parties were quite close before the ape-man succeeded in stopping the mad charge of his furious mount. Jardon and his warriors, however, had come to the realization that this bellowing creature was bearing down on them with evil intent, and they had assumed the better part of valor and taken to trees accordingly. It was beneath these trees that Tarzan finally stopped the griff. Jardon called down to him. "We are friends," he cried. "I am Jardon, chief of Jalur. I and my warriors lay our foreheads upon the feet of Dor-ul-Otho and pray that he will aid us in our righteous fight with Loudon the high priest." "You have not defeated him yet?" asked Tarzan. "Why, I thought you would be king of Pal-Udon long before this." "No," replied Jardon. "The people fear the high priest, and now that he has in the temple one whom he claims to be Jad ben Otho, many of my warriors are afraid. If they but knew that the Dor-ul-Otho had returned, and that he had blessed the cause of Jardon, I am sure that victory would be ours." Tarzan thought for a long minute, and then he spoke. "Jardon," he said, "was one of the few who believed in me and who wished to accord me fair treatment. I have a debt to pay to Jardon and an account to settle with Loudon, not alone on my behalf, but principally upon that of my mate. I will go with you, Jardon, to mete to Loudon the punishment he deserves. Tell me, chief, how may the Dor-ul-Otho best serve his father's people?" "By coming with me to Jalur and the villages between," replied Jardon quickly, "that the people may see that it is indeed the Dor-ul-Otho, and that he smiles upon the cause of Jardon." "You think that they will believe in me more now than before?" asked the ape-man. "Who will dare doubt that he who rides upon the great Griff is less than a god?" returned the old chief. "And if I go with you to the battle of Allur," asked Tarzan, "can you assure the safety of my mate while I am gone from her?" "She shall remain in Jalur with the Princess Olo-Ar and my own women," replied Jardon. "There she will be safe, for there I shall leave trusted warriors to protect them. Say that you will come, O Dor-ul-Otho, and my cup of happiness will be full, for even now Tarden, my son, marches toward Allur with a force from the northwest, and if we can attack with the Dor-ul-Otho at our head, from the northwest our arms should be victorious." "It shall be as you wish, Jardon," replied the ape-man, "but first you must have meat fetched for my griff." "There are many carcasses in the camp above," replied Jardon, "for my men have little else to do than hunt." "Good," exclaimed Tarzan. "Have them brought at once." And when the meat was brought and laid at a distance, the ape-man slipped from the back of his fierce charger and fed him with his own hand. "See that there is always plenty of flesh for him," he said to Jardon, for he guessed that his mastery might be short-lived should the vicious beast become over-hungry. It was morning before they could leave for Jalur, but Tarzan found the Griff lying there where he had left him the night before, beside the carcasses of 2 antelope and a lion, but now there was nothing but the Griff. "The paleontologists say that he was herbivorous," said Tarzan as he and Jane approached the beast. The journey to Jalur was made through the scattered villages, where Jardon hoped to arouse a keener enthusiasm for his cause. A party of warriors preceded Tarzan that the people might properly be prepared, not only for the sight of the Griff, but to receive the Dor-ul-Otho as became his high station. The results were all that Jardon could have hoped, and in no village through which they passed was there one who doubted the deity of the ape-man. As they approached Jalur, a strange warrior joined them, one whom none of Jardon's following knew. He said he came from one of the villages to the south, and that he had been treated unfairly by one of Ludon's chiefs. For this reason he had deserted the cause of the high priest, and come north in the hope of finding a home in Jalur. As every addition to his forces was welcome to the old chief, he permitted the stranger to accompany them, and so he came into Jalur with them. There arose now the question as to what was to be done with the Griff while they remained in the city. It was with difficulty that Tarzan had prevented the savage beast from attacking all who came near it when they had first entered the camp of Jardon in the uninhabited gorge next to the Khor-ul-Jar, but during the march to Jalur, the creature had seemed to become accustomed to the presence of the Hodon. The latter, however, gave him no cause for annoyance, since they kept as far from him as possible, and when he passed through the streets of the city, he was viewed from the safety of lofty windows and roofs. However tractable he appeared to become, there would have been no enthusiastic seconding of a suggestion to turn him loose within the city. It was finally suggested that he be turned into a walled enclosure within the palace grounds, and this was done, Tarzan driving him in after Jane had dismounted. More meat was thrown to him, and he was left to his own devices, the awe-struck inhabitants of the palace not even venturing to climb upon the walls to look at him. Jardon led Tarzan and Jane to the quarters of the Princess Oloa, who, the moment that she beheld the ape-man, threw herself to the ground and touched her forehead to his feet. Hanat Lee was there with her, and she too seemed happy to see Tarzan Jadguru again. When they found that Jane was his mate, they looked with almost equal awe upon her, since even the most skeptical of the warriors of Jardon were now convinced that they were entertaining a god and a goddess within the city of Jalur, and that with the assistance of the power of these two, the cause of Jardon would soon be victorious and the old lion man set upon the throne of Pal Uldon. From Oloa, Tarzan learned that Tarden had returned, and that they were to be united in marriage with the weird rites of their religion, and in accordance with the custom of their people, as soon as Tarden came home from the battle that was to be fought at Allur. The recruits were now gathering at the city, and it was decided that the next day Jardon and Tarzan would return to the main body in the hidden camp, and immediately, under cover of night, the attack should be made in force upon Ludon's forces at Allur. Word of this was sent to Tarden, where he awaited with his warriors upon the north side of Jad Ben Lol, only a few miles from Allur. In the carrying out of these plans, it was necessary to leave Jane behind in Jardon's palace at Jalur, but Oloa and her women were with her, and there were many warriors to guard them. So Tarzan bid his mate goodbye with no feelings of apprehension as to her safety, and again, seated upon the Griff, made his way out of the city with Jardon and his warriors. At the mouth of the gorge, the ape-man abandoned his huge mount, since it had served its purpose and could be of no further value to him in their attack upon Allur, which was to be made just before dawn the following day when, as he could not have been seen by the enemy, the effect of his entry to the city upon the Griff would have been totally lost. A couple of sharp blows with the spear sent the big animal rumbling and growling in the direction of the Khor-ul-Griff. Nor was the ape-man sorry to see it depart, since he had never known at what instant its short temper and insatiable appetite for flesh might turn it upon some of his companions. Immediately upon their arrival at the gorge, the march on Allur was commenced. Chapter 23. Taken Alive. As night fell, a warrior from the palace of Jalur slipped into the temple grounds. He made his way to where the lesser priests were quartered. His presence aroused no suspicion, as it was not unusual for warriors to have business within the temple. He came at last to a chamber where several priests were congregated after the evening meal. The rites and ceremonies of the sacrifice had been concluded, and there was nothing more of a religious nature to make call upon their time until the rites at sunrise. Now the warrior knew, as in fact nearly all Pal Uldon knew, that there was no strong bond between the temple and the palace at Jarlua, and that Jardon only suffered the presence of the priests and permitted their cruel and abhorrent acts because of the fact that these things had been the custom of the Hodon of Pal Udon for countless ages, and rash indeed must have been the man who would have attempted to interfere with the priests or their ceremonies. That Jardon never entered the temple was well known, and that his high priest never entered the palace, but the people came to the temple with their votive offerings, and the sacrifices were made night and morning, as in every other temple in Pal Uldon. The warriors knew these things, knew them better perhaps than a simple warrior should have known them. And so it was here in the temple that he looked for the aid that he sought in the carrying out of whatever design he had. As he entered the apartment where the priests were, he greeted them after the manner which was customary in Pal Uldon, but at the same time he made a sign with his finger that might have attracted little attention or scarcely been noticed at all by one who knew not its meaning. That there were those within the room who noticed it and interpreted it was quickly apparent, through the fact that two of the priests rose and came close to him as he stood just within the doorway, and each of them, as he came, returned the signal that the warrior had made. The three talked for but a moment, and then the warrior turned and left the apartment. A little later, one of the priests who had talked with him left also, and shortly after that the other. In the corridor they found the warrior waiting, and led him to a little chamber which opened upon a smaller corridor just beyond where it joined the larger. Here the three remained in whispered conversation for some little time, and then the warrior returned to the palace and the two priests to their quarters. The apartments of the women of the palace at Jarlua are all upon the same side of a long straight corridor. Each has a single door leading into the corridor, and at the opposite end several windows overlooking a garden. It was in one of these rooms that Jane slept alone. At each end of the corridor was a sentinel, the main body of the guard being stationed in a room near the outer entrance to the women's quarters. The palace slept, for they kept early hours there where Jardon ruled. The Pal-e-Don So of the great chieftain of the north knew no such wild orgies as had resounded through the palace of the king at Allur. Jarlur was a quiet city by comparison with the capital, yet there was always a guard kept at every entrance to the chambers of Jardon and his immediate family, as well as at the gate leading into the temple and that which opened upon the city. These guards, however, were small, consisting usually of not more than 5 or 6 warriors, one of whom remained awake while the others slept. Such were the conditions then when 2 warriors presented themselves, one at either end of the corridor, to the sentries who watched over the safety of Jane Clayton and the Princess Olo-Ah, and each of the newcomers repeated to the sentinels the stereotyped words which announced that they were relieved and that these others sent to watch in their stead. Never is a warrior loath to be relieved of sentry duty. Where, under different circumstances, he might ask numerous questions, is now too well satisfied to escape the monotonies of that universally hated duty. And so these 2 men accepted their relief without question, and hastened away to their pallets. And then a 3rd warrior entered the corridor, and all of the newcomers came together before the door of the 8-man's slumbering mate. And one was the strange warrior who had met Jardon and Tarzan outside the city of Jarlur as they had approached it the previous day. and he was the same warrior who had entered the temple a short hour before, but the faces of his fellows were unfamiliar even to one another, since it is seldom that a priest removes his hideous headdress in the presence even of his associates. Silently they lifted the hangings that hid the interior of the room from the view of those who passed through the corridor, and stealthily slunk within. Upon a pile of furs in a far corner lay the sleeping form of Lady Greystoke. The bare feet of the intruders gave forth no sound as they crossed the stone floor toward her. A ray of moonlight entering through a window near her couch shone full upon her, revealing the beautiful contours of an arm and shoulder in cameo distinctness against the dark, furry pelt beneath which she slept, and the perfect profile that was turned toward the skulking three. But neither the beauty nor the helplessness of the sleeper aroused such sentiments of passion or pity as might stir in the breasts of normal men. To the three priests she was but a lump of clay, nor could they conceive aught of that passion which had aroused men to intrigue and to murder for possession of this beautiful American girl, and which even now was influencing the destiny of undiscovered Pal Ul Don. Upon the floor of the chamber were numerous pelts, and as the leader of the trio came close to the sleeping woman, he stooped and gathered up one of the smaller of these. Standing close to her head, he held the rug outspread above her face. "Now," he whispered, and simultaneously he threw the rug over the woman's head, and his two fellows leapt upon her, seizing her arms and pinioning her body while their leader stifled her cries with the furry pelt. Quickly and silently they bound her wrists and gagged her, and during the brief time that their work required, there was no sound that might have been heard by occupants of the adjoining apartments. Jerking her roughly to her feet, they forced her toward a window, but she refused to walk, throwing herself instead upon the floor. They were very angry, and would have resorted to cruelties to compel her obedience, but dared not, since the wrath of Loudon might fall heavily upon whoever mutilated his fair prize. And so they were forced to lift and carry her bodily. Nor was the task any sinecure, since the captive kicked and struggled as best she might, making their labor as arduous as possible. But finally they succeeded in getting her through the window and into the garden beyond, where one of the two priests from the Jalur temple directed their steps toward a small barred gateway in the south wall of the enclosure. Immediately beyond this, a flight of stone stairs led downward toward the river, and at the foot of the stairs were moored several canoes. Pansat had indeed been fortunate in enlisting aid from those who knew the temple and the palace so well, or otherwise he might never have escaped from Jalur with his captive. Placing the woman in the bottom of a light canoe, Pansat entered it and took up the paddle. His companions unfastened the moorings and shoved the little craft out into the current of the stream. Their traitorous work completed, they turned and retraced their steps toward the temple, while Pansat, paddling strongly with the current, moved rapidly down the river that would carry him to the Jad Ben Ulul and Allur. The moon had set, and the eastern horizon still gave no hint of approaching day, as a long file of warriors wound stealthily through the darkness into the city of Allur. Their plans were all laid, and there seemed no likelihood of their miscarriage. A messenger had been dispatched to Dardenne, whose forces lay northwest of the city. Tarzan, with a small contingent, was to enter the temple through the secret passageway, the location of which he alone knew, while Jardon, with the greater proportion of the warriors, was to attack the palace gates. The ape-man, leading his little band, moved stealthily through the winding alleys of Allur, arriving undetected at the building which hid the entrance to the secret passageway. This spot, being best protected by the fact that its existence was unknown to others than the priests, was unguarded. To facilitate the passage of his little company through the narrow, winding, uneven tunnel, Tarzan lighted a torch which had been brought for the purpose, and preceding his warriors, led the way toward the temple. That he could accomplish much more once he reached the inner chambers of the temple with his little band of picked warriors, the ape-man was confident, since an attack at this point would bring confusion and consternation to the easily overpowered priests, and permit Tarzan to attack the palace forces in the rear at the same time that Jardon engaged them at the palace gates, while Tarden and his forces swarmed the northern walls. Great value had been placed by Jardon on the moral effect of the Dor-ul-Otho's mysterious appearance in the heart of the temple, and he had urged Tarzan to take every advantage of the old chieftain's belief that many of Loudon's warriors still wavered in their allegiance between the high priest and the Dor-ul-Otho, being held to the former more by the fear which he engendered in the breasts of all his followers than by any love or loyalty they might feel toward him. There is a Pal-Uldonian proverb setting forth a truth similar to that contained in the old Scotch adage that the best laid schemes of mice and men gang after gley. Freely translated, it might read, "He who follows the right trail sometimes reaches the wrong destination," and such apparently was the fate that lay in the footsteps of the great chieftain of the north and his godlike ally. Tarzan, more familiar with the windings of the corridor than his fellows, and having the advantage of the full light of the torch, which at best was but a dim and flickering affair, was some distance ahead of the others, and in his keen anxiety to close with the enemy, he gave too little thought to those who were to support him. Nor is this strange, since from childhood the ape-man had been accustomed to fight the battles of life single-handed, so that it had become habitual for him to depend solely upon his own cunning and prowess. And so it was that he came into the upper corridor, from which opened the chambers of Loudon and the lesser priests far in advance of his warriors, and as he turned into this corridor with its dim cressets flickering somberly, he saw another enter it from a corridor before him. A warrior, half carrying, half dragging the figure of a woman. Instantly Tarzan recognized the gagged and fettered captive whom he had thought safe in the palace of Jardon at Jarlur. The warrior with the woman had seen Tarzan at the same instant that the latter had discovered him. He heard the low, beast-like growl that broke from the ape-man's lips as he sprang forward to wrest his mate from her captor and wreak upon him the vengeance that was in the Tarmangani's savage heart. Across the corridor from Pansat was the entrance to a smaller chamber. Into this he leapt, carrying the woman with him. Close behind came Tarzan of the Apes. He had cast aside his torch and drawn the long knife that had been his father's. With the impetuosity of a charging bull, he rushed into the chamber in pursuit of Pansat, to find himself, when the hangings dropped behind him, in utter darkness. Almost immediately there was a crash of stone on stone before him, followed a moment later by a similar crash behind. No other evidence was necessary to announce to the ape-man that he was again a prisoner of Loudon's temple. He stood perfectly still where he had halted at the first sound of the descending stone door. Not again would he easily be precipitated into the Griff pit, or some similar danger as had occurred when Loudon had trapped him in the temple of the Griff. As he stood there, his eyes slowly grew accustomed to the darkness, and he became aware that a dim light was entering the chamber through some opening, though it was several minutes before he discovered its source. In the roof of the chamber he finally discerned a small aperture, possibly 3 feet in diameter, and it was through this that what was really only a lesser darkness rather than a light was penetrating its Stygian blackness of the chamber in which he was imprisoned. Since the doors had fallen, he had heard no sound, though his keen ears were constantly strained in an effort to discover a clue to the direction taken by the abductor of his mate. Presently he could discern the outlines of his prison cell. It was a small room, not over 15 feet across. On hands and knees, with the utmost caution, he examined the entire area of the floor. In the exact center, directly beneath the opening in the roof, was a trap, but otherwise the floor was solid. With this knowledge, it was only necessary to avoid this spot in so far as the floor was concerned. The walls next received his attention. There were only two openings, one the doorway through which he had entered, and upon the opposite side that through which the warrior had borne Jane Clayton. These were both closed by the slabs of stone which the fleeing warrior had released as he departed. Loudon, the high priest, licked his thin lips and rubbed his bony white hands together in gratification as Pansat bore Jane Clayton into his presence and laid her on the floor of the chamber before him. "Good, Pansat," he exclaimed. "You shall be well rewarded for this service. Now, if we but had the false Dor ul Otho in our power, all Pal Udon would be at our feet." "Master, I have him," cried Pansat. "What?" exclaimed Loudon. "You have Tarzan Jadguru? You have slain him, perhaps? Tell me, my wonderful Pansat, tell me quickly. My breast is bursting with the desire to know." "I have taken him alive, Loudon, my master," replied Pansat. "He is in the little chamber that the ancients built to trap those who were too powerful to take alive in personal encounter." "You have done well, Pansat. A frightened priest burst into the apartment. "Quick, master, quick!" he cried. "The corridors are filled with the warriors of Jardon." "You are mad!" cried the high priest. "My warriors hold the palace and the temple." "I speak the truth, master," replied the priest. "There are warriors in the corridor approaching this very chamber, and they come from the direction of the secret passage which leads hither from the city." "It may be even as he says," exclaimed Pansat. "It was from that direction that Tarzan Jadguru was coming when I discovered and trapped him. He was leading his warriors to the very Holy of Holies." Loudon ran quickly to the doorway and looked out into the corridor. At a glance he saw that the fears of the frightened priest were well founded. A dozen warriors were moving along the corridor toward him, but they seemed confused and far from sure of themselves. The high priest guessed that, deprived of the leadership of Tarzan, they were little better than lost in the unknown mazes of the subterranean precincts of the temple. Stepping back into the apartment, he seized a leathern thong that depended from the ceiling. He pulled upon it sharply, and through the temple boomed the deep tones of a metal gong. 5 times the clanging notes rang through the corridors. Then he turned toward the two priests. "Bring the woman and follow me," he directed. Crossing the chamber, he passed through a small doorway, the others lifting Jane Clayton from the floor and following him. Through a narrow corridor and up a flight of steps they went, turning to right and left and doubling back through a maze of winding passageways, which terminated in a spiral staircase that gave forth at the surface of the ground within the largest of the inner altar courts, close behind the eastern altar. From all directions now, in the corridors below and the grounds above, came the sound of hurrying footsteps. The 5 strokes of the great gong had summoned the faithful to the defense of Loudon in his private chambers. The priests who knew the way led the less familiar warriors to the spot, and presently those who had accompanied Tarzan found themselves not only leaderless, but facing a vastly superior force. They were brave men, but under the circumstances they were helpless, and so they fell back the way they had come, and when they reached the narrow confines of the smaller passageway, their safety was assured, since only one foeman could attack them at a time. But their plans were frustrated, and possibly also their entire cause lost, so heavily had Jardon banked upon the success of their venture. With the clanging of the temple gong, Jardon assumed that Tarzan and his party had struck their initial blow, and so he launched his attack upon the palace gate. To the ears of Loudon in the inner temple court came the savage war cries that announced the beginning of the battle. Leaving Pansat and the other priest to guard the woman, he hastened toward the palace personally to direct his force, and as he passed through the temple grounds, he dispatched a messenger to learn the outcome of the fight in the corridors below, and other messengers to spread the news among his followers that the false Dor-ol-Otho was a prisoner in the temple. As the din of the battle rose above Allur, Lieutenant Eric Obergatz turned upon his bed of soft hides and sat up. He rubbed his eyes and looked about him. It was still dark without. "I am Jed Ben Otto," he cried. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" A slave squatting upon the floor at the foot of his couch shuddered and touched her forehead to the floor. "It must be that the enemy have come, O Jud Ben Otho," she spoke soothingly, for she had reason to know the terrors of the mad frenzy into which trivial things sometimes threw the great god. A priest burst suddenly through the hangings of the doorway, and falling upon his hands and knees rubbed his forehead against the stone flagging. "O Jad Ben Otto," he cried, "the warriors of Jardon have attacked the palace and the temple. Even now they are fighting in the corridors near the quarters of Ludon, and the high priest begs that you come to the palace and encourage your faithful warriors by your presence." Obergatz sprang to his feet. "I am Jad Ben Otto," he screamed. "With lightning I will blast the blasphemers who dare attack the holy city of Allur." For a moment he rushed aimlessly and madly about the room, while the priest and the slave remained upon hands and knees with their foreheads against the floor. "Come!" cried Obergatz, planting a vicious kick in the side of the slave girl. "Come! Would you wait here all day while the forces of darkness overwhelm the city of light?" Thoroughly frightened, as were all those who were forced to serve the great god, the two arose and followed Obergatz towards the palace. Above the shouting of the warriors rose constantly the cries of the temple priests. "Jad Ben Otto is here, and the false Dor-ol-Otto is a prisoner in the temple." The persistent cries reached even to the ears of the enemy, as it was intended that they should. Chapter 24. The Messenger of Death. The sun rose to see the forces of Jardon still held at the palace gate. The old warrior had seized the tall structure that stood just beyond the palace, and at the summit of this he kept a warrior stationed to look toward the northern wall of the palace, where Tarzan was to make his attack. But as the minutes wore into hours, no sign of the other force appeared. And now, in the full light of the new sun upon the roof of one of the palace buildings, appeared Ludon, the high priest, Mosar, the pretender, and the strange, naked figure of a man, into whose long hair and beard were woven fresh ferns and flowers. Behind them were banked a score of lesser priests who chanted in unison, "This is Jad Ben Otto. Lay down your arms and surrender." This they repeated again and again, alternating it with the cry, "The false Dor-ol-Otto is a prisoner." In one of those lulls which are common in battles between forces armed with weapons that require great physical effort in their use, a voice suddenly arose from among the followers of Jardon. "Show us the Dor-ol-Otho. We do not believe you." "Wait," cried Ludon. "If I do not produce him before the sun has moved his own width, the gates of the palace shall be open to you, and my warriors will lay down their arms." He turned to one of his priests and issued brief instructions. The ape-man paced the confines of his narrow cell. Bitterly he reproached himself for the stupidity which had led him into this trap, and yet was it stupidity? What else might he have done other than rush to the succor of his mate? He wondered how they had stolen her from Jalur, and then suddenly there flashed to his mind the features of the warrior whom he had just seen with her. They were strangely familiar. He racked his brain to recall where he had seen the man before, and then it came to him. He was the strange warrior who had joined Jardon's forces outside of Jalur the day that Tarzan had ridden upon the great griff from the uninhabited gorge next to the Kar-ul-Jah down to the capital city of the chieftain of the north. But who could the man be? Tarzan knew that never before that other day had he seen him. Presently he heard the clanging of a gong from the corridor without, and very faintly the rush of feet and shouts. He guessed that his warriors had been discovered and a fight was in progress. He fretted and chafed at the chance that had denied him participation in it. Again and again he tried the doors of his prison and the trap in the centre of the floor, but none would give to his utmost endeavours. He strained his eyes toward the aperture above, but he could see nothing, and then he continued his futile pacing to and fro like a caged lion behind its bars. The minutes dragged slowly into hours. Faintly sounds came to him as of shouting men at great distance. The battle was in progress. He wondered if Jardon would be victorious, and should he be, would his friends ever discover him in this hidden chamber in the bowels of the hill? He doubted it. And now, as he looked again toward the aperture in the roof, there appeared to be something depending through its centre. He came closer and strained his eyes to see. Yes, there was something there. It appeared to be a rope. Tarzan wondered if it had been there all the time. It must have, he reasoned, since he had heard no sound from above, and it was so dark within the chamber that he might easily have overlooked it. He raised his hand toward it. The end of it was just within his reach. He bore his weight upon it to see if it would hold him. Then he released it and backed away, still watching it, as you have seen an animal do after investigating some unfamiliar object, one of the little traits that differentiated Tarzan from other men, accentuating his similarity to the savage beasts of his native jungle. Again and again he touched and tested the braided leather rope, and always he listened for any warning sound from above. He was very careful not to step upon the trap at any time, and when finally he bore all his weight upon the rope and took his feet from the floor, he spread them wide apart so that if he fell he would fall astride the trap. The rope held him. There was no sound from above, nor any from the trap below. Slowly and cautiously he drew himself upward, hand over hand. Nearer and nearer the roof he came. In a moment his eyes would be above the level of the floor above. Already his extended arms projected into the upper chamber, and then something closed suddenly upon both his forearms, pinioning them tightly and leaving him hanging in mid-air, unable to advance or retreat. Immediately a light appeared in the room above him, and presently he saw the hideous mask of a priest peering down upon him. In the priest's hands were leathern thongs, and these he tied about Tarzan's wrists and forearms until they were completely bound together from his elbows almost to his fingers. Behind this priest Tarzan presently saw others, and soon several lay hold of him and pulled him up through the hole. Almost instantly his eyes were above the level of the floor. He understood how they had trapped him. 2 nooses had lain encircling the aperture into the cell below. A priest had waited at the end of each of these ropes, and at opposite sides of the chamber. When he had climbed to a sufficient height upon the rope that had dangled into his prison below, and his arms were well within the encircling snares, the 2 priests had pulled quickly upon their ropes, and he had been made an easy captive without any opportunity of defending himself or inflicting injury upon his captors. And now they bound his legs from his ankles to his knees, and picking him up carried him from the chamber. No word did they speak to him as they bore him upward to the temple yard. The din of battle had risen again as Jardon had urged his forces to renewed efforts. Tarzan had not arrived, and the forces of the old chieftain were revealing in their lessened efforts their increasing demoralization, and then it was that the priest carried Tarzan Jadguru to the roof of the palace and exhibited him in the sight of the warriors of both factions. "Here is the false Dor-ur-Otho," screamed Loudon. Obergatz, his shattered mentality having never grasped fully the meaning of much that was going on about him, cast a casual glance at the bound and helpless prisoner, and as his eyes fell upon the noble features of the ape-man, they went wide in astonishment and fright, and his pasty countenance turned a sickly blue. Once before had he seen Tarzan of the Apes, but many times had he dreamed that he had seen him, and always was the giant ape-man avenging the wrongs that had been committed upon him and his by the ruthless hands of the 3 German officers who had led their native troops in the ravishing of Tarzan's peaceful home. Hauptmann Fritz Schneider had paid the penalty of his needless cruelties. Unter-Lieutenant von Goss, too, had paid. And now Obergatz, the last of the 3, stood face to face with the nemesis that had trailed him through his dreams for long, weary months. That he was bound and helpless lessened not the German's terror. He seemed not to realize that the man could not harm him. He but stood, cringing and gibbering, and Loudon saw and was filled with apprehension that others might see, and seeing realized that this bewhiskered idiot was no god, that of the 2, Tarzan Jad-Guru was the more godly figure. Already the high priest noted that some of the palace warriors standing near were whispering together and pointing. He stepped closer to Obergatz. "You are Jad ben Otho," he whispered. "Denounce him." The German shook himself. His mind cleared of all but his great terror, and the words of the high priest gave him the clue to safety. "I am Jad ben Otto," he screamed. Tarzan looked him straight in the eye. "You are Lieutenant Obergatz of the German army," he said in excellent German. "You are the last of the 3 I have sought so long, and in your putrid heart you know that God has not brought us together at last for nothing." The mind of the Lieutenant Obergatz was functioning clearly and rapidly at last. He too saw the questioning looks upon the faces of some of those around him. He saw the opposing warriors of both cities standing by the gate inactive, every eye turned upon him, and the trussed figure of the ape-man. He realized that indecision now meant ruin, and ruin, death. He raised his voice in the sharp barking tones of a Prussian officer, so unlike his former maniacal screaming as to quickly arouse the attention of every ear and to cause an expression of puzzlement to cross the crafty face of Loudon. "I am Jad ben Otto," snapped Obergatz. "This creature is no son of mine. As a lesson to all blasphemers, he shall die upon the altar at the hand of God he has profaned. Take him from my sight, and when the sun stands at zenith, let the faithful congregate in the temple court and witness the wrath of this divine hand." And he held aloft his right palm. Those who had brought Tarzan took him away then, as Obergatz had directed, and the German turned once more to the warriors by the gate. "Throw down your arms, warriors of Jardon," he cried, "lest I call down my lightnings to blast where you stand. Those who do as I bid shall be forgiven. Come, throw down your arms." The warriors of Jardon moved uneasily, casting looks of appeal at their leader and of apprehension toward the figures upon the palace roof. Jardon sprang forward among his men. "Let not the cowards and knaves throw down their arm and enter the palace," he cried. "But never will Jardon and the warriors of Jalua touch their foreheads to the feet of Loudon and his false god. Make your decision now," he cried to his followers. A few threw down their arms, and with sheepish looks passed through the gateway into the palace, and with the example of these to bolster their courage, others joined in the desertion from the old chieftain of the north. But staunch and true around him stood the majority of his warriors, and when the last weakling had left their ranks, Jardon voiced the savage cry with which he led his followers to the attack, and once again the battle raged about the palace gate. At times, Jardon's forces pushed the defenders far into the palace ground, and then the wave of combat would recede and pass out into the city again. And still Tarzan and the reinforcements did not come. It was drawing close to noon. Loudon had mustered every available man that was not actually needed for the defense of the gate within the temple, and these he sent, under the leadership of Pansat, out into the city through the secret passageway, and there they fell upon Jardon's forces from the rear, while those at the gate hammered them in front. Attacked on two sides by a vastly superior force, the result was inevitable, and finally the last remnant of Jardon's little army capitulated, and the old chief was taken a prisoner before Loudon. "Take him to the temple court," cried the high priest. "He shall witness the death of his accomplice, and perhaps Jad ben Otto shall pass a similar sentence upon him as well." The inner temple court was packed with humanity. At either end of the western altar stood Tarzan and his mate, bound and helpless. The sounds of battle had ceased, and presently the ape-man saw Jardon being led into the inner court, his wrists bound tightly together before him. Tarzan turned his eyes toward Jane and nodded in the direction of Jardon. "This looks like the end," he said quietly. "He was our last and only hope." "We have at least found each other, John," she replied, "and our last days have been spent together. My only prayer now is that if they take you, they do not leave me." Tarzan made no reply, for in his heart was the same bitter thought that her own contained, not the fear that they would kill him, but the fear that they would not kill her. The ape-man strained at his bonds, but they were too many and too strong. A priest near him saw, and with a jeering laugh struck the defenseless ape-man in the face. "The brute!" cried Jane Clayton. Tarzan smiled. "I have been struck thus before, Jane," he said, "and always has the striker died." "You still have hope?" she asked. "I am still alive," he said, as though that were sufficient answer. She was a woman, and she did not have the courage of this man who knew no fear. In her heart of hearts she knew that he would die upon the altar at high noon, for he had told her, after he had been brought to the inner court, of the sentence of death that Audiobooks had pronounced upon him, and she knew too that Tarzan knew that he would die, but that he was too courageous to admit it even to himself. As she looked upon him standing there so straight and wonderful and brave among his savage captors, her heart cried out against the cruelty of the fate that had overtaken him. It seemed a gross and hideous wrong that that wonderful creature, now so quick with exuberant life and strength and purpose, should be presently naught but a bleeding lump of clay. And all so uselessly and wantonly. Gladly would she have offered her life for his, but she knew that it was a waste of words, since their captors would work upon them whatever it was their will to do. For him, death; for her, she shuddered at the thought. And now came Loudon and the naked Audiobooks, and the high priest led the German to his place behind the altar, himself standing upon the other's left. Loudon whispered a word to Audiobooks, at the same time nodding in the direction of Jardon. The Hun cast a scowling look upon the old warrior. "After the false god," he cried, "the false prophet," and he pointed an accusing finger at Jardon. Then his eyes wandered to the form of Jane Clayton. "And the woman too?" asked Loudon. "The case of the woman I will attend to later," replied Audiobooks. "I will talk with her tonight after she has had a chance to meditate upon the consequences of arousing the wrath of Jad ben Otto." He cast his eyes upward at the sun. "The time approaches," he said to Loudon. "Prepare the sacrifice." Loudon nodded to the priests who were gathered about Tarzan. They seized the ape-man and lifted him boldly to the altar, where they laid him upon his back with his head at the south end of the monolith, but a few feet from where Jane Clayton stood. Impulsively, and before they could restrain her, the woman rushed forward and, bending quickly, kissed her mate upon the forehead. "Goodbye, John," she whispered. "Goodbye," he answered, smiling. The priests seized her and dragged her away. Loudon handed the sacrificial knife to Obergatz. "I am the great God," cried the German. "Thus falleth the divine wrath upon all my enemies." He looked up at the sun, and then raised the knife high above his head. "Thus die the blasphemers of God," he screamed. And at the same instant a sharp staccato note rang out above the silent, spellbound multitude. There was a screaming whistle in the air, and Jad Ben Otto crumpled forward across the body of his intended victim. Again the same alarming noise, and Loudon fell. A third, and Mosar crumpled to the ground. And now the warriors and the people, locating the direction of this new and unknown sound, turned toward the western end of the court. Upon the summit of the temple wall they saw two figures. A Hodon warrior, and beside him an almost naked creature of the race of Tarzan Jad-Guru. Across his shoulders and about his hips were strange broad belts, studded with beautiful cylinders that glinted in the midday sun, and in his hands a shining thing of wood and metal, from the end of which rose a thin wreath of blue-grey smoke. And then the voice of the Hodon warrior rang clear upon the ears of the silent throng. "Thus speaks the true Jad Ben Otto," he cried, "through this his messenger of death. Cut the bonds of the prisoners, cut the bonds of the Dor Ol Otho, and of Jardon, king of Pal Uldon, and of the woman who is the mate of the Son of God." Pan Sat, filled with the frenzy of fanaticism, saw the power and the glory of the regime he had served crumpled and gone. To one, and only one, did he attribute the blame for the disaster that had but just overwhelmed him. It was the creature who lay upon the sacrificial altar, who had brought Loudon to his death, and toppled the dreams of power that day by day had been growing in the brain of the under-priest. The sacrificial knife lay upon the altar where it had fallen from the dead fingers of Obergatz. Pan Sat crept closer, and then with a sudden lunge he reached forth to seize the handle of the blade, and even as his clutching fingers were poised above it, the strange thing in the hands of the strange creature upon the temple wall cried out its crashing word of doom, and Pan Sat, the under-priest, screaming, fell back upon the dead body of his master. "Seize all the priests," cried Tarzan to the warriors, "and let none hesitate lest Jad Ben Otto's messenger send forth still other bolts of lightning." The warriors and the people had now witnessed such an exhibition of divine power as might have convinced an even less superstitious and more enlightened people, and since many of them had but lately wavered between the Jad Ben Otto of Loudon and the Dor Ol Otho of Jardon, it was not difficult for them to swing quickly back to the latter, especially in view of the unanswerable argument in the hands of him whom Tarzan had described as the messenger of the great God. And so the warriors sprang forth now with alacrity and surrounded the priests, and when they looked again at the western wall of the temple court, they saw pouring over it a great force of warriors. And the thing that startled and appalled them was the fact that many of these were black and hairy Wazdon. At their head came the stranger with the shiny weapon, and on his right was Tarzan the Hodon, and on his left At, the black Gund of Kor Ol Jah. A warrior near the altar had seized the sacrificial knife and cut Tarzan's bonds, and also those of Jardon and Jane Clayton. And now the three stood together beside the altar, and as the newcomers from the western end of the temple court pushed their way toward them, the eyes of the woman went wide in mingled astonishment, incredulity, and hope. And the stranger, slinging his weapon across his back by a leather strap, rushed forward and took her in his arms. "Jack!" she cried, sobbing on his shoulder. "Jack, my son!" And Tarzan of the Apes came then and put his arms around them both. And the king of Pal Uldon and the warriors and the people kneeled in the temple court and placed their foreheads to the ground before the altar where the three stood. Chapter 25. Home. Within an hour of the fall of Ludon and Mosar, the chiefs and principal warriors of the Pal Uldon gathered in the great throne room of the palace at Urlur upon the steps of the lofty pyramid, and placing Jardon at the apex, proclaimed him king. Upon one side of the old chieftain stood Tarzan of the Apes, and upon the other Korak, the killer, worthy son of the mighty ape-man. And when the brief ceremony was over, and the warriors with upraised clubs had sworn fealty to their new ruler, Jardon dispatched a trusted company to fetch O-Lo-Ah and Panat-Li and the women of his own household from Jar-Lur. And then the warriors discussed the future of Pal Uldon, and the question arose as to the administration of the temples and the fate of the priests, who practically, without exception, had been disloyal to the government of the king, seeking always only their own power and comfort and aggrandizement. And then it was that Jardon turned to Tarzan. "Let the Dor-ul-Otho transmit to his people the wishes of his father," he said. "Your problem is a simple one," said the ape-man, "if you but wish to do that which shall be pleasing in the eyes of God. Your priests, to increase their power, have taught you that Jad Ben Otto is a cruel god, that his eyes love to dwell upon blood and upon suffering. But the falsity of their teachings has been demonstrated to you today in the utter defeat of the priesthood. Take then the temples from the men and give them instead to the women, that they may be administered in kindness and charity and love. Wash the blood from your eastern altar and drain forever the water from the western." Once I gave Ludon the opportunity to do these things, but he ignored my commands, and again is the corridor of sacrifice filled with its victims. Liberate these from every temple in Pal Uldon. Bring offerings of such gifts as your people like, and place them upon the altars of your God, and there he will bless them, and the priestesses of Jad Ben Otto can distribute them among those who need them most." As he ceased speaking, a murmur of evident approval ran through the throng. Long had they been weary of the avarice and cruelty of the priests, and now that authority had come from a high source with a feasible plan for ridding themselves of the old religious order without necessitating any change in the faith of the people, they welcomed it. "And the priests," cried one, "we shall put them to death upon their own altars if it pleases the Dor-ul-Otho to give the word." "No," cried Tarzan, "let no more blood be spilled. Give them their freedom and the right to take up such occupations as they choose." That night a great feast was spread in the Pal-e-Don-So, and for the first time in the history of ancient Pal Uldon, black warriors sat in peace and friendship with white. And a pact was sealed between Jardon and Omat that would ever make his tribe and the Hodon allies and friends. It was here that Tarzan learned the cause of Tarden's failure to attack at the stipulated time. A messenger had come from Jardon carrying instructions to delay the attack until noon, nor had they discovered until almost too late that the messenger was a disguised priest of Ludon, and they had put him to death and scaled the walls and come to the inner temple court with not a moment to spare. The following day, O-Lo-Ah and Panat-Li and the women of Jardon's family arrived at the palace at Allur, and in the great throne room, Tarden and O-Lo-Ah were wed, and Om-At and Panat-Li. For a week, Tarzan and Jane and Korak remained the guests of Jardon, as did Om-At and his black warriors. And then the ape-man announced that he would depart from Pal Uldon. Hazy in the minds of their hosts was the location of heaven, and equally so the means by which the gods travelled between their celestial homes and the haunts of men, and so no questionings arose when it was found that Dor ul Otho, with his mate and son, would travel overland across the mountains and out of Pal Uldon toward the north. They went by the way of Kor ul Jar, accompanied by the warriors of that tribe and a great contingent of Hodon warriors under Tarzan. The king and many warriors and a multitude of people accompanied them beyond the limits of Allur, and after they had bid them good-bye, and Tarzan had invoked the blessings of God upon them, the three Europeans saw their simple, loyal friends prostrate in the dust behind them until the cavalcade had wound out of the city and disappeared among the trees of the nearby forest. They rested for a day among the Kor ul Jar, while Jane investigated the ancient caves of these strange people, and then they moved on, avoiding the rugged shoulder of Pastor Ulved, and winding down the opposite slope toward the great morass. They moved in comfort and in safety, surrounded by their escort of Hodon and Wasdon. In the minds of many there was doubtless a question as to how the three would cross the great morass, but least of all was Tarzan worried by the problem. In the course of his life he had been confronted by many obstacles, only to learn that he who will may always pass. In his mind lurked an easy solution of the passage, but it was one which depended wholly upon chance. It was the morning of the last day that, as they were breaking camp to take up the march, a deep bellow thundered from a nearby grove. The ape-man smiled. The chance had come. Fittingly, then, would the Dor ul Otho and his mate and their son depart from unmapped Pal Uldon. He still carried the spear that Jane had made, which he had prized so highly because it was her handiwork, that he had caused a search to be made for it through the temple in Allur after his release, and it had been found and brought to him. He had told her laughingly that it should have the place of honour above their hearth, as the ancient flintlock of her Puritan grandsire had held a similar place of honour above the fireplace of Professor Porter, her father. At the sound of the bellowing, the Hodon warriors, some of whom had accompanied Tarzan from Jardon's camp to Jalur, looked questioningly at the ape-man, while At's Wasdon looked for trees, since the griff was the one creature of Pal Uldon which might not be safely encountered even by a great multitude of warriors. Its tough, armoured hide was impregnable to their knife thrusts, while their thrown clubs rattled from it as futilely as if hurled at the rocky shoulder of Pastor Ulved. "Wait," said the ape-man, and with his spear in hand he advanced toward the griff, voicing the weird cry of the Tor Odon. The bellowing ceased and turned to low rumblings, and presently the huge beast appeared. What followed was but a repetition of the ape-man's previous experience with these huge and ferocious creatures. And so it was that Jane and Korak and Tarzan rode through the morass that hems Pal Uldon upon the back of a prehistoric triceratops, while the lesser reptiles of the swamp fled hissing in terror. Upon the opposite shore they turned and called back their farewells to Tarden and At, and the brave warriors they had learned to admire and respect. And then Tarzan urged their titanic mount onward toward the north, abandoning him only when he was assured that the Wasdon and the Hodon had had time to reach a point of comparative safety among the craggy ravines of the foothills. Turning the beast's head again toward Pal Uldon, the three dismounted, and a sharp blow upon the thick hide sent the creature lumbering majestically back in the direction of its native haunts. For a time they stood looking back upon the land they had just quit, the land of Tor Odon and Griff, of Jar and Jatto, of Wasdon and Hodon, a primitive land of terror and sudden death and peace and beauty, a land that they all had learned to love. And then they turned once more toward the north, and with the light hearts and brave hearts took up their long journey toward the land that is best of all. Home. Glossary. From the conversations with Lord Greystoke and from his notes, there have been gleaned a number of interesting items relative to the language and customs of the inhabitants of Pal Uldon that are not brought out in the story. For the benefit of those who may care to delve into the derivation of the proper names used in the text, and thus obtain some slight insight into the language of the race, there is appended an incomplete glossary taken from some of Lord Greystoke's notes. A point of particular interest hinges upon the fact that the names of all male hairless pithecanthropi begin with a consonant, have an even number of syllables, and end with a consonant, while the names of the females of the same species begin with a vowel, have an odd number of syllables, and end with a vowel. On the contrary, the names of the male hairy black pithecanthropi, while having an even number of syllables, begin with a vowel and end with a consonant, while the females of this species have an odd number of syllables in their names, which begin always with a consonant and end with a vowel. A. Light. Ab. Boy. Ab on acting Gund of Kur-ul-Jar. Ad. 3. Adad. 6. Adadad. 9. Adaden. 7. Ad-en. 4. Aden-aden. 8. Adenen. 5. Al-lur. City of Light. An. Spear. An-un. Father of Panat-Lee. As. The sun. At. Tail. Bal. Gold or lion. Bar. Battle. Ben. Great. Bu. Moon. Bu-lot. Moon face. Son of Chief Mosar. Bu-lur. Moon City. The city of the Waz-Hodon. Dak. Fat. Dak-at. Fat Tail. Chief of a Hodon village. Dak-lot. One of Khotan's palace warriors. Dan. Rock. Den. Tree. Don. Man. Dor. Sun. Dor-ul-Otho, son of God. Tarzan. E. Where. Ed. 70. L. Grace or graceful. N. 1. NN. 2. S. Rough. S. Sat. Rough skin. Chief of Omat tribe of hairy blacks. Et. 80. Fur. 30. Ged. 40. Go. Clear. Griff. Triceratops, a genus of huge herbivorous dinosaurs of the group of Ceratopsia. The skull had 2 large horns above the eyes, a median horn on the nose, a horny beak, and a great bony hood or transverse crest over the neck. Their toes, 5 in front and 3 behind, were provided with hooves, and the tail was large and strong. Webster's Dictionary. The griff of Paludon is similar except that it is omnivorous, has strong, powerfully armed jaws and talons instead of hooves. Coloration: face yellow with blue bands encircling the eyes, hood red on top, yellow underneath. Belly yellow, body a dirty slate blue, legs same. Bony protuberance yellow except along the spine, these are red. Tail conforms with a bod and belly, horns ivory. Gund, chief. Guru, terrible. Het, 50. Ho, white. Hodon, the hairless white men of Pal Uldon. Id, silver. Id-an, one of Panat-Lee's 2 brothers. In, dark. In, sad. Kur-ul-Jar warrior accompanying Tarzan, Omat, and Tarden in search of Panat Lee. In Tan, Korulul left to guard Tarzan. Jar, lion, Jad, Jad Baulul, the Golden Lake, Jad Ban Lul, the Big Lake, Jad Ben Otto, the Great God, Jad Gurudon, the Terrible Man, Jad In Lul, the Dark Lake, Jad Don, the Lion Man, chief of a Hodan village and father of Tarden, Jad Pele Ul Jad Ben Otto, the Valley of the Great God, Jar Lur, Lion City, Jardon's capital, Jar, strange, Jardon, name given Korak by At, Jatto, saber-tooth hybrid, Ko, mighty, Kor, gorge, Kor-ul-Grif, gorge of the Grif, Kor-ul-Jar, name of Esat's gorge and tribe, Kor-ul-Lul, name of another Wasdon gorge and tribe, Khotan, the king of the Hodon. Lav, run or running, the doe, Lo, star, Lot, face, Lu, fierce, Ludon, fierce man, high priest of Allure, Lul, water, Lure, city, Ma, child, Mo, short, Mosar, short nose, chief and pretender, Mu, strong. No, brook, O, like or similar, odd, 90. Odan, Kur-ul-Jar warrior accompanying Tarzan, Omat, and Tarden in search of Panat Lee. Og, 60. O-lo-a, like starlight, Khotan's daughter. Long, At, long tail, a black. On, 10, Otho, god. Pal, place, land, country, Pal-e-don so, place where men eat, banquet hall. Pal-ul-don, land of man, name of the country. Pal-ul-jar, place of lions. Pan, soft, Panat Lee, Omat, sweetheart. Pansat, soft skin, a priest. Pastar, father. Pastar-ulved, father of mountains. Pele, valley. Ro, flower. Sad, forest, San, 100, Sa, nose, Sat, skin, So, eat, Sod, eaten, Sog, eating, Sun, 8. Ta, tall, Tarden, tall tree, a white. Tan, warrior, Tarzan Jad Guru, Tarzan the Terrible. 2, purple, Ton, 20, Tor, beast, Tor Odon, beast-like man. 2, bright, Tulur, bright city, Mosar's city. Ul, of, I, Ut, corn, Ved, mountain. Was, black, Wasdon, the hairy black men of Pal-ul-Don. Was, Hodon, black white men, a mixed race. Kot, 1000, Yo, friend, Zar, girl.